skills. I mean, like the hand speed of Ryan Garcia is just disgusting. We are live with the prelims. You can watch those. There's about 13,000 people watching the prelims at the moment on the Showtime Sports YouTube channel. So we are up and running over there. We have got a couple of fights on the prelims, and then there's 4 fights on the main cards. So there's 6 fights tonight. Obviously, the main event is Tank and Garcia. We do have the WBA regular super middleweight title being defended as well. David Morrell Jr. is taking on Falcao. That's our co-main event tonight. That could be interesting because David Morrell Jr. is undefeated. He hasn't got the biggest of records. It's only 8-0, but he is definitely someone to watch. He is very much showing plenty of skills, very much on the rise, wants to be facing the likes of Benavidez and Canelo. This is a big main event. So the fact that David Morrell Jr. finds himself in the co-main event, I think gives you some idea as to how hot of a prospect he actually is. And when I say prospect, I mean, I'm talking world champion prospect. He's already got the WBA regular, which obviously is just that one step below the other super middleweight titles. But he is looking to face the likes of Canelo, Benavidez, Charlo. These are the kind of names that he's interested in. So he's got to get a win here tonight, which he should. He's coming in as a minus 2,000 favorite. Like this is really a showcase fight for David Morrell Jr. So very much looking forward to seeing the co-main. I think there's an opportunity for plenty of knockouts. I think there's an opportunity for plenty of finishes tonight. There's actually quite a few one-sided fights on the undercards. There's a lot of, I think, people that are being set up. I think there's a lot of fighters that they want you to kind of come away from going, wow, I enjoyed the main event, but, you know, did you see Elijah Garcia or whoever it might be, David Morrell Jr.? And I think they've given them some opponents here that's going to make them look good. So undercard looks all right to me, you know, honestly. The undercard as well, we got to say, one of the fights on the undercards, that has actually a rematch. It's happened before, and in the first fight, it won Knockout of the Year for 2021. So Meli Kuziev taking on Rosado. They have fought before, and Rosado got the 2021 Knockout of the Year the last time they faced. That rematch is going to be on the card tonight. So obviously I don't know that lightning is going to strike twice. It'd be great if it did. It'd be great if we got a knockout of the year, a Ring Magazine knockout of the year on one of the fights tonight. But we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that. So yeah, you know, the undercard looks pretty good. So there's definitely a few things you can take away from that, but all about that main event, innit? All about that main event. We are underway with our first fight. They've just literally just chucked over to it. So we are in round 1 of that. It is Maliki Jr. Who is in action in our first fight. As we said, 2 fights on these early prelims. Maliki Jr. taking on Jose Charles. So Maliki Jr. is minus 900 favorites. He's got a record of 14-1, and he's got 9 knockouts. He's taking on Jose Charles, who's got a record of 20 wins, 3 defeats, 12 knockouts. Maliki Jr. is a prospect. They are really looking to get somewhere with him. He looks great. You know, he is someone that's young. He's only 20. He's someone that's got ability, but they're really excited about his marketability. He is a good-looking guy. He is a good fighter as well. He's got a good record. I mean, at the age of 20, to have a record of 14-1, he is a very hot prospect in the super welterweight division. And he's getting a bit of a workout here at the moment. He is a minus 900 favorite, so he should be able to come through this. But at the moment, we are seeing We are seeing a little bit of a struggle here as he's just settling into this first round. Do you want to jump into the chat and say hello to everyone? The other thing that I want to do as well is get a poll up, because obviously we need to see what people are thinking about that main event. So who wins? Who's going to win our main event? Is it going to be Tank or is it going to be King Ryan Garcia? So we'll put that in the chat, see what people are saying. King Charles going to win. He will use his big ears, says James. James, shout out to you, brother. Hope you're well. Paulie said, all hail to the King Garcia. Can you do a poll on the fight? Boom, done. I did one actually on the channel, which I haven't had chance to check in the past few hours. So we can just have a quick look at that. That will give us a good idea. Because honestly, I don't know where people are in regards to their thoughts on the fight tonight. I really don't know where people are falling, which side they're swaying towards. So this will be quite interesting because I put this up last night. It's had just over 2,000 votes. It's not bad for a poll. So just over 2,000 votes. And it's, who do you think's going to win? Tank or Ryan? And Ryan has got 56% of the vote. Now, what's going to be really interesting is that was put out onto YouTube. And so, like, anyone could vote on that, whether you're into boxing or not into boxing, right? You know, you see an option, you might just click on it. So, interesting. I'll be interested to see as the night progresses if the poll we've got in the chat is going to replicate what we're seeing, because I'm surprised that people have gone with Ryan, to be honest. If I was to make a prediction, I would say that most people would go with Tank. So Ryan, 56% is very interesting to me. And over 2,000 votes, 2,200 votes, that's a lot of votes. So I'll be interested to see if the poll in our chat is going to reflect the same. I personally am leaning, and it's only a lean, I am leaning towards Tank. There are definitely some concerns when it comes to Tank's defense. I've watched a lot of tape. I've watched his old fights. I've seen a lot of the breakdowns. And a lot of people and a lot of breakdown videos are saying the same thing. And that is that Tank leaves his right side exposed when he is defending his left side. So if a right hand comes in, he will block it. But the way that Tank blocks it is he will bring up his arm to shield his face, but his other hand is down. This side is exposed. So the concern is, of course, that if there's one thing that you know about Ryan Garcia, he has got an amazing left hook. His left hook is just one of the best in these lower weight. I mean, it might be one of the best in boxing, full stop. It's absolutely devastating. Tank has called him a one-dimensional fighter. Said even Tank couldn't say that Garcia's hook was trash or anything. He said, look, you've got one good thing about you. You're a one-dimension fighter. You've got a good left hook. That's it, right? But the problem is that left hook is going to be a problem for Tank because his natural reactions, fight after fight after fight, are that when Ryan or, an opponent throws a jab, a right-hand jab, he will defend it, leave this side open, bang, the hook shot can come in. If you feint with that, if he feints with the jab, all he's got to do is just bite once, Tank, and bring his hand up and leave this exposed. Garcia will have that hook in before Tank even knows what's happening. So the defense of Tank is a concern. We know that Ryan does carry power. I don't know that it's the kind of power that's going to put Tank down like with one punch, but it is the kind of thing that if he can find that a few times and really connect with it and really rock Tank, that could be a problem, especially when you add in the fact that Garcia is also very, very good at not only going upstairs, but going to the body as well. And he is very good with those liver shots. We saw that against Campbell in particular, where Campbell ended up having to go down, take the knee because of the fact that literally his body shut down on him. I mean, that hook shot went straight into the liver. And we were doing the stream at the time. It is amazing to watch someone just shut down. I mean, he literally just it was a shot that came in. He was standing, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just went down to one knee and was done. And it's because there was a slight delayed kind of reaction there as his body was just slowly shutting everything down from that killer liver shot. It was an amazing strike. And, this is something that they say, don't they, that you can train as much as you want. You can do whatever you want. But one thing that you can't toughen up is your liver. You can't, protect that. If that shot will land, Tank's body could shut down. So I think you look at Tank and he is just ferocious. It's amazing because he is aggressive, but it's very controlled aggression. He's got very low output. But when he commits, he is so accurate. And certainly in the later rounds, as the fight progresses, he is such a devastating fighter. I mean, finishes can just come from anywhere. I mean, I always remember that Rowley fight. We did that on the channel as well, where he is literally getting backed up against the ropes. And all he does is just flick out a jab and connects, and Rowley goes down, and that's it. And it was Rowley that was on the front foot. Tank was getting backed up against the ropes and just flicked some out and bang, down he went. We know that Tank's got power. We know that he's accurate. We know that if he can get in, and that's going to be difficult because of the size difference, but if he can get in and get close to Garcia, the damage that he can do could be devastating. And, I think that's what people are thinking. They're thinking, or some people are thinking, that Garcia is going to look good in the early rounds. He's going to work on the outside. He's going to land some shots. He's going to win rounds. And then as the fight progresses, Tank will find a way of just getting that little bit closer, just doing a little bit more work, just getting a bit more connecting. And at some point, we'll find something devastating because he does have that ability to find something devastating. He has that ability to get in there and really devastate opponents. And, I think that there's, it sounds silly, but when I'm picturing the fight, that is what I can see happening. I mean, it's hard to picture Tank taking a knee or going down with a liver shot. It's hard to picture it. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm saying it absolutely can happen, but it's just hard to visualize it. It's hard to see that happening. That's not what I associate with Tank, and it's not what I associate with him doing. And I just think that he will be prepared for that. He knows the left hook is very, very dangerous of Garcia, be it to the head, be it to the body. I've got to think he's been working on some sort of change, some way of protecting himself from that. So this is going to be a very, very interesting fight. It's this is two undefeated young fighters in their prime. You could make the argument Garcia's not quite hit his prime. He's only 24. But you can definitely make the argument that we are getting, a mega fight here, one of the fights of the year. And this is definitely one that people are interested in because it's so hard to know which way it's going to go. We have just seen slight distracted because we are now seeing Maliki Jr. really starting to pull ahead in this third round. So Maliki Jr. has just put Jose Charles down. Jose Charles gets back up. He gets put down again. And we have just reached the end of that round. So 2 knockdowns in that round for Maliki Jr. And just having a little look, that was a hook shot and connected. It did seem to be on the almost at the back, but it looked okay. And again, puts him down a second time as well. But you will never find a more wretch hive of scum than in Daisy's stream, says LA Dork Knight. Welcome to the scum and to the regulars. And maybe you talk about the regulars. I don't know. Dort Knight, shout out to you. What time is the ring walk for Tank Garcia? Says Anfir Iontak. The ring walk time is going to be fairly late. I think they're saying it's going to be about 11 Eastern. So that's going to be about 4 a.m. UK time. So we're probably looking, a good few hours away. I mean, we are still in the prelim stage right now. The official card itself doesn't start for, I think it's another 40 odd minutes. It could be even later than that. So we've got a bit of a way to go. We've got as we said, a few fights to get through. And actually, the undercards on the main card looks pretty good. Maliki Jr. has just got another knockdown here in the fourth, 30-odd seconds. No count. There's no count here, so it looks like the referee... Boom. Yeah, he is looking good. He is looking good. So, looks like this first fight has concluded. Maliki Jr. White Magic beating the Matador, Jose Charles. So, Maliki Jr. with another knockdown to his name, another knockout. He is now 15-1 with 10 knockouts. He is a former travel partner of Gervonta Davis. Big prospect, as we said. He is very athletic. He's got great power. He's a 4-time junior Golden Gloves champion. And honestly, that is quite the showcase from him. He stepped in there, 10-round, super welterweight fight. He was a minus 900 favorite. And apart from where it was a bit scrappy in the first rounds, he looked every bit as good as we thought he would look there. So very impressive start to the evening from Maliki Jr. So there is a little countdown clock that they've just shown. So we are 1 hour, 40 minutes away. 1 hour, 40 minutes away, I believe, from going over to the main cards. I don't know what we're going to fill that time with on the show, because as far as I know, there's only one more fight that we've got actually scheduled within that hour and 40 minutes. So, I think they were maybe hoping this fight would go a little bit longer than it did, but Maliki Jr. looking very, very good. Brad said, it's on pay-per-view for a nice penny, and it's on DAZN pay-per-view. Grab a buy to watch it. Well, to be honest, I mean, here in the UK, I don't know if it's the case in America. I would imagine probably not, but here in the UK, it's no pay-per-view. So, I mean, I don't know if VPN would work for you guys, but it is here in the UK. As long as you are have got DAZN, then it's you just watch it, and DAZN's like $9.99 a month. So I'm actually really surprised. I'm looking for the catch, to be honest, because even I'm very surprised that it's no pay-per-view. It actually says it on the banner in front of me here. It says Davis versus Garcia, live on DAZN, no pay-per-view, April 22nd. So, I mean, it's not asked me to pay anywhere. I've got the little thing saying that it's going to be going live at 1 a.m. There is a show that starts the hour before, which I think is just going to run through their previous opponents, fighting styles, things along those lines. But yeah, I mean, like, it seems like it's a no pay-per-view price here in the UK. So again, I don't know if a VPN would work for people, but if you can get over to the UK DAZN, then it'll cost you $9.99 to subscribe. But if you're already a member, maybe your login would already work. I don't know. That's interesting, actually. If you are subscribed to DAZN in America and you come over to the UK to visit and you try to log in, I wonder if it would let you log in to the British version. I have no idea. Or the European version, whatever version this is. But no pay-per-view price. If Garcia doesn't knock out Davis early, then Davis wins this fight, says Lee. Lee, shout out to you, my friend. I think that's a great point, to be honest. I do worry for Garcia late in the fight. The only thing that I would say is we haven't seen people really punish Garcia, Davis, sorry. We haven't seen people really punish Davis in those early rounds, and that does feel like a big opportunity tonight. This is where the fight is so interesting, because neither guy has faced anyone as good as they're about to face tonight. So, we know that Tank starts slow, right? He always starts slow. And we know that has been by design, to be honest. It's not really an issue. It's not been an issue. If anything, it's meant that he just comes through even stronger in the later rounds. He conserves that energy. And, they throw the stat at him that is like one of the lowest outputted fighters, right? So they throw that at him. And but he always responds, well, yeah, I'm also the most accurate. So when he does throw, he connects. And when he connects, people are in trouble, right? And he saves his energy. And that's what you get from Tank. People love watching Tank because, to be honest, people want to see a bit of a show, don't they, right? They want to see a fun fight. And with Tank, because he doesn't just go out there and knock people out in the first rounds, he conserves that energy. It means that the opponents get a little bit of summer on him, which makes it a bit more of a fight, which then means when he starts coming through and ends up getting the win in the later rounds, the crowds feel like they've seen something, You walk away going, you know what? That was worth the pay-per-view. That was worth the ticket price. I feel like I've watched something there. So it's actually a really good fighting style. He can, I think people would like to see more out of him, output wise, but I love watching Tank fight. I'm always entertained when I watch a Tank fight, because you do see a fight, you do see something, you do see a bit of back and forth. As he said, the opponents normally look the better. I fully expect Ryan to look better in rounds 1, rounds 2, round 3. I expect Ryan to look the better fighter, and I would imagine anyone new to watching Tank that might have a Tank betting slip, maybe feeling a little uneasy, right? So we know this going into it. But what's interesting is we haven't seen Tank face anyone that's got the ability of Garcia. And I don't know what Tank's going to do if Garcia starts landing some good shots on him and really piecing him up, What if he tries to make that comeback in the later rounds and it's just not there? It's just not the same. He just doesn't quite have as much as he would normally have because he has been broken down a little bit. He is feeling the effects. He's not quite as sharp. It's just like, it's some of the foundation work's been done by Garcia, and we're just not used to seeing that. So I agree. It's how I picture the fight going. I picture it being Garcia looking the better in the early stages. I picture Tank coming through. I picture Tank finding a late finish. But I can see there being moments where Tank's going to get caught. And I can see moments where that hook shot's going to land. And I think Tank is going to have to weather a little storm. It's just, can Garcia bring enough of a storm? Can Garcia capitalize on the openings that I think will present themselves? I think there will be opportunity for Garcia in the early stages of this fight. Has he got the ability at 24 years old to take that opportunity and turn it into a victory? Has he got the ability to do that? Or can he bank enough early rounds and weather the late storm so that it goes to the judges and then he gets it by decision? Has he got the ability to do the work in the early stages, but maybe not to the point where he finds a finish? But has he got the ability to do the work in the early stages, win the rounds, and then has he got the ability to weather a Tank storm where, that Tank's going to have a moment in this fight? I do not expect it to be the case that Tank never gets going. Ryan needs to make sure, if he can, that is exactly what happens, that Tank doesn't get going. But if Tank does get going in the later stages, can Garcia weather? I don't think he can. I don't think he can. It's really hard to see Garcia winning this by decision. Really hard. And I can't see Tank winning by decision. What's so exciting about this fight is I think there has to be a finish. I think there has to be a finish because if Garcia is not going to survive Tank in rounds 8, 9, and 10, right? Because that Tank is deadly at that stage of the fight. He is in full flow. He is in full attack mode. He is like an attack dog in those rounds. And he will have too much. I really think he'll have too much firepower. And, we've seen Garcia get dropped by Campbell. Well, I mean, imagine being in there and maybe you've already given quite a bit as well in those early rounds. And we know that Tank comes through in those later rounds. I just cannot see him weathering that storm. So I can't see Garcia getting to the judges. But in regards to Tank, like if Tank goes to the judges, and that's a bit more realistic, I could see Tank getting to the judges. If Tank gets to the judges, then I think he'll lose because I think Garcia will have had too many rounds. So if Tank does somehow get to the judges' scorecards, then that means he didn't finish Garcia. And if he doesn't finish Garcia, I think Garcia's going to have won more rounds because I think Garcia will basically be given round 1 and round 2. So there's 2 free rounds. He's only got to pick up another, 4? And I think that, there's a chance he'll get round 3. There's a chance he'll get round 4. He'll probably pick up like maybe around 11, something along those lines. Maybe the 12th. I don't know. It's so interesting. If it goes to the judges, I think that Garcia's probably going to get it because I think he'll win more rounds because his output's so much better. I mean, if the judges look at who's landed the more shots, it's going to be Garcia. Ryan Garcia's output, his hand speed is mental. So if we're judging it on how many shots landed, it's got to be Garcia. So if it goes to the judges, I think Garcia wins. But I just can't see Garcia surviving Tank in rounds 7, 8, 9, 10. I can't see him surviving that. So I don't... it's really interesting. Really, I can't wait to see what you lot are saying. Keep getting your votes in. Keep putting your comments in. Just Nick said it's free on DAZN. Yeah, you have to subscribe. So it's like $9.99, I think. Right, but if you think you're basically paying $9.99, I mean, I'm just always subscribed to DAZN anyway because we do quite a few boxing watch-alongs, and there's a few boxing events that get shown on DAZN. So I might go a month or so without like using it. So probably I do end up spending a bit more than I probably should anyway. But can't really complain. This is definitely a fight that should have a $29.99 price attached to it. This is one of the biggest fights of the this is one of the biggest fights in boxing, and it is pretty incredible that it's just free on DAZN as long as you're subscribed. Kojiko said Ryan Garcia is my man. I didn't know that. I didn't know you was in a relationship. Kojiko, shout out to you. But I'm gonna go with Tank. Kojiko. Tank is my pick. I'm leaning towards Tank, but I know this is Tank's biggest challenge. Garcia is undefeated as well. I mean, you've got to give him his props. I mean, he is 24 years old. He's 23-0. As we keep saying, his hand speed. I mean, his hand speed is he is so fast. He is so fast. He can land like combo shots. He's got decent power. He's got that beautiful left hook. He's also, and this could be key as well, if Garcia is a smart fighter, right? He's got the reach advantage, and that could be key because if he can use that reach advantage and he can like keep Tank back and not allow Tank to get in close, because Tank's got to do his work on the inside. Tank's got to get in like into the pocket. Garcia never does that. Garcia never gets into the pocket and does his work. He's always working from distance. So, I could see that being the case in the early rounds. Garcia constantly moving, constantly working, constantly keeping a distance. And Tank just not being able to get in close to be able to do his work. I think there's going to be around about a pound difference between them as well. The whole weigh-in stuff is worth talking about because, of course, they are fighting at 136. So they've weighed in for the fight. Tank Davis weighed in at 135. Ryan Garcia weighed in at 135.5. Then they have weighed in again today. And I think that Tank weighed in at about 144. And I think that Garcia weighed in at like 145, pretty much bang on around there. So there's like a pound difference between them because you've got that rehydration clause, which says that even though the fight's at 136, by the time they fight, they can't weigh any more than 145. And so that's obviously been a big talking point as well, because people are saying that Tank's scared because it was Tank's team that insisted on that. And the reason why you put that in place is because if you weigh in on Friday at 136, you've then got, plenty of time to rehydrate, eat, drink, do what you need to do, right? To get yourself back up to a much heavier weight than that by the time the fight comes around. So they put in this rehydration clause to say, listen, whatever you're going to drink, whatever you're going to eat, whatever you're going to do, you cannot come in heavier than 145. And so they've weighed in and, we've got about a pound difference between them. I don't know what Garcia, that would have been interesting actually. I don't know if that clause hadn't been applied, what he would have come in as. I don't know how heavy he would have been, but he looked good. He looks all right. There's been a lot of talk about how Devin Haney looked really thin when he weighed in for his fights against Kambosos Jr. And how he was really struggling with cutting down to the weight. Whereas Ryan Garcia looks really good. He looks really good. And Ariel Helwani did do the weigh-in show, though. And he did interview Ryan. And when he came back after, he did say he looked thin. And he said that he wanted to go and get something to eat. So, I think Ryan might be feeling a little light. He might be feeling it. But he certainly was looking pretty good up there. So, don't know. That's a very interesting angle as well. A very, very interesting angle is the weight side of things. Because for Tank, this is comfortable. For Ryan, maybe this is a little light, but should be all right. Should be all right. Certainly nothing major, but certainly I don't think that's something that I can see them using as an excuse. But it's been a big talking point around the fight, the whole rehydration clause. You might have heard Oscar De La Hoya bringing it up as well, talking about how, if you're a fighter, you want your team to have confidence in you. It doesn't say much if the team are scared and they're putting in rehydration clauses. Why would his team be so nervous and all this kind of stuff? And he was really trying to put some seeds of doubt in the Tank team. But I think they could see through that. I think they could see through what Oscar was doing. And as it was pointed out, Oscar's done the exact same thing with his fighters in the past as well. So it's the fight game, innit? It's the fight game. Start call new collection. Fight starts when you buy it, says Rick. Days, are you looking forward to United Brighton FA Cup? I'm not. Wouldn't be surprised if we get knocked out, said James. To be honest, I'm pretty chilled when it comes to Manchester United at the moment, in the sense of I think this has been a great season. Picked up a trophy. I know it was only the Carabao Cup, but I mean, look, it's something to, show off. And looks like it's going to be top four. Anything beyond that is a bonus ball. Anything beyond that's a bonus ball. If we do go out to Brighton, fine. I'd love for us to get through to the FA Cup final, but chances are we'd probably lose to City in the final. So my expectations for the FA Cup are pretty low. I think there's maybe a chance City are going to do the treble, but they won't be the first team to do the treble if they do. But it's been a great season. I think you've just got to take the dubs in you and look forward to next year. So it'll be all right. If you go out, It's all right. Amin said, what did you do last night in Eid? What did you do last night in Eid in the morning? I don't know what you mean, but Amin, shout out to you. I don't celebrate Eid. I recognize it though, and I hope everyone that does celebrate it is having a good one. I don't know what a good one looks like, to be honest. But I hope that everyone's having a good one if you are celebrating Eid. David, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. Who have you got? I've got Davis says this is Mika. I've got Tank Davis, yeah. So we've kind of spoke. I mean, right now you're not missing anything, by the way. If you are just joining us, we've just watched the first fight. There's 2 fights on the prelims. We've just watched the first one. Maliki Jr. picking up a win in the 4th round, getting a stoppage there. We've got our next fight coming up, which I must admit, this next one is probably the one I'm least out of all of the fights. This next one is the one that I'm probably least excited for. But yeah, we've got the next fight coming up. And then in, an hour and 12 minutes, we will be going to the main show. And obviously our main event is what we're talking about. The main event is what people want to talk about. The main event is what we're here to talk about. And I do have Tank picking up the victory. I am just leaning Tank, though. I mean, I am not sitting here saying it's going to be definite. I'm not sitting here saying that it's a guarantee. I'm not sitting here saying that, if anyone's going with Ryan Garcia, you're an idiot. Not at all. I can see paths to victory for both. I just think that it's going to be harder. I think it's going to be harder for Garcia. That's what it comes down to. Who is it going to be tougher for? Who's going to have the bigger challenge tonight? I really think it's going to be Garcia because I can see Garcia looking good in those early rounds. And then, as we said, Tank will come through in the later stages. And I just think that's how his fights tend to go. It tends to be a case that he doesn't look good in the early rounds and then comes through. I can see Garcia looking good. I don't know that I can see Garcia. I can't see Garcia stopping Tank in rounds 1, 2, or 3, or 4. And by the time we get into 4, I can see Tank coming into the fight. Now, the question is, can Garcia do enough work in those rounds to slow Tank? Can he do enough work to make sure that when Tank does start coming through, that it's not the kind of Tank that we're used to seeing? Could it be a Tank that's just a little bit more labored, a little bit more slower, just losing that slight step, Could Garcia put that work in and just take some of that ability away for those later rounds? Maybe. I can't see him getting a finish in the early rounds. And so I think as soon as we get into rounds 5 beyond, I really worry for Ryan then. I really worry for Ryan because I just think Tank is relentless. He's just relentless. He's such a great fighter. He's so skilled. I think, to be honest, because Tank normally gives away those early rounds, people don't really give him the credit that he deserves because he is such a good fighter. He is someone that is got good ring IQ. He does think about things. They actually said that they went and spent some time with both camps to Showtime. And they said that they went to the camp for Tank Davis, and he was so in the zone. He was so doing drills. He was so doing his training. He was so working on some stuff. They had to postpone the interview whilst he kind of went through what he was going through. And so, which they said they were happy to do. They would just had to stand around and wait for him to do what he was doing. But what he was doing was putting the work in. I think because developments that we've never had before. What was we saying? We were saying that Tank's having to deal with some stuff, isn't he? So Tank has obviously got a lot of drama going on at the moment. He has got his that hit and run incident that he's going to be sentenced for. And that's another talking point as well, because how is he going to deal with that situation? How is he able to put that completely out of his mind? No, I mean, he doesn't know what the sentence is going to be. Apparently, the court turned down a plea agreement to avoid jail time. They were going to, they offered 60 days. I think I read it was 60 days house arrest. And apparently the court turned it down. Apparently the court were like, no, yeah, they weren't willing to do that deal. So there's every chance that he is going to have to do and spend some time in prison. I really don't know what that sentence is going to be. So it's very interesting that how he's got the ability to just put that out of his mind, and how he's got the ability to stay so focused at the task in hand. There's definitely I've seen lots of people talking about how that could have played a part. It hasn't. I mean, we can't say it's played a part. It hasn't. He's been so focused on what he needs to do that it hasn't been a factor. So yeah, I really I respect him for that, for the ability of doing that, for being able to put himself in this kind of such high pressured environment and be able to just solely focus and dial into this. And as we said, there was people going over to do interviews, and he was so in the zone. He wasn't willing to talk to them there and then. So I've got Tank, but as we said, there's so many different things to explore. We can talk about strengths and weaknesses. We can talk about their offense. We can talk about Tank starting slow. We can talk about their defense, because even Ryan gets caught. Even Ryan, I tell you, Ryan's got a big problem with his movement, in the sense of he always moves in straight lines. He always moves in linear lines. His lateral movement, his side-to-side movement is close to non-existent. And that's going to be a big, big problem for him, because if Tank's coming forward, Tank, the thing with lateral movement is that you can step away from the punches. You can move to an awkward angle. It also sets up new angles for you to get your shots off. That is something that Ryan Garcia does not take advantage of. It's something he just simply doesn't have in his game. He is always moving back and forth in straight lines. And that is going to be, when Tank calls him one-dimensional, it's actually quite apt, because we don't see him step into the side and throw in from different angles. Everything is very linear, and it's very textbook. And, that's going to be a lot easier for Tank to work out. So, that's definitely a flaw that Ryan has got in his game. Whether it's going to be a flaw that could be his undoing tonight, not sure. I'm not sure. It's difficult to know how all of these things are going to stack up. And we spoke earlier, for those that missed what we were saying earlier about Tank, but he always defends the jabs, like a right hand jab, he'll block it. And when he blocks it, leaves that side of his face completely exposed. I mean, it is just right there for the hook shot. And the one shot that Ryan Garcia has got that you don't want him to land is that hook shot, is that left hook shot. If that left hook just keeps coming in again and again, and Tank just isn't dealing with it, which I've got to think he will. He said at the press conferences, you're a one-dimensional fighter. All you've got is your hook. So he knows. It's not like he doesn't know. He's aware of the danger. But is Tank going to make the changes? Is that what he's been putting the work into? This is why boxing is so fascinating. This is why it is the sweet science, because there's so many little battles. There's so many little things, little traps. We're talking about footwork. We're talking about movement. We're talking about defense. We're talking about output. We're talking about accuracy. There's so much that goes into a fight, and we're going to find out who is going to be that next challenger. I mean, I don't know if they've actually confirmed. I haven't heard Devin Haney say, but I think I did read that the plan is that the winner here will go on to face the winner of Haney Lomachenko. And Lomachenko was a pound for pound great. He was right up there. Then obviously he lost his belts in a shock upset to Teofimo Lopez. We watched that fight, did it on the channel. Then Teofimo losing his belts to Kambosos Jr. We watched that fight. We did it on the channel. Then Haney picked up the belts from Kambosos Jr. We watched that fight. We did it on the channel. Then we got the rematch. We watched that fight. We did it on the channel. Now we're getting Devin Haney against Lomachenko, which is going to be a fantastic fight. I'm so excited for that. That's next month. Big fight's just going to keep on rolling in because this division, the top end of this division, is so stacked. There's so many different combinations of great fights. In a way, it reminds me a lot of the lightweight division in UFC, where we've got the likes of, well, we had Khabib and Poirier and Gaethje and Tony Ferguson and Conor McGregor for a time when he was active was in that mix, in that conversation as well. Then you had the likes of Charles Oliveira coming through. Then you had Michael Chandler jumping over from Bellator. So, you know, you had like this pool of talent, which was just clogging up the top 8 and almost the top 10 pretty much. And so any matchups that you did between them was going to be a big fight. And there wasn't really any way of avoiding a big fight because it was just big names everywhere. The division was just stacked. They all sort of arrived and came through at the same time. And that is what we're seeing in this division as well. That's where we are here with, you know, Shakur Stevenson, amazing fighter, Tank, Garcia, Lomachenko, Devin Haney. Kambosos Jr. is still a great fighter. He's still going to give people a fight. Maybe it's not going to be anything on this scale going forwards, you know, if we got Kambosos versus Tank, for example. But that would still be an intriguing fight. So, you know, you've got people just on the peripherals. Teofimo as well, similar. There's loads, as we said, you know. The downside, I suppose, is that this is one of the biggest fights you can make. Out of all of those names, these two are probably the two. Like, it's a bit of a shame that we're starting with this one because I think Tank is seen as one of the most ferocious, one of the most vicious in this division. He is seen as just someone that's got that devastating knockout ability. And I think Ryan is seen as maybe not the most skillful, but what with his, like, what was it, 9 million Instagram followers or whatever, he's seen as one of the most popular. He's one of the youngest, you know, at the age of 24. He's a hell of a prospect. He's still not reached his prime. Hand speed is immense. He's got an amazing fan base, an amazing following. He's seen as, like, undoubtedly one of the biggest stars in this division. He's one of the biggest stars in boxing. So you're taking, like, two of the best fighters from this division, arguably the most ferocious, taking on one of the most popular social media darling who can fight, can go, can hold his own. I mean, this is one of the biggest fights that you can make in boxing. That's why people are so excited. That's why, like, this. That's why everyone's turning out, man. This is where it's at tonight. And I've got Tank just edging it. Yeah, I've got Tank just edging it. I think Tank would sweep them all, said X Music. Mohammed said, how much time? Well, the fight that we've got coming up next is going to be Chikeshin taking on Espadas. Chikeshin is undefeated, minus 3,000 favorite, fighting out of Poland, 21 wins, 13 knockouts. Espadas, 22 wins, 15 knockouts. It's not a fight that I'm crazy about, to be honest, because, I mean, minus 3,000 favorite. This is the Chikeshin show, basically. So this is just for you to see Chikeshin, get excited about what he could go on to achieve. He's only, how old is he? 27. So he's 21-0 at the age of 27. He's right up there in the mix in the middleweight division. And really, it's just a way of you seeing him, just like the last fight really was about Malnicki Jr. And him being shown off. I think these undercards largely are just a way of presenting some fighters to you so that you can see them, get excited about them, boost their profiles. So, yeah, I'm not too excited for this next one. I expect Chikeshin to win and win easily. So we've got that. Then we go to the main card. That's going to be in just over an hour. So we're still in the very early stages of this one. So in just over an hour, we go to the main cards. On the main cards, we've got Elijah Garcia taking on Kevin Salgado. We've got that big rematch, which resulted in knockout of the year for 2021, which is Meli Kuziev taking on Rosado. And then our co-main events, David Morrell taking on Falcao. That is going to be tasty. Both of those are southpaws. It is a showcase for Morrell Jr. because he is right up there in the division, even though he only turned pro in 2019. And even though he's only 8-0, he is such a great fighter. His amateur record is 135 wins and only 2 defeats. Now he's turned pro 2019. He's 8-0. 96% of people on Tapology think that he's going to win in this fight, and he's a minus 2,000 favorite. So, yeah, David Morrell Jr. taking on Falcao. That's our co-main. And then our main event, Tank Davis taking on Ryan Garcia. I can tell you that on Tapology at the time of checking, 71% think Tank is going to win. 29% think Ryan Garcia is going to win. What I said earlier is that I did put a poll up last night, which has had a couple of thousand votes, which is not bad. And that was 59% Ryan Garcia. So, like, it's so strange. Like, this is how close this fight is. On Tapology, 71% think it's going to be Tank Davis. On the poll that I put up last night on the channel, 59% of people there think that it's going to be Garcia. The poll that we've got at the moment that's coming up to 600 votes right now, I can tell you is actually 50-50. It is 50-50 right now. In our poll, 50% of people think that it's going to be Tank. 50% of people think that it's going to be King Ryan Garcia. So this is what makes great fights, isn't it? This is what makes great fights, is the fact that I can sit here, we can all sit here, we can all theorize about the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, the openings. But the thing with boxing is you just never quite know who's going to find that shot, who's going to find that ability, that extra factor to put the other person away. I mean, I think that it's Tank. I think that he struggles in the early stages and then comes through in rounds 7, 8, and 9. That's my pick. I think I heard that if you put money on Tank to win by knockout rounds 7 to 10, I think it was like the other day about plus 200 or something. I think it's like plus 200 Tank to win knockout between rounds 7 and 10, and that was quite tempting. Plus 200 on that, I thought was quite tempting. I know though that Teddy Atlas, and listen, it's always worth listening to Teddy Atlas. I know that he says this is a really close fight, and he's just going to put a little sprinkle on Ryan Garcia. He likes Ryan Garcia. He likes him as a person. He says that he doesn't try to let that color his judgment, but he does like him as a person. He thinks this fight is so close that why not go for the dog, which, in all fairness, is a really good way of looking at it. It is really close, so why not have a little sprinkle on the underdog? Because if it goes that way, obviously you'll get a bit more for your money, won't you? So, but I do like the Tank round 7 to 10 knockout. I think that looks kind of interesting as well. But it's obviously very specific. That's why the odds are so good, or were. I don't know if they still are, but they were the other day. So, right, it looks like we're going to be going to our next fight on these prelims. So we are almost an hour into the stream. And looks like we've got our next fight about to start here. This is going to be Chikeshin taking on Espadas. And this is in the middleweight division, 10 rounds. We'll keep an eye on it. like we did the first one. But as we said, this really is just going to be a showcase for Chikeshin. Junior said, hopefully Tank goes easy and doesn't knock him out rounds 1 to 3. I don't think so. That's not really his style. In fact, we can have a look, because if I jump onto Tapology, I think they should have this fight listed. Let's go Tank Davis. And we can just have a look and see what his recent rounds have been. So against Hector Garcia, he got a knockout in round 9. Against Rolly Romero, it was round 6. Against Isaac Cruz, in all fairness, going back to the end of 2021, that was a unanimous decision. But against Barrios, he got a win in round 11. Santa Cruz, it was round 6. Gamboa was round 12. You've got to go back to 2019. You've got to go back to July of 2019, where he was getting like a round 2 knockout against Ricardo Nunes. So that's when he managed to get like a round 2 knockout. So yeah, I mean, certainly these recent fights, we're looking at round 12, round 6, round 11, round 6, round 9, unanimous decision. So what we're saying, we're looking at that second part of the fight. Now, for him to go in there against someone like Ryan Garcia, Tank starts slow. So I think Tank will start slow again. Ryan normally starts quite quick. Ryan normally looks pretty good, actually. And I can't see it being a case that Tank does get that early finish. There's certainly nothing in his recent history. As you said, got to go back to July of 2019 for a round 2. Since then, it's been more second part of the fight. So again, could it end early? Sure. Tank could absolutely catch Ryan with something early, and it shocks us all. But when it comes to like having a little gamble, having a little bet or whatever, you're always just playing probability. And if you look at his recent fights against opponents not as good as Ryan Garcia, they've been ending in the second part of the fights. I mean, against Isaac Cruz, that one went to a unanimous decision. That was December of 2021. I've got Tank, says Lorenzo. Tank might be forced into a TKO to win if Ryan does steal the first 3 rounds, says Junior. I can definitely see that happening. I can definitely see it being a case where he's going to take those early rounds. I think that Tank will... the thing with Tank, he seems to have this confidence about him where he just always seems to be looking like he is in control, or I never see him panicked. I never see it being a case that he loses like the first 3 rounds and he's worried about it. I never see it being a case where his corner are like, what are you doing? And like having a go with him or something along these lines, I never ever see that from him. I think he knows his game. He knows his game plan. He knows his ability. He knows his strengths. It's sort of like he is downloading the information he needs to download. It's very much like he watches his opponent. He works them out. He looks at their movement. He finds the openings. He loses the rounds, but it's not that he's getting destroyed. It's just that he's got outstruck. He's just been outstruck a bit. And so there's not really anything in the way of damage per se. There might be the odd moment where the opponent puts a bit of pressure on, but Davis's footwork is very good, and as we said, his lateral movement, his ability to get out of the way of stuff in the early stages is very good. He is very, very good with his feet and his movements, and I think that he just downloads that information. That then allows him, as the fight goes on, to then start to exploit those openings that he's seen, and this is why it's so dangerous for fighters, and this is why it's going to be so dangerous for Ryan, is that, I don't think Ryan has got the power to put Tank away in rounds 1, 2, or 3. I don't think he's got that ability, because I think that he can pressure Tank, and I think that he can he can definitely outland Tank. There's no doubt about that. But the shots that he's going to be landing, I don't think are shots that are going to rock Tank's world. I just think that he's going to touch Tank up a bit, and Tank is going to lose those early rounds. But once Tank pressuring Garcia is a very different prospect from Garcia pressuring Tank. I think Tank can survive Garcia's pressure. I don't think Garcia can survive Tank pressure. That's where it keeps coming back to for me. Could be completely wrong. I could be absolutely a million miles away. But that, I think, is probably largely how the public are seeing it as well. I mean, hence why Tank is coming in as a minus 270 favorite. So Tank is a minus 270 favorite. And as we said, I think that's a large reason why he's a minus 270 favorite, is because I think it comes down to who, when pressured, is going to. And I think people are looking at Tank going, his movement is going to allow him to be evasive. He's going to allow him to make sure he doesn't get bogged down. Whereas Garcia, his movement is just not as good. His movement is in straight lines. He hasn't got that lateral movement. That means that when Tank is putting the pressure on, I don't think Garcia's got anywhere to go but back. And at some point, you can't go back anymore, right? So I think that I just cannot see this going to the judges. I think either Garcia has got to do the work in the early rounds, meaning that Tank just doesn't have as much to give in the later rounds, or Tank's just going to finish it in the later rounds. I can't see this going to the judges. Garcia has got that Mexican in him. You don't know that about that, Days, says Gonzalez. Yeah, no, I don't. But as I said, we're looking at probabilities, and we're looking at footwork. We're looking at lateral movement. We're talking about defenses. Tank definitely provides openings, but Garcia provides openings as well. Garcia got dropped by Campbell, which is a concern because, listen, Campbell is a great fighter. Campbell is someone that picked up an Olympic gold medal, and he was a challenge, and it was a good win for Garcia. But the Mexican in him didn't stop him from getting knocked down when he was facing Campbell. And I don't think anyone would argue that Tank is more ferocious than Campbell. So, again, I don't need to picture Garcia getting knocked down. I can find footage of it happening. So this is where I just think that with Tank putting the pressure on, Campbell managed to get through. With Tank putting the pressure on, I can visualize Garcia struggling under that pressure. You see, for me, this isn't like a nationality thing. This is a fighting style thing. And I think both are great. I mean, I do really rate both. I really like both. Both, as we said, two wonderful young fighters. This is, as we said at the start of the stream, probably the biggest fight you can make in this division. I mean, the thing is, Devin Haney has got all the belts. So it does feel a bit rude to not include Haney in one of the biggest fights in this division. But I think from a people's interest point of view, Haney is quite a boring fighter. His fighting style against Kambosos, he just does what he needs to do. His fight IQ is so high. He is so good and efficient. He is very skillful. I think you've really got to appreciate boxing to appreciate like Devin Haney's skills, because I think to the untrained eye it can be a bit flat and it can just be a little bit dull, and it's not really the kind of fight that I think is going to really get people off their seats watching Devin Haney. But I think this is the fight that people are going to get into, because as we said, you always get exciting Tank fights. because he starts slow, so his opponents look good, which then means when he comes through in the later stages, it's got that little back and forth. It's got that, that battle element to it. It's not just one-sided, someone jabbing away, someone just putting in the work, and that's what Haney is. I mean, we've seen quite a few Haney fights, and certainly those recent ones against Kambosos, just so tidy with what he does. I mean, he is a great fighter. He is a wonderful fighter. From a size wise, from a pay-per-view wise, it'd be interesting actually, because I think Haney and more so the belts definitely would bring guys, but there's just something magical about Tank and his marketability of how ferocious he can be. And then Ryan Garcia, who is just, as we said, the internet darling. People love him. He's very popular. He's got a big following. He's a great fighter. Undefeated, 23-0. Fast. I mean, his hand speed is just exceptional. He's got plenty of skills, plenty of things that he's bringing. He's very confident as well. He wanted this fight. He wanted it. He has called for this fight. This isn't something that he has been pressured into. There could be an argument, a conversation that this might be a bit soon, but he wants it, so he knows where his abilities are, and he knows what he's seen from Tank. So I think you do have to give him kudos for wanting the fight. He hasn't been pressured into it. And, Tank said, look, if you want the fight, you got to take the rehydration clause and all of that. And again, he was like, yep, cool. Took it. And so, he's just, yep, I'll do it. I want it. Whatever. Let's go. And for a 24-year-old undefeated to have that kind of mentality, plus also when they've been face-to-face as well, not that I expected any signs of fear, but no, nothing. I mean, he has given as good as he's got, as they've both stood there. He's really gone toe to toe with Tank at every step. So I think that's caught people's imagination as well. Did you see the amount of people that were there for the weigh-in, the ceremonial weigh-in thing on stage outside the T-Mobile Arena? It's just the camera panned, it's just people going back. They were saying that, I think Ariel Hawani said the last time he saw that many people turn up to a weigh-in for a boxing thing was McGregor and Mayweather. That was the last time he had seen that many people. And it takes both fighters to be able to pull a crowd of that size. And it takes a very exciting, intriguing matchup, and that's exactly what we've got. What time will the main event be? Says Brian. What time will the main event be? Main event is going to be probably around about 4, so UK time. Right now it's 11 minutes past midnight, so we're probably looking at, easily 3.5 hours, something along those lines. It's going to be a while. We are underway with Chikeshian and Espadus taking on each other in this final fight of the prelims. We still haven't actually started the main card yet. Main card will start in about 48 minutes. And we're just keeping an eye on it. It's on the YouTube channel at the moment. As we said, the actual event itself hasn't begun yet. But, there's nearly 60,000 people that are watching the prelims. I think that gives you some idea as to how popular this is going to be. The fact there's already 60,000 just watching these early fights. So this is going to be something that I think we're definitely going to look back on at the end of the year. There's been so many big fights that have fallen through that it's great that this is one that's actually made it. This is one that seemingly has got to, has gone through and is seemingly going to start a lot of big fights in this division. They've both said, bring them on, basically. They've both said, we'll take on whoever. And what's great about this division is they just can't avoid each other. As we said, it's so stacked that if any fighter in this division wants to get anywhere, you've got to fight one of the big names. There's no real way of avoiding them. So this division, this is really maybe not the start. I think the Kambosos Haney fight in this division was arguably the start. I don't know that when Loma lost his titles to Lopez, I don't know that was quite this level. But obviously, you know, we saw the big stadium fight between Kambosos and Devin Haney in Australia. So was that like I think it was the Marvel Stadium, wasn't it? So we saw that big fight in Australia. So that was a big fight for the belts in this division. But yeah, this is a different level from that as well, I would say. I'm very interested to see what the numbers come in at buy-wise. This is going to be big. It's going to be real big. Nate Timmerman, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. He says, Dave's not a big boxing fan. I got the pay-per-view because of how big this fight is. What other fights should I look out for on the main cards? Well, it's only a 4-fight main card. So what I would say is, Nate, shout out to you, buds. Enjoy it, right? I mean, this is, I think you've, in this day and age, right, where money is tight for a lot of people, I think if you are having to pick and choose what events to actually go for, I think this is a good one to go for. I really do. I think that you're talking, this is an event that people are going to be talking about. This is an event that's, as we just said, like a lot of the big fights have been falling through. Like everyone wanted to see Fury Joshua, and it was so close to happening, and it fell through. And everyone wanted to see Fury against Usyk. And there's obviously talk that we might be seeing some in December. We might be seeing Fury, Usyk, Wilder, Joshua. Rumors are on the same night, is what they're saying. We might be getting these fights on the same night, on the same card. So, I mean, I'm guessing that Wilder, Joshua would be the co, and then Fury, Usyk would be the main. And they are gonna just, like, you know, the winners will face each other in, like, you know, a fight down the road. So, like that, if that does come off, that will be absolutely mental. But who knows? I mean, that thing can fall apart several million different ways. So I'll believe it once I actually see it done. But, you know, listen, Saudi money talks. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that does come through. But anyway, Crawford against Spence, that fell through. The Joshua Fury fight, that fell through. We are finally getting a dream match. We are finally getting a fight that lives up to the hype, lives up to the billing. I've no doubt this fight's going to be, you know, worth watching. I don't expect this to be like a disappointment at all. You just don't get that with like recent like Tank fights. And as we said, even like Garcia against Campbell was a lot of fun. So I think it's a massive fight. Two big names, massive followings, both bring in like different kind of backgrounds and support. You know, you've got the kind of the social media side for Ryan Garcia. You've got more of the, I don't know, kind of I don't want to say the boxing side, because that's a bit disrespectful to Garcia, because there's definitely people that really appreciate his abilities from the boxing world. Of course they do. But I don't know, they seem to come from different walks of life, and they seem to bring different types of boxing fans, let's put it that way. And so these two worlds are colliding tonight as well, and that's an added interest as well. So in regards to your question of like, so yeah, going for this fight, I think was a wise choice. In regards to what else should you look for? Well, there's only 3 other fights on the main cards. And the way that I would break it down is the first fight of Elijah Garcia against Kevin Salgado. That is a setup fight, basically, so that you walk away going, wow, Elijah Garcia at 19, an American, what a prospect, right? They want you to like be excited about him. He's 14-0, 19 years old. They're talking about him being a future world champion in the middleweight division. He wants to be a champ in the next few years. So he really is someone to keep an eye on. Tapology, 97% of people reckon that he gets the win tonight. He's a minus 1,500 favorite, right? So just like we're seeing here with Chikeshan, who is doing well in this fight, you know, Elijah Garcia is just there basically so that you watch that and you watch him and you go, he is someone to keep an eye on, right? So that's the purpose of the first fight. Next fight is amazing because it's a rematch. We have spoke about it, but Rosado won the 2021 knockout of the year, and the person that he knocked out was an overhand right. It was beautiful, right? If you get a chance to watch it, watch it. It's a lovely strike. Overhand right, just drops him. The person that he knocked out is his opponent tonight. It's a rematch of the 2021 knockout of the year fight. So this is Melikhazev taking on Rosado. Melikhazev is a minus 1,250 favorite. Rosado plus 700 underdog. It's the underdog that got the shock knockout. Melikhazev is 11-1. That one is that defeat. He's trying to avenge that defeat from 2021. So there's a lovely, when it comes to promoting fights, a story like that is just a gift from heaven, man. I mean, that is just an absolute, you couldn't ask for anything more. That is a lovely backstory for that fight. So that you don't need to know anything about boxing to understand what that's going to mean. You know, Rosado is going to want to prove that it wasn't a fluke. And Melikhazev is going to want to make sure he gets revenge. So, and there's always an opportunity for another beautiful knockout. It happened last time. It could happen again. So, yeah, that is definitely one to keep an eye on. I would say that's a fight to keep an eye on, the Melikhazev against Rosado fight. And then we get to the co-main. As we said, it's only 3 fights on the undercards. And the co-main is David Morrell Jr. against Falcao. Falcao is a last-minute replacement. He is someone that's got a good record, though, of 24-1, but he's outgunned. He doesn't have the power. He is going to get put away here. David Morrell is literally on the verge of fighting the likes of Benavidez, Canelo. David Morrell is someone that's not got the biggest of records, but they made a good point, actually, on the weigh-in show. They were like, the last time that a boxing event felt this big might have been like Mayweather-McGregor, right? They just threw that out there. There's been other big fights, of course, but they were like, Mayweather-McGregor comes to mind. Who was in the co-main event for Mayweather-McGregor? And the answer is Tank Davis, right? So think about how big Mayweather versus McGregor was. Who was in the co-main? It was Tank Davis. They wanted you to see Tank Davis, right? The reason that they're saying that is this is a massive fight tonight. The world is watching. Who's in the co-main event? David Morrell Jr. So David Morrell, they're setting him up. They want you to remember the name. They want you to see his fight. They want you to get excited. David Morrell is definitely someone that you need to keep an eye on tonight. But I expect it to be not one-sided, but I expect it to be a case that he is going to look really, really good, and he is going to have people's attention. And as we said, I expect people to be talking about him after the event. I expect him to look good. I think that Falcao is a decent fighter. He's a 2012 Olympic bronze medalist. As we said, he's got a record of 24-1, so he's no journeyman. But I just think he's outgunned here. He's 35. He's past. I'd say he's past his prime, but we know that fighters can still go at that age, of course. And but Morrell, 25. He's a good age. He's got 8 wins, 7 knockouts. He is looking for Benavidez. He's looking for Canelo. He wants to have those fights. It's for the WBA regular super middleweight title as well. So it's for an actual championship. So the championship's on the line. It's not one of the big belts, because those obviously are all held by Canelo. This is just that sort of level below, if you will. Just kind of like, here's a belt because we know that you can't get that one at the moment type situation. And so, but he wants those big names. He said he wants Benavidez. He says that he could beat Benavidez now. He's very confident. So, yeah, for me, that's the breakdown of the undercards. is they want you to see Elijah Garcia. You got a rematch of the 2021 Knockout of the Year match. Then they want you to walk away thinking about David Morrell. And then we get to Tank Davis against King Ryan Garcia. So it's a wonderful card. It's a great card. There's stuff that, I mean, what it lacks is like a really intriguing fight that's gonna have big repercussions, you know? I mean, if Morrell loses, then, you know, that would be significant. But I don't expect him to. There's the great battle between Rosado and Melikazev, but as we said, you know, maybe it's just lacking that kind of, yeah, if this person wins, they'll be the next number one contender type thing, you know? Maybe it could just do with that sort of a fight in there, but I think there's enough there for an undercard to grab people's attention and to satisfy people. And then, listen, if you're buying this event, you ain't buying it for the undercard anyway. You're buying it for Tank and Garcia. So that's what people are most interested in. So, yeah, I think it's good. Daz, shout out to you, bud. I hope you are well. Daz said, who do you think is next for AJ, Fury, or White? Who's next for AJ? Wilder is the rumor. So apparently they're working on the Wilder fight. And I think Eddie Hearn said that if they're in negotiations, if that does come off, there won't be a fight before, because that will be so much money and it will be such big stakes. They cannot run the risk of him, you know, a shock loss to someone or a injury, anything that could derail that planned December event. Because apparently it would just be the same night. As we said, it's mental. So in the same night, you would have Fury Usyk, and on the same card would be Joshua against Wilder. I mean, just mental. So that's what they're targeting. That's what they're looking at. And so Wilder is the name that they've got planned. Now, if he loses that, I don't know where he goes. I don't know where he goes. I mean, he could walk away, to be honest. If he loses that, I think he's so far away from the titles. I just don't know. I don't know what he does. I think he could walk. I think he might just think that he's had his time and it's someone else's time now. Because I think Joshua really believes that he's putting the work in, and that I think Joshua is very much of the belief you put the work in, you get the reward, right? And unfortunately, life just doesn't work that way sometimes. Sometimes life is a bit crueler than that. Like, you can put the work in. I've said, like, even about YouTube. So YouTube, for example, you could stream, right? You could stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you could get nowhere, right? How much more work can you do than that? Than streaming and being live 24 hours a day, every day, talking, playing a game, doing whatever. You could do that and you could end up getting nowhere, because unless you're like putting out good content and putting out relevant content, and more importantly, content that people are searching for and want to watch, you could play, I don't know, Sims or something, like an old PC game. You could play that 24 hours a day. You might get some passing interest, but probably not to the point where you're going to get anywhere. Certainly not everyone, because, you know, you've got to be engaging. You've got to keep people's attention. You've got to have good thumbnail. You've got to have relevant content. You've got to appear in people's searches. All this kind of stuff, right? So you can do that work and not get anywhere. And I think that's the same with boxing. You can do all this work, but, you know, we know that people have got limitations. We know that there's always going to be that person that's just that naturally a bit quicker, that naturally a bit more powerful, just got that little bit more technique about them, has maybe learned a little trick that you've not learned. And when it comes to boxing, it can be such fine margins. You're talking about such fine margins at times that it can be a cruel sport, as can most sports can be cruel. And I just think that Joshua thinks that if he puts in like this work, he will get the rewards. And as we said, you know, it doesn't always work that way. And I think he's struggled with that, because I think that is the case as you're coming through the ranks. If you're someone like Joshua and you put in that work, and you're facing lower level people that maybe aren't matching that work and maybe don't have your ability, then you do rise through the ranks. I think he's got to the point now where there are people that are just naturally that bit better than what he is and than what he can train himself to be. You know, I mean, like, I could train for 2 years. I ain't beating the heavyweight champion of the world, am I? So I think it's a case that, you know, he's kind of getting to a very frustrating point in his career. I feel sorry for Joshua because I think that he is putting the work in. I think he really tries. I think he really does want to be the guy in this generation. I think boxing means a lot to him. Boxing has saved him. You know, he was getting in trouble a lot as a kid. And, you know, it's the same story, innit? You hear it all the time about how boxing was an escape for people. It was a savior for people. And that was the case for Joshua. And I think that he is at the point where he's progressed, got to a level, and he's just now getting caught too many times. You know, I mean, he got caught out by Ruiz. He had to change his game plan. He got his belts back. And then he's come up against Usyk. I mean, there's no shame in losing to Usyk. But he's faced him a couple of times and he just couldn't work it out. He couldn't find a way of beating him. He just couldn't do it. And honestly, now, who thinks that he would beat Fury? I mean, honestly, if it was going to be Fury Joshua now, the odds would be like, I don't know, minus 500, something like that for Fury. Maybe even bigger, minus 800 for Fury. He wouldn't just be favorite. He would be firm favorite against Joshua, and I'd expect Fury to win that fight now. And then, honestly, Wilder, I can see Wilder putting Joshua away now. I could see Wilder cracking Joshua with a shot because I don't think Joshua's good enough to evade those big shots. We know that he does get hit and clipped, and if you're going to get hit and clipped by Deontay Wilder, you're going to go down. So I think Joshua's done against Wilder. I think Wilder wins. I think if he fought Fury, he would lose. He's lost to Usyk. We know that he got lost to Andy Ruiz Jr. And I feel for him. So if he does lose to Wilder, it'll be interesting to know if he does walk away, if he does call time on his career, because I don't know. I don't know where he goes, Shamir. I really don't. If he loses, I don't know where he goes. The journey back to the title would be so long. And honestly, if he loses to Wilder, are people still going to be calling for him and Fury? There will be some. But I think the more Joshua loses, the less intriguing that fight becomes. I mean, I would say if you do Fury Joshua now, it's less intriguing now that he's lost twice to Usyk. Because you go back a little while ago, even after the Andy Ruiz fight, right? Everyone can have a slip up. So he had a slip up. He won the rematch. But now that he's lost twice to Usyk, it doesn't have the same appeal. You know, it's still big, still massive. It would still do massive numbers, but it's not as big. And the appeal isn't as great as before the Usyk fights. Because back then you had the belts, all the belts. That was a big thing. Like, unifying all the belts. You know, there was a point where Joshua had, I think, 3 of them and Fury had 1. And so, yeah, we were looking at unifying that heavyweight division. That was a big factor. And then also the fact that both guys were largely undefeated. Joshua just having that slip up, which he had avenged. So, you know, it felt like they were at that point, the 2 best heavyweights in the world. And there was an argument, how would Wilder do against Joshua? Definitely, you know, Wilder was in the mix, but Fury had dealt with Wilder and got himself to that level, and that was the time to make the fight. I feel like potentially we've missed that window now. And if Joshua now loses to Wilder, I mean, you know, the intrigue in that fight will drop even further. So, don't know. It's December. If it does come off, it'll be absolutely massive for Joshua. That Joshua Wilder fight will be huge because, I mean, if Wilder loses, where does he go? He's lost to Fury. if he loses to Joshua, you've got to think that he is, a little bit away from the titles as well. Would he walk off? Would he walk away? I have no idea. He's already retired once, hasn't he, Wilder? So if he was to lose to Joshua, would that be a sign this is it? I mean, it's such a big fight for both of them. Joshua Wilder makes so much sense. Both of them need the win. We've got all the way through to the end of the... So late stoppage there for Chikagian. So as we said, that was our final fight of this early prelims. So Chikagian picking up a stoppage and picking up the win. Seemed like that was much harder work for him than I thought it was going to be. I really thought that was just going to be like a showcase fight, but it went the way that was expected. He was a minus 3,000 favorite. So for that to be like such a late stoppage, I think is quite a surprise. But as we said, that's not why people are going to be tuning in anyway. People aren't necessarily tuning in for Chikagian. We'll be going over to the main card in about 26 minutes. Right. So Daz, shout out to you, but I hope that's... we were just kind of getting a bit sidetracked there by the heavyweight division, but, why not? It's fun to jump all over the place a bit. Report, Trinity Naomi has dropped her trademark for Trinity Star. That's interesting. Joshua went 12 rounds with some random said chef. That's the word I'm looking for. Spicy rice. Wilder would knock him out inside 3, said 20 Twan. I agree. Yeah, I think Wilder has got Joshua's number. Which, it's a shame, but it happens. And listen, maybe he always had his number, I think Joshua was a good heavyweight. I think that, he was... I mean, in all fairness, we got to say, outside of Wilder and Fury, I think he was the best. I think he was the best. Now, he managed to avoid both of those. And... I think it's a case that he was not getting easy fights. That's not fair, but he was definitely he was not on a collision course with Fury. That fight has been made and cancelled a few times, and it's hard to know who to blame. But I know that a lot of fingers have been pointed at Joshua. Although I must say, in recent times, it's felt like a few more fingers have been pointed at Fury for not getting certain fights made. Just want to have a look at Joshua's records. Joseph Parker, Takam. So when he beat Klitschko, which was the fight that really put him on the map in 2017. He went on to face Takam, Parker, Povetkin. Then he tried to face Miller, but that fell through, and that's when Ruiz stepped in as a late replacement, and he ended up losing. So then he beat Ruiz Jr. Then he beat Pulev. I mean, these are good names, but they're not like mind-blowing names, They're the kind of names that you would fancy AJ against. He's faced Dillian White. He's already beaten Dillian White. I mean, you could do the rematch there, but I think AJ would get the better of Dillian White. But yeah, Takam, Parker, Povetkin. He tried to face Miller, ended up facing Ruiz Jr., lost to Ruiz Jr., but did win the rematch. Then he beat Pulev. And then, we saw him get a laboured win recently against Franklin. That was earlier this month. And then, obviously, those 2 losses to Usyk. So, yeah, that'd be a big fight, man. Absolutely huge fight if that one against Wilder does come through. And we'll definitely be looking to cover that on the channel. Let's try and refocus, shall we? Back on this division and back on this fight. If you are just joining us, and I can see that people are joining us all the time, We have got a big fight tonight. Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, in the chat, and make sure that you keep voting because we've got to sort this. We're at 1,500 votes, right? We've had 1,500 votes. It is still 50-50. So Tank 50%, King Ryan 50%. So 50-50. So after everything we've said, everything we've been talking about, people still cannot split this, right? This is a 50-50 fight, according to you lot. 50-50, and we've had over 1,500 votes. As I said, going with Tank tonight. I think the odds are probably fair. I think that Tank at -270 makes sense. I think Ryan Garcia at +180 makes sense. Tank is that little bit older. I think he's a bit more vicious. I think he's got a bit more of an edge. I think that he is a bit more ferocious. I think that technical-wise, there's not loads between them. I mean, what Garcia has got is he's got the hand speed. He's got the output. I mean, if this goes 12 rounds, I think it's Garcia. If it goes 12 rounds, I think it's Garcia because I expect Garcia to outstrike Tank pretty much every round that they're in. The reason why Tank looks so appealing is because of the fact that he's got that ability to turn up the pressure in rounds 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those rounds are going to be key. I expect Garcia to win rounds 1, 2, 3. Round 3 or 4 actually is where I could see Tank starting to come through. And, you know, those middle rounds, 4, 5, 6 maybe, they're going to be fascinating. They're going to be real 50-50 battles. And then I see it being Tank around 7, 8, 9. But I think by the time we actually get to the judges' scorecards, if we get to the judges' scorecards, if you've got a Ryan Garcia ticket, I think you can feel the happier. I think you can feel the more confident. It's just, can we get there? Can we get to the judges? Because Tank in full ferocious, vicious form that's a storm that's going to be very, very hard to weather. That's going to be very, very hard for Garcia to survive. Could he survive it? Well, seemingly 50% of you think that either he can or it won't even get that far. And maybe he does enough in the early stages because we know Tank is a slow starter. So maybe people are thinking that the work will be done in the early stages. Tank won't be able to get going. And Garcia lands one of those beautiful hook shots, which, as we've said throughout tonight, that is going to be key because if Garcia throws that right jab and jabs out, Tank defends by covering, but leaving this side open. He will bring his hand up to block that shot, but what he does is he leaves this open. If you feint with the jab but throw the hook, there should be success for Garcia there. Tank, I do think, will be aware of that, and I think will have made adjustments for that. But we have seen that fight after fight after fight after fight for Tank. That opening is there. The ability for that hook shot to land is there. And to be honest, even if he feints up top but throws the hook to the body, Garcia, that should be an opening that's there for him as well. So this is why it's tricky because I am going with Tank. I do think Tank's going to do it. Not sitting on the fence on this one. I do think it's close, though, and I can absolutely see the openings for Garcia. I can absolutely see where he can get some joy. And the other thing as well is that he's got that slight reach advantage, which is going to allow him to work on the outside and work from distance. So that means that he can use his jab, which, to be honest, he doesn't use enough. Garcia has got to turn up his jab usage. He does put his hands out there, but it's more of a rangefinder. It's not really like a jab. It more just kind of measures the distance. so that he knows where he is and he knows that Tank is outside of the pocket. And so basically he's just doing it for that purpose rather than just jab, jab, jab. I'd like to see him use his jab, actually. I'd be really interested to see what the game plan is for this fight. I think Ryan should come out quite aggressive in the early rounds because we know it takes Tank a bit of time to get going. Can't afford to get caught with anything, though, so don't go rushing in. But basically, get in there, do your work with a bit of confidence, make sure you're not getting caught, keep a bit of distance. He never does anything in the pocket anyway, so getting in close and doing some work, you don't really expect that from Garcia. But just stay at range. Try and work your jab more than you have been, right? Work your jab a bit more. Try and land that hook shot, right? Feint the jab. Have a look and see how Tank responds. He may have made the adjustments needed, but see how he responds. Even if he does kind of protect his head from that hook shot, is he leaving the body exposed? Can you feint upstairs, go downstairs? What other openings are there? But really get to work quick. He should bank round 1, 2, maybe 3. And then, as we said, he's got to know that storm is coming as we get into like the later rounds. So, has he worked on his movement? This is where I worry for Ryan, because I just think that when Tank starts putting that pressure on, Ryan doesn't have that side-to-side movement. He doesn't have that ability to get away from danger by moving out to the sides. He just goes back and forth, and it's so easy to read, and it's so predictable, and you can set traps for it, and you can back him into a corner, and then he's got nowhere to go. He just doesn't have that nice, natural, lateral movement. We just haven't been seeing that. But because he's so young, I mean, he's what, 24? I have no idea what he's been working on. I have no idea what the game plan that he's going to have for this fight is. And, there's absolutely things that he could be working on here. There's absolutely things that he could have tweaked. I know that Tank's got a game plan. They're very confident that he knows what he needs to go in there and do. And I'm sure the same can be said for Garcia. And that's just another element to this fight that I think makes things quite intriguing. Tank, as we said, very good on the inside. He's got a lovely little uppercut as well. Very good when he does manage to get in there. The only problem he's got is that, not the only problem, he's got a few problems. That defense, as we said, is a problem. But the other thing as well is because of his size, he has to lunge in when he's trying to land. So if you are on the outside, Tank sometimes, not always, sometimes he'll work his way in, but sometimes he will lunge in with his shots. I mean, lunging in is just not a good technique because your base at times is destabilized. So you don't have good footing. And so, and it takes you just those few seconds, just those few moments to get back to a good base. Whilst you're in the process of doing that, you are given an opportunity to your opponent. So there's going to be little pockets of opportunity for Ryan Garcia all throughout this fight. And I am so interested to see how Ryan Garcia takes those opportunities. How does he capitalize on those opportunities? They'll be there. How does he take them? What does he do with them? Is he going to maximize them? Is he going to cause the damage necessary? So hard to picture him knocking out Tank. I just find that so hard to envisage. I just wonder if he can do enough, win the rounds. Maybe he loses those rounds 7, 8, 9, but doesn't get put away and gets to the judges and wins it by decision. Like, that could happen. That could happen. I'm interested. I want to know. I've told you quite a few times what I see and how I see it. How do you see it? What do you see happening? What do you think we're going to get tonight? Because we are 12 minutes away from the main cards. And as we said, the main card's only got 4 fights. It's not like a big stacked main card. 3 undercard fights. Once we're done with those, we go to Tank Davis Ryan Garcia. Nate Diaz choked a man out in a street, undefeated, unchallenged, said Tim. I did see that footage. Yeah. It's mental, innit? I mean, it's just mental to me. That we've got people just... I mean, you see street fights and stuff all the time. I don't even know what this guy did, because he seemed to be... He wasn't, like... He didn't seem to be threatening Nate. Did you see the footage? This guy, I mean, seemed to be like... I don't know if he was even trying to calm it down, but he seemed to be, like, trying to talk to Nate. Like, there was no getting in his face or anything along those lines. Nate just grabbed him, put him in a guillotine, choked him out. The guy didn't even really put up much of a fight. Do you know, I mean, this is going to sound completely wrong, but not wrong in the sense of, oh, you shouldn't say that, but wrong in the sense of, I can't believe you would even think that. Part of me were like, is that a setup? Is that a setup? Because the dude even looked like Logan, right? And there was plenty of people on social media that were going, I can't believe it, Nate's just choked out Logan, right? Of course it wasn't Logan, but the dude looked like Logan. And we know that Nate and Jake are on a collision course. And we know that Jake has just done a publicity thing with Floyd Mayweather, right? Which went viral. That went everywhere. And now all of a sudden, Nate's choking out people that look like Logan Paul in the streets. And this dude's just didn't even put up a fight. I don't understand. He didn't even seemingly like push Nate away or anything. Like he just grabbed his head, choked him out. So I was looking at it. I was like, is that, I don't know. Is this another publicity stunt? Are we just it's got to the point now where I'm just really struggling to believe anything I'm seeing on social media. Because like, people are just putting stuff out just to hype things up, you know? Just to talk about Nate. I mean, listen, if he gets in legit trouble for it, then maybe it was real. But yeah, there was lots of people saying, like, I saw lots of posts going, oh, I can't believe it's just choked out Logan. Of course, they knew it wasn't, but it's all about getting likes in it. It's the world we live in. It's about likes, it's about views, it's about engagement. And man, if it comes out that that's, you know, an idea that he had to try and get people talking, to, like, you know, choke out someone that he, you know, a mate of his or someone he hired, some Logan lookalike. I don't know that I would be that shocked. I don't think I'd be that shocked if it turned out that's what had happened. It's not really a Nate Diaz type thing to do, though. That's the only reason why I would say it's probably not. Nate Diaz just seems a bit too legit for that. That seems the kind of thing that Jake would do. That's the kind of thing Logan would do. I don't know that it's the kind of thing Floyd clearly would do as well. I don't think Nate plays them games, to be honest. So that's the reason why I'm like, don't think it's that, if I'm going to be complete. I don't think it's that, but it did cross my mind. It did cross my mind as I was watching it. I was like, man, if they just like, you know, trying to hype up that fight, it's just interesting that Jake's his next opponent. Finley said, I think the ref is going to get taken out and the Usos are going to deliver a 1D to Ryan Garcia, and Solo will give him a Samoan spike. Jack said, I see that too, and still looking at research. Zoom in, no arms around him or the neck at all to do that, says Jax. Have you seen his neck and head after, though, said Lays. No, I haven't, actually. I've only seen the one clip, which I think cuts off when the guy goes down and then Nate walks away. So, no, I haven't. If there is extra footage and he's like, his neck's in a bad way and whatever, then yeah, okay. As I said, it crossed my mind. I'm certainly not like someone's going to sit here and just say, no, it's definitely fake. You can tell it was fake. But I was watching it going, why is this dude not fighting? Like, why is the dude was like, here's my neck. And just, it didn't, if you're in any kind of argument with Nate Diaz in the street, I mean, you leave that argument, don't you? I mean, I know that we live in a macho world where everyone's like, you got to be seen to be tough, right? But like, this is like Nate Diaz, like a trained MMA fighter. I mean, I respect the, well, you know, I'll give it a go kind of mentality, but I don't know. I think part of me would be like, do you know what? Pick your fights, yeah? Pick your fights wisely. If you are going to get into a street brawl, just one of my top tips. It's honestly one of the life kind of lessons that I live by. Don't pick a fight with a trained UFC fighter in the street. It's just real simple, innit? But then, like, so not only did he not run, I think perhaps he thought that he could diffuse the situation or something by talking to Nate. I have no idea. I have no idea what this guy was thinking. I'm glad he got choked out because he didn't leave the situation and he didn't seem to defend himself. And it was got to the point where I thought he was planted there. It was just so strange. So, yeah, hopefully he's, thinking about things today. Hopefully he's all right. I don't want anything serious, but hopefully it's, he's taught him a lesson. At first, Nate uses Paul's own arm, but zoom in and still can't figure it out. Craig said, why aren't you watching UFC? Because this is one of the biggest fights of the year. That's why. And I don't think the UFC card is that great this weekend, to be honest. So we always try to do UFC. UFC is obviously a passion, a love. And we've got a great UFC community. But yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to these big fights, the eyes of the world are on this tonight. Uncle Dana will have money on this. It wouldn't surprise me if they cut to Uncle Dana and he's watching this rather than what's going on in the octagon. We've seen that before. Do you remember when it was Canelo Bivol and Dana was sat at octagon side watching that match whilst UFC action was even the guy that runs UFC watches boxing over his own product. So I think we're in the clear. To be fair, would you fight back to Nate Diaz? No, but I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't be there. If Diaz started going, are you looking at something, right? I wouldn't even respond. I would have run away about 20 minutes before. If I heard Nate Diaz was on the same street that I'm on, I've gone, right? I mean, he's not. I don't think it's unfair to say that he's a sandwich short of a picnic, I don't think, at the best of times, we're playing with a full deck of cards. So the idea that, absolute killer like Nate Diaz, who tends to act first and then think afterwards, is, on the street and, looking for trouble seemingly, or at least troubles around whilst he's there. And you're under the impression that you're going to be able to, talk to him and calm him down or whatever this guy was trying to do. Mate, I think we've all learnt a lesson then, haven't we? If people think that was a good tactic, I think we've all learnt a lesson. Alfie, shout on to you, said, I'm pretty exhausted. It's been a long day. Well, sit back, relax, because we are 4 minutes from the main cards. Days, what is your thoughts on Fury fighting Andy Ruiz? I don't have any. I think that they're trying to get the Fury Usyk fight done for December. I think that anything other than Fury Usyk is disappointing. I think that that's the fight to make. I think that is the Fury Joshua fight of now. I think boxing needs to bring the belts together. They've got to find a way of having undisputed, unified champions. It's just what people want now. People don't want one champ fighting over here and one champ fighting over there, and people want the big fights for all the golds, high stakes. And I think, part of that might have been because of UFC, who they don't have multiple belts. They only have one heavyweight title, one middleweight title, one welterweight title. And they also do a much better job of giving people the big matches that they want, So, in that lightweight division, we've seen Poirier versus Khabib. We've seen McGregor versus Khabib. We've seen Gaethje Khabib. We've seen Poirier Gaethje. We've seen Oliveira against Poirier, Oliveira against Gaethje. We've had all these different combinations in that division. We've seen Leon Edwards Usman. Burns Usman, Masvidal Usman, Burns Masvidal recently, of course. We've had the two best women's fighters face each other twice in Shevchenko and Amanda Nunes. They faced each other a couple of times in the UFC. We had Jones Cormier. We had Stipe Cormier. Yeah, there's some fights that slip through the cracks, of course. But we have, by and large, been getting the fights that people have wanted. And I think that boxing, it's just there's too many times where those big fights just don't come through. They don't come off. And it leaves people frustrated. And I mean, listen, rather than getting Fury Joshua, we end up getting Fury versus Dillian White, right? Or Fury against Chisora. We get Joshua versus Franklin. I mean, these are just, they're fights that people will tune in because, well, they like those fighters, but not the masses, not the casuals, only people that like those fighters. If you want the casuals, you've got to make fights like tonight. This has got casual attention tonight, and this is where boxing needs to go. So for me, Fury Ruiz, it's not a big fight. Ruiz is a good fighter, showed that he has got skills, shows that he deserves to be in the conversation, but he's not in that kind of top 4 at the moment. I don't even know if he's in the top 5 or 6 because, I think Joshua obviously beat him. I know that he beat Joshua as well, but Joshua comprehensively got the belts back. I think Fury would beat him anyway. I think Usyk Ruiz would be interesting, but I think Usyk, is just looking so good. I mean, he is such a great fighter. But Ruiz has got a size to him, which, could be interesting, but he's a bit, I don't know. That would be interesting. That'd be a fight. I would expect Usyk to get the win there, of course, but Ruiz could be an interesting challenge. But yeah, Fury Ruiz is, let's just put it this way. It's a perfectly acceptable fight, but there's others that I would prefer to see before it. Let's put it that way. When does it start? Main fight is going to be starting in around about 3 hours time. About 3 hours time. We've got a little bit of time to wait. We are going over to the event, which should be starting very, very soon. It says we are facing unexpected issue at the moment. So they said they're working on it, which is not a great sign on DAZN. So we'll keep an eye on that. But at the moment we are done with the early prelims and we're about to go over to the event. Wasn't Fury AJ spoiled for Fury Wilder 3 match? Yes. That was one reason, but that fight got made and cancelled several times. I mean, it wasn't just once that they tried to make it. There was a few times that they tried to make that fight and just couldn't get it over the line. And lots of different reasons, but one of them, the match was there. I mean, it was announced, it was happening, and then Wilder said that he wanted his rematch. Basically, Wilder came in and said that he is enforcing his rematch. He wants it now. I think he threatened to sue for 20 million or something. I think they tried to pay him a good chunk of money to step aside, and he wouldn't do it. So I hate Wilder for that because he definitely took away one of the biggest fights. Yeah, I think he cost us the biggest British fight we would ever have seen up until that point. It's been some massive British fights, but wow, to see Fury Joshua at that time as well, where all the belts would be involved. But look, Wilder wanted to be in the mix, didn't he? He didn't want to see other people go and have fights for being the undisputed champion. He wanted to make sure he was in that conversation, and so he wouldn't take the money. He wouldn't step aside. I don't blame him for it. I understand. We've never seen a champion at heavyweights have all 4 belts. We've never seen someone have all 4. We've never had a unified champion in the 4 belt era. So whoever does it first is going to go into the history books. And so, of course, Wilder didn't want to make sure that he was outside of that conversation. So totally understands as to why he was not willing to do that and allow that fight to happen without him. But in retrospect, considering he then went on to lose to Fury for that third time, it would have been nice if we had have got that fight. We're over 2,000 votes now, says Tim. Yeah, votes coming in thick and fast. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Keep dropping likes as well. We haven't asked for any likes, actually. But if you are just joining us, big night of action. Lots of excitement tonight. And understandably so, as two of the best are going up against each other in this stacked division. 136 this, though, at a catchweight. So 136 weight is what we're competing at. And we've got a couple of undercard fights to get to. And the coverage looks like it is just starting a slight delay, as there seems to be a slight technical problem on DAZN. But looks like that is beginning now. But yeah, for those that haven't been watching, let's just quickly run through this undercard again. So Elijah Garcia, great prospect, 19 years old, America, undefeated, 14-0, lots of hype around him. 97% of people on Tapology think that he's going to win. His minus 1,500 favorites. So he is definitely someone to keep an eye on in this first fight. Then we go to Melikuziev taking on Rosado. That is a rematch from 2021 when they faced last time. It was a win for Rosado by knockout, which earned him knockout of the year by Ring Magazine. He got the knockout of the year last time these two faced each other. There's only one knockout of the year that's given out by Ring Magazine each year, so that tells you how impressive it was. And that Rosado got that for his knockout against Melikuziev. Then in co-main, we've got David Morrell Jr. taking on Falcao. This is a match really just to get you talking about David Morrell Jr. They really want you to see this guy. They really want you to be hyped for this guy. He is someone that's on the rise. He is 8-0, not the biggest of records, but his amateur record is amazing. It's 135-2. Made his debut in 2019. He's got 7 knockouts. He is heavy-handed. He's from Cuba. I believe he's moved over to America, and he works in America, trains in America, lives in America. And he's trying to earn enough money to bring his family over, be reunited with them again. And so, it's, 25 years old, definitely someone on the rise. He's getting to the point where he's looking at the likes of Benavidez, Canelo. He is the WBA regular super middleweight champion. That is a belt that is just below the big titles in that division, which I believe they're all held by Canelo. So he is very much knocking on the door for Canelo, for the other big names in that division, Benavidez in particular. So they want you to see David Morrell Jr. They want you to be hyped for David Morrell Jr. That is a showcase fight for him in the co-main. And then we get to our main event, Tank Davis against Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is very fast. He's going to have the reach advantage. He's got a beautiful left hook, incredible hand speeds. He is going to need to stay disciplined. If this does become a brawl, that will favor Tank. If this becomes scrappy, it will favor Tank. Ryan has got to make sure that does not happen. He's going to have to stay focused. He's going to have to stay disciplined. He's going to have to stick to the game plan. He is very fast. He's very powerful. He's got power in both hands, Ryan Garcia. He looks to bring that early storm. He does come out of the gates very quick, and that is not what you get from Tank Davis. Tank Davis, as we've said all night, a slow starter. He's got some nice counters, Ryan Garcia. He's got a lovely counter left hook. His left hook in general is very, very good. The other thing as well is that his counters tonight are going to be key, because of that reach advantage that he's got, there will be times where Tank is going to lunge and he's going to have to really overextend to try and land on Ryan. And in those opportunities, like those times where he is reaching in, there will be openings and opportunities for counter hooks, counter shots, little uppercuts, hooks, little whatever he can throw, basically. There will be countering opportunities for Ryan Garcia. Won a couple of fights last year. He's really confident. He really wanted this fight. This is one that he has been calling for. He's 24 years old. Very, very confident. This is, he's been calling for Tank after a lot of his fights. So even though Tank is ferocious, vicious, this is one that Ryan Garcia has been calling for a long, long time. And he can't afford to get caught. He is going to struggle a little bit with his footwork. As we've said, his side-to-side movement is not very good. In fact, it's close to non-existent at times. He just goes back and forth in straight lines. His lineal movement is kind of what he leans on. It hasn't been a problem so much up until now, but when Tank is putting the pressure on, I think that's when it could be a problem, because he is not going to have these nice, cute escapes. He is just going to be moving back on a straight line. And there's only so far you can move back till you're getting up against the ropes, getting into a corner. And if you've got someone like Tank putting the pressure on, that's going to be a concern. So that's definitely an area of concern if you are leaning to Ryan getting the win tonight. We've also got Garcia landing the left. We keep talking about this. When Tank defends the jab, he throws up his hand to block it, but he leaves that side exposed. That is the side that Garcia can chuck in a big hook shot on. So that is going to be a big, big problem for Tank if he hasn't made the adjustments required. The other thing that we like about Garcia is his body shots. His body shots, we saw him hit the liver of Campbell, and that's how the fight ended. Campbell got smacked in the liver, tried to continue, and then just took the knee out of nowhere, because it does take a few moments for the body to shut down, basically, after you hit the liver perfectly. The body then does start to go, oh, actually, I don't like that. And starts to shut down. Garcia has got power, has got accuracy, has got the ability to find that liver shot. If he lands it on Tank, Tank might have no option but to go down to one knee or whatever, and his body just might not allow him to continue, because you can't strengthen your liver. If you land that liver shot, it's such a devastating shot that it can shut people down. And we've seen Garcia do that. He has been dropped. It is worth saying he has been dropped, Garcia. So we know that you can land on him, you can rock him, but he did make the adjustments. The shot that landed, he has now found a way of ensuring that it doesn't land again. He's made the required adjustments. So fair play. I mean, he's only 24, so he's continuing to improve. Needs to maximize his early opportunities. He's going to start fast. He needs to maximize those early opportunities. Tank, as we said, not the quickest of starters. And he can be a bit repetitive in his attacks. Tank has said, you are very one-dimensional to Ryan Garcia. Basically saying you've got that hook shot and you operate from the outside, and that's about it. I know what you're going to do. And I know where your weaknesses are with your defense. And I'm going to exploit all of that. So, Tank's very confident that he knows how to beat Ryan. He's very confident that he knows of Ryan's limitations. And there are, you can be the biggest Ryan Garcia fan in the world. You can be rooting for your guy. I wish you all the best. I don't necessarily have a dog in this fight, but I am leaning towards Tank. But if Garcia wins, I'll be pleased for him. I don't have any ill will towards Garcia whatsoever. It's just, I've got to give my genuine opinion. My genuine opinion is, I think like many others, I'm just leaning towards Tank. And I think that the odds are probably about right. -270 for Tank and +180 for Ryan Garcia. There are limitations to Ryan's game, but, and this is a big but, he has got some wonderful skill, wonderful ability, and he has got a path to victory. He has definitely got more than a chance in this fight. More, he definitely has got a way of pulling out the victory here. It might have to go to the judges. He will outstrike Tank. His volume is so much better. He will outstrike him. So if we go to the judges, I would much rather have a betting slip that says Garcia than a betting slip that says Tank, because I know that Garcia is going to outvolume. I feel pretty good that he's going to win the early rounds as well. So he's just going to need to pick up some of those later rounds. He is going to have to weather that storm. The storm will come around 7, 8, 9. If he can get through that and get to the judges, then, as I said, I'd rather have a betting slip that says Garcia. This is what's so interesting, is that you can talk about the good things that Garcia does. You can point out some of the concerns that we've got about Garcia. You can do the same with Tank. I mean, Tank starts slow. Tank is, as we said, going to present openings. That hook shot should be there, whether it's to the head or it could be to the body, but there is going to be openings for Garcia tonight. There is going to be a way for him to land and land often. And we know that he's got power. We know that he's got the ability to rock people. I think what I struggle seeing is like Garcia getting an early stoppage. I can't see that. I'm struggling to see that. I'm struggling to see him get an early stoppage. I'm struggling to see him get a stoppage full stop, because I think in the early rounds, Tank is going to be slow. He will get outstruck, but I can't see much of too much significance landing. I can see the odd hook shot, the odd thing where you go, oof, that was a bit heavier than I thought in these early rounds, or something like that. And then I think once we start getting to the round 7, 8, 9, I think Tank will look better. I think there's a golden opportunity for Tank to find a finish at that point. If Garcia weathers that, if he gets through that, I think rounds like 11 and 12 are going to be so interesting. Rounds 11 and 12, they're going to be very, very interesting, because at that point, at what point, we don't really see Tank panic, to be honest. It's not really something that we ever see, because I think he just feels comfortable in his game plan, comfortable in his abilities. But what will happen if he gets to like round 10 and Garcia is still in there, and he'll surely have lost the early rounds. So, he might not know where he is on a scorecard. He's more than likely going to be behind. And, he's not been able to find a finish. He's not been able to get him out there yet. And we're in round 11, round 12. Like, at that point, I'll be interested to see how Tank responds to that. So, again, this is what makes it so interesting, is there's so much to like dissect and get your teeth into. I mean, any of those points we just spoke about, we could go into a little bit further, but we do actually have our first fight of the main card coming up and starting. They get into this quite quickly. So we have been live for a couple of hours, and we did kind of just keep an eye on those first two fights, both going the way that they were meant to go, or the odds said they would go. Malnecki Jr. Winning, and Takeshkin getting the win. This is Elijah Garcia against Salgado. Elijah Garcia is American, undefeated, great skill, great speed, great power, future world champion, wants to be a world champ within the next few years. That's his target. Undefeated, 14-0, 12 knockouts. Southpaw, hits hard. Taking on Salgado, Mexican. Mexicans are always tough. He is 14-1, 10 knockouts. Should be a good little fight. Garcia is minus 1,500 here, though. So we are expecting Elijah Garcia to pick up the victory. We'll keep an eye on this one. We'll keep an eye on it. I think this is one that feels a little bit like the prelim fights to me, in the sense of, I think this is just really a setup for Elijah Garcia. I think they want you to see this guy. I think they want you to get excited about this 19-year-old that's coming through. And you should as well. He's very good in the middleweight division. And I expect him to get the win. I think that he finds the finish as well. So if you want to see a potential future world champion, then Elijah Garcia is about to get underway very, very soon. As we said, we'll keep an eye on it. I can see the chat going crazy. We're nearly at 4,500 votes. Alfie, shout out to you, buds. He's hyped, and so he should be. Hope everyone's hyped. I can see that we're at 4,500 votes. 51% of people are now going with Tank. So Tank is just getting that slight lead, that slight edge at the moment. 51% for Tank, 49% for Ryan Garcia. I can tell you that we did a poll on the channel, and that came through as being, I think it was like 59% for Ryan Garcia, and 41% for Tank. Over on Tapology, 71% of people think that it's Tank, and 29% think it's Garcia. So, you know, we're just getting these different numbers everywhere. Everything is so close. Pretty much throughout the whole of this stream, it's been 50-50. We are just seeing maybe the Tank votes just starting to come in, but there's plenty of people around that think that Ryan's going to get this done tonight. There's plenty of people that think that Ryan Garcia has got this sorted. So I'm looking forward to this. Can you update them on fight times? Don't know when there's fight times, when the fights are happening, to be honest. I think they said that the main event ring walk will be around about 11 Eastern. So I think we're looking at about 2.5 hours-ish, which is obviously a bit of time, but we've already been live for quite a bit anyway. So yeah, we're up and running, and we've got 3 fights, including this one, and then we get to the main event. So, and some of these, as I said, they're set-up fights. Some of these are set-up fights, so I don't expect these to be around very long. At the moment, we are underway now with Garcia and Salgado. Salgado in black, Garcia in green, and as we said, this is a fight that Garcia is a heavy favorite in, and they want you to take a look at him and be impressed by what you see. So I do expect Garcia, the guy in green, to pick up the victory and find the finish at some point. 19 years old, 97% of people on Tapology have got Garcia winning this one. Blizzard said, when does the fight start? Main event fight will be at 4 a.m. UK time. Where to watch? Well, what I've got to say, it's on, I believe, Showtime pay-per-view. I don't know if you can VPN over to the UK, but here in the UK, if you've got DAZN, there is no pay-per-view price. It's $9.99 subscription. So you do have to still pay for it, of course. But, I mean, $9.99 compared to... I have no idea how much this pay-per-view is in America. But no pay-per-view price here in the UK. I must say, we're very good with pay-per-views over here. I think partly it's because right now it's 1:20 in the morning. So here in the UK, you know, if you want to watch this fight, you're really going out of your way. Like, this intimate that you're like, oh, should we put it on? Do you fancy it? Like, if you want to watch this, you've stayed up for it. So right now it's 1:20 in the morning. By the time the actual fight starts, it'll be 4:00 in the morning. So as I said, this is one that people have had to go out of their way for. Hence why if you then put an extra barrier on top of that of charging like a really high pay-per-view price, I think then you might find that your viewing figures drop even further than they probably are anyway. I would imagine. I have no idea how many people will stay up to watch this in the UK. It's an interesting one because, you know, there's no UK fighters involved, but that doesn't really matter because obviously we're talking about 2 of the best fighters in the world in this division, certainly. One of the biggest fights in boxing. I think if you're just a fan of boxing, then you're watching this fight. I mean, this is one of those fights where all the boxing fans are going to turn out for it, but also this is one that grabs the casuals. This is because of the popularity of both fighters. I feel like Tank has broken through and actually grabbed mainstream attention, even though he maybe doesn't, I actually don't know his following, but I don't believe it to be as great as Ryan's. You know, Ryan's, 9 million on Instagram or something? I mean, his following is just insane. He's one of the biggest kind of social media stars out there, full stop. I don't think Tank's quite that level, but Tank has still managed to, build up quite the following. I think people just love his fights. He is so entertaining. I know that it can be frustrating. I mean, he's got one of the lowest outputs in boxing. So you would imagine that would count against him, because why do people want to tune into someone that's got such low output? But the truth is that it makes for such interesting fights, because you know that the opponent is going to look good in the early stages. And then you know that Tank is going to start coming through in the later rounds. And so you're watching and waiting for Tank to get going, basically. And, has someone got the ability to cause him big problems early? And again, that's why Garcia is so interesting, because he has got the ability to cause those big problems early. And so it's going to be interesting to see, can he do that? You know, these first few rounds are going to be so important for Garcia. Not so much for Tank, but for Garcia. Garcia has got it all to do in these first few rounds, in my opinion, because I think that in order for him to win this fight, yes, he's got to win these early rounds, but I think he's got to do some real damage as well. I think he's got to land something significant. I think he's really got to give Tank something to think about. Because the thing is, if Tank gets rocked with something and, then later in the fight he starts to come forwards, if you can then throw that shot, or even just feint that you're going to throw that shot, just to give Tank that, I don't want to get hit with that again. If you can plant that, get that in his head, maybe you can just dilute some of that comeback later in the fight. And if you can dilute it and survive that and get to the judges, as I've said, if you get to the judges, I'd much rather my ticket say Garcia than Tank Davis. So, yeah, really, I'm really interested in, obviously, this fight, of course. But I'm really interested in your thoughts as well. Fire in your thoughts. Let me know. What are you seeing? Which way do you think it's going to? And, is there anything you think that we need to be discussing? Anything we've discussed that you think we need to highlight that maybe we haven't been highlighting? Is there an X factor that you think that we need to be addressing? Right now, I can tell you we're in round 2 in this one, by the way, this first early fight. And at the moment, Garcia looking all right. Looking pretty good, actually. He's driving Salgado back, but Salgado covering up as that's a lovely left hand straight down the middle. But a couple of shots coming back here by Salgado. Garcia in a little bit more of a scrap here than maybe he thought he would be. But at the moment, giving a good account of himself. Has the race started? The fight will start in about 2.5 hours-ish. Gervonta is going to win, said Jordan. Let's go Garcia, said Single Pringle. Streaming on YouTube, said J499. Pricey said, the fact that Ryan is drop dead gorgeous also helps him on Instagram. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a good-looking guy, but and that's, helped build up his following on Instagram, as you said. But I mean, you're doing him disrespect if you was to make out that's all he's got. I mean, this guy is a fighter, man. His hand speed is so impressive. His firepower as well. I mean, he does genuinely have power in both hands as well. So it's not just like a big left hand that he's got, big left hook. He carries power in that right hand as well. He is a very, very skillful fighter. And someone that's beaten some good names as well. That win over Campbell, as we said, Campbell winning a gold medal at the Olympics. You're talking about some serious talent that he's beaten at the age of 24. But I don't think it's unfair to say that this is his toughest test to date. But as we said earlier, this is a fight that he has called for so many times. This is a fight that he wants. And I always think that's such a great sign certainly for someone so young, so confident in his abilities that he's watched Tank. He's heard the hype about Tank. He's worked with his team. He's got a game plan. He feels comfortable that he knows what he needs to go in there and do. He feels like he's got the skills to do it. You know, it'd be different if this was a fight that was, you know, say he was champ and this was his challenger and it was mandatory and he had to take it. You know, maybe we would have a bit more doubt about Garcia because he is coming in as underdog. He is a plus 180 underdog. Not that that really means anything. You know, these are quite close odds actually in the world of boxing. Minus 270 for Tank, plus 180 for Ryan. In UFC, that would be seen as being, you know, a fairly decent kind of underdog. But in boxing, no, that's actually relatively close. You know, as we said, our co-main event tonight is minus 2,000 for David Morrell Jr. Falcao is plus 900, whereas Davis is only minus 270. And actually, I think those odds might have got a little closer as well. There's probably been a bit of money that's coming on Garcia. I was listening and watching Teddy Atlas's breakdown of this fight, and he said that he was going to put some money on Garcia. He says it's close. He says that he likes both fighters. He likes Garcia in particular. He likes him as a person. And he said, basically he said, I'm going to go with Ryan because he's the underdog. Simple as that. You know, it's a close fight. It's a 50-50 fight. And where you've got a fight like that, go with the underdog, go with the dog. And it does make a lot of sense to take that approach. So, yeah, we are up and running. We are underway with our first fight of this main card. Garcia in there. This is potentially 10 rounds. And we are in round number 3 at the moment. Wrestle with Andy said, are you excited for Yadong to perform next week? I'm always excited when it's time for Yadong to perform, Wrestle with Andy. But yeah, I'm grateful because it was meant to be this week. And obviously we can't do the show this week. So I always like to watch Yadong. But I would have missed it. I really would have missed Yadong. But we get to enjoy Yadong next week on our UFC stream. 50k on Ryan says the real big goats. The fight has ended. What, this first one? I've still got it going at the moment. In fact, we're just done with round number 3 and we're going to go to round number 4 very soon. How many fights before the main fight, says Pavel? There's 3 fights before the main fight, including this one. So we've got a great rematch coming up next of Melikaziev taking on Rosado. Then we've got David Morrell Jr. taking on Falcao. And then we get to our main event. So as we keep saying, main event's probably going to be around about 2.5 hours time. Yeah, I'm fully aware that's the one that everyone's interested in. That's the one that everyone's licking their lips at. But it's going to be around about 2.5 hours till we get to that main event fight. Even if these fights end early, I can't see them starting that main event one earlier because that's the scheduled ring walk time. That'll be the time that they've got planned. You know, if all these fights end with first round knockouts, then maybe they could, you know, end up coming out like 15 minutes earlier than planned or whatever. But by and large, they'll just fill the time with punditry, just kind of going over a lot of the stuff that we've already been talking about, to be honest. I feel like the conversation around this fight is a little repetitive in the sense of, you know, they keep talking a lot about how they're 2 young fighters in their prime, both undefeated, both kind of catering to slightly different audiences. It's a little bit of like worlds colliding. Talking about how long it took for this fight to get made. Talking about like what the repercussions could be. You know, that's kind of where the conversation tends to be. And as we said, you know, the winner of this very much, I don't think it's set in stone by any means, but the winner of this takes obviously a big step forwards. And so the winner of this has got to be looking at the winner of Devin Haney and Lomachenko I mean, Haney getting past Kambosis and then having to face Lomachenko and now potentially facing the winner of this. I mean, Devin Haney, if he can come through all of these challenges, I mean, he will go down as like one of the greats of all time because this division is so stacked that, you know, if Devin Haney can get past the likes of Tank, Garcia, Lomachenko, Shakur Stevenson, he's already got past Kambosis Jr. twice, of course. But I mean, there's so many great names in this division. It's so stacked. And Devin Haney, it's all there for Devin Haney to lose, basically. Devin Haney against either of these fighters would be interesting because Devin Haney is so calm, cool. He has such a great game plan. He always seems to be in control. And I would love to see Haney against Tank. I would love to see that fight. Love to see that fight because Devin Haney is just like a metronome who just constantly does what he needs to do, just keeps on ticking by, keeps on throwing out those jabs, just keeps working, just output, very consistent. You don't tend to find him having like better ninth rounds compared to third rounds. He just goes in and does his work and he's just very consistent with it. He's just like a Swiss watch, just like so technical, so highly skilled, so consistent. He is, maybe not the most exciting fighter to watch in the world, but he is one of the most effective. And so to watch him in action against someone like Tank, who is the complete opposite to that, would be really interesting. Really interesting. Him against Garcia as well. I mean, I feel like him and Garcia are maybe a little closer in fighting styles, but I would still love to see that fight. But listen, Devin Haney against Lomachenko, I mean, that is going to be so technical. That is just going to be like two chess masters going up against each other, right? It's going to be amazing fight on May 20th. And we are absolutely looking to do that fight. Obviously, all the belts on the line. Devin Haney is the undisputed champion in this division, taking on the former champ, the former pound-for-pound number one in Lomachenko. So Loma against Devin Haney. We're about 4 weeks away from that fight. And that is another big fight that is coming up. Another big fight, two big names going up against each other. And that is what is so exciting about this division. You just can't avoid these names going up against each other because this division is so stacked. You can't avoid it. So, yeah, really exciting. Really, really exciting. Loving boxing at the moment. I think there's some great stuff. I mean, we were so close to Crawford Spence. So close to getting that fight, and then obviously that ended up falling through. Don't know where we're going to get with that. I haven't heard the latest, to be honest. That's maybe the biggest fight you could make. I don't know though. I feel like this is right up there. I really feel like this is one of the big fights you can make as well. But Crawford Spence, that is going to be one that hopefully does come through. And then we spoke earlier about Fury and Usyk getting made in December on the same cards as Joshua Wilder, which in Saudi, which would be absolutely monstrous if that does come through. So that's something else to keep our eyes peeled on. I don't want to ignore this fight too much. I know that we're obviously all night going to be focused on that main event, having little conversations about different elements, whatever. Right now, we're in round 5. This can go 10 rounds. Garcia looking fine, but at the moment, it is Salgado that is unloading. But I think he's just getting warned a little bit there for going a little bit low, kind of striking him on the belt as he's moving forwards. And lovely jab. He's getting driven back a little bit there. So Garcia, as we said, the signs early on was that this was going to be a bit more of a scrap than I think he was probably hoping for. He's a young man. He's only 19, an American, very confident. Is a future potential world champion. Referee is coming in and having a word with both guys here. So they do. There is respect between them, though. They do keep touching gloves, whatever. There doesn't seem to be any bad blood or anything there. But some of these shots are low. They're right on the belt line. And referee just stepping in and having a word. So keeping an eye on this one at the moment. As we said, sneaking our way into round number 6. Garcia and Salgado is fighting. Main event will be in 3 hours, says D. Tim, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Garcia, Salgado fighting first. Yeah, we've got this fight. As soon as this one's done, we go to the Meli Kuziev against a Rosado fight. That is the rematch in the super middleweight division. Meli Kuziev is a great fighter. He has only been defeated once as a pro, and his only loss came to Rosado, who knocked him out in 2021 so viciously that it was awarded knockout of the year. So we have got a knockout of the year rematch coming up after this. Meli Kuziev is minus 1,250 favorite. Rosado at plus 700. So that's going to be our next fight. And then after that, we've got the David Morrell Jr. fight. That's our co-main. And David Morrell is someone that they're very hot on. They're very high on. 8-0, not the biggest of records, but he had a big amateur career, so his abilities are fantastic. He is someone that turned pro in 2019, 135 wins as an amateur with just 2 losses. Very heavy-handed, Cuban. He has got 6 of those 7 knockouts coming in the first round. They want you to see David Morrell tonight. They want you to acknowledge him because he is someone that is very much going places. And he's calling out David Benavidez. He wants the Benavidez fight next. So David Morrell Jr. is someone, he's coming in as a minus 2,000 favorite. Expect him to look good. Expect him to pick up the win. 96% of people on Tapology have got him winning in that co-main. And then, of course, we get to our main event. In actual fact, over on Tapology, and obviously Tapology is kind of a place where fight fans tend to go to share their thoughts and make their picks and predictions. With these 3 undercard fights, all of them are really one-sided because Elijah Garcia, 97% of people have got him down to win. Meli Kuziev, 92% of people have got him to win. And then David Morrell Jr., 96% of people have got him to win. So we're in the 90s for all 3 of those guys in these 3 fights. Now, I've got to tell you, though, Elijah Garcia definitely having more of a... He's had some good rounds and he's had some good moments, but they have just shown an unofficial scorecards on screen, and we are now into round 6. And at the moment, he is on an unofficial scorecard, probably down around... They've got it after 5 rounds being 3 rounds to 2 in favor of Salgado. Salgado landing 52 body shots. Garcia, 24. So at the moment, Elijah Garcia, minus 1,500 favorite. Just struggling a little bit, but there was a lovely hook shot that just came in there from Garcia. 1-2 straight down the middle. And Salgado having to try and shake that off as he's just under a little bit of pressure here. There's a lovely left to the body. Right hook shot upstairs as well. So Garcia just starting to go through the combos, go through the gears a little bit. And he does need to make sure that he picks up these few rounds here. I did fancy him to get a knockout in the later stages. So maybe that is still on the cards. But at the moment, maybe not quite going to plan. Mr. Dell Jr. says main event will start at 11. Yes. What are you watching the fight on? I'm watching it on DAZN. So on DAZN at the moment, it is, I've said, free here in the UK. You do have to pay the $9.99 subscription to get access to it, but there is no pay-per-view cost, which is mental for a fight of this size. Here in the UK, though, as we said earlier, we don't really do pay-per-view that much. We have it like once in a while for, say, the Fury fights or the Joshua fights, anything that's going to be on that's got a British fighter in that's big. So, you know, when Ricky Hatton used to fight, or maybe Amir Khan, you know, one of those kind of guys. I think anything that's got that kind of British interest, certainly heavyweights, Lennox Lewis, for example, David Hay, Fury, Joshua, those kind of guys, there would be like a pay-per-view charge. But pretty much anything else just gets shown. And I must admit, I was really surprised that this is one that's just getting shown. It's just being shown. So you can just, as long as you've got the $9.99 monthly subscription paid to DAZN, then you can watch the fight. As I said, I don't know if you're in America, if that will work if you try and use a VPN and try and like, you know, tap in. Sometimes, I mean, I've tried to go over to America with a VPN to try and watch like different streaming platforms. I tried to watch some Premier League games because we don't show every Premier League game over here. It's a bit weird. Like 3:00 on a Saturday, all of those games don't get shown on TV for some reason. But in America, you get a chance to watch them. And so I tried to like get into like a streaming thing in America so I could watch those football games, soccer games. And it was like, even though I could get onto the site, the site still knew that I was using a VPN. So, yeah, I don't know. The DAZN might be the same. If you try and come over from America using a VPN, DAZN might be able to tell. I don't know. I have had that happen to me when I've tried to use VPN to get to American streaming sites. But if it does work, $9.99 membership, no pay-per-view fee. Is the fight playing here? How is the fight, says Sydney. This one, they've just shown unofficial scorecards, and it's 57-57. So this one, at the moment, we are now in round 7. I am just keeping an eye on it, to be honest. It's one that's, I think I'll have just passing interest, this one, but at the moment, quite even. So 6 rounds, and the unofficial scorecard has got it 3 rounds each. So unofficial scorecard has got this being a bit of a draw at the moment, but the referee is taking a point. So we've got a point being taken off of Salgado right now. So referee telling him, you've got to make sure that those shots are above the belt. Like you're going too low. And in all fairness, he has been warning both fighters about that quite a few times. And so he's seen something there from Salgado he doesn't like the look of. He's told him he's got to bring those punches up, and he's took a point away from him. So unofficial scorecard in this one had it 3 rounds each. And I think Garcia was looking the better in this round anyway. And now we've got the point deduction. That could be a massive moment in this fight. First fight on the main card. That could give Garcia the edge, just that little lead that he needs, something to build upon. Obviously, it could also result in Salgado knowing that he's behind and starting to come through, starting to up his output, up his aggression. But yeah, that's a good sign for Garcia, the 19-year-old, American, who is a very hot prospect in the middleweight division. Who is fighting? Why is the fight, said Mr. Business. Who is fighting? Why is the fight? Well, this is Garcia Salgado. It's the first fight on the main cards. And I don't know how to answer the why the fight. Because they can. Because it's what they do. I'll go with that. It's a watch along, said Ellie Dortnoy. Who do you think will win, Ryan or Tank? Madeline Serban, shout out to you, asking the same. Who will win? Yeah, so I've got Tank winning. I mean, apologies to those that have been watching for a long time, because I feel like we are probably repeating ourselves quite a bit, but I think people can probably see that there's people jumping in, sharing their thoughts, going and coming and going all the time. Like, It's just that kind of an evening. It's a big, big fight. The interest is through the roof. It is what it is. You know, this is what it is. It's one of those big, big nights of sport. And people are wanting opinions, wanting thoughts, wanting to share opinions, looking for the action, all that kind of stuff. In regards to who do I think is going to win, I've got Tank winning. The reason why I've got Tank winning is because I think what it comes down to for me is, you can explore so many different facets and so many different little points. But for me, what it comes down to is somewhat nice and simple. And it's this. Tank can survive a Garcia onslaught. If Garcia comes forwards, throws his shots, lands his hooks, right? Tank has got the ability, in my opinion, to survive that. I can't picture Garcia putting Tank down in the early rounds, right? I can't see it. I can see Garcia outstriking Tank. I can see Garcia landing more volume. I can see him landing some nice shots as well. Things that make you go, oh, that was heavy. That was big. He's caught him there. Like, I can definitely see those moments in the early stages for Garcia. But can I see him landing something that is going to knock Tank out or like really cause Tank trouble? Because the thing is, Tank has got good movement. As we keep saying, he's got that lateral movement, which is going to allow him to kind of move off to the sides. And so that is his escape route, his exit route. He's always going to have those as an option. I can't see Ryan having Tank in the corner, teeing off on him. Tank's got nowhere to go. I can't picture that. I can't see that happening. I can't really base that on anything I've seen from Garcia in the past. So for me, Garcia's going to look better in the early stages. He's going to outstrike Tank. But the stuff that's going to be landing is stuff that I think Tank's going to just eat up fine, right? But so if Garcia puts the pressure on in the early stages, I can see Tank weathering it. Round 7, 8, 9, when Tank starts to come through, can Garcia deal with Tank pressure? And I just don't think he can. I don't think he can. We've seen him get knocked down by Campbell. We know that he just moves in straight lines. As we said, he doesn't have the lateral movement that you see from Tank. So, you know, if he's retreating and he's retreating back in a straight line, there's only so far back you can go until you get to a corner or you get to the ropes, right? And so it's going to be a case then that I think Tank will be able to find those killer shots. I mean, those shots that he has in his arsenal, they are so ferocious. They are so devastating that I can just see one landing. I can see Garcia getting knocked down. Whether Garcia gets knocked out, I don't know. But I can see him at least being knocked down. What I will say, though, is that if Garcia doesn't get knocked out, I would much rather have a slip that says Garcia on it. Ryan Garcia, if we go the distance. I'd much rather have that slip than a Tank slip, because rounds 1, 2, and 3, I think Garcia can win. Round 4 is going to be interesting. Round 5, I think we start seeing Tank coming through. 6, 7, 8, maybe 9, I think they're all Tank rounds. I just think that even though Garcia is going to land maybe a bit more, I can see Tank just landing the more significant strikes, the bigger strikes, maybe getting knockdowns. I can just see him catching Garcia. Now, if Garcia weathers that and we get to round 10, 11, 12, I said earlier, that's going to be fascinating. That will be absolutely fascinating, because if someone had a gun to my head right now and said, how is this fight going to play out? I would say Tank's going to win knockout round 7, right? That's what I would go with. Loses the early rounds, comes through in the later rounds, gets the knockout win. Now, if Garcia can survive that and we're actually finding ourselves going into round 10, round 11, round 12, honestly, if I'm Tank, I'm probably panicking. I mean, Tank doesn't tend to panic, in all fairness, but if I'm Tank, I'm panicking because, I mean, I must have tried a lot of my tricks by that point. We did go back onto Tapology actually and have a look at his recent fights. We can do that now. If I just go into searching for Tank Davis. So Tank Davis, so that I can tell you his recent finishes, because as we said recently, he's not been getting early stoppages. So his last fight was round 9. His fight before that was round 6. He did actually go to a decision before that. So, against Isaac Cruz, he couldn't find an answer, in all fairness, but he did end up getting the decision win there. Against Barrios, that was a round 11 stoppage. Santa Cruz was round 6. Gamboa was round 12. So, these are all later rounds. Tankers very much as he's gone up against better levels of opposition. We're seeing him take these early rounds to download that kind of information to then use it against his opponent in those later rounds. You've really got to go back to 2019 and before, but 2019 we were seeing a first round stoppage, a second round stoppage. You go back to 2017, there's a round 8, there's a round 7, there's a round 6, there's a round 9. The vast majority of his stoppages are in the second part of the fight. But there are exceptions, of course, as he was fighting that lower level talent. We're seeing some round 1s, round 2s. But more recently, it's been the second part of the fight. And this is a hell of an ask against Ryan Garcia. A hell of an ask. I understand people... I hope not. I hope people don't think I've been disrespectful to... I hope people don't think I've been disrespectful to Ryan, because I know there's a lot of Ryan fans. So I'm certainly not trying to be disrespectful. I really like him. I've watched his fights. I've supported him in the past. And if he wins tonight, brilliant. I've got, I don't have anything against Ryan, but I don't like sitting on the fence. One thing I just don't like doing is sitting on the fence, because I know that when people are looking for these types of streams, they're not looking for someone to sit there and go, oh, I'm not sure. Don't know, it's really close. Oh, we'll have to wait and see. You can't do that. Can't do that on these types of streams. You've got to commit in one way or another. And for me, I'm going with Tank Davis. I actually think the odds look probably about right, but man, it's boxing, and Ryan is so skilled and undefeated as well. 23-0, and he's faced some good opposition, some really good opposition. This guy isn't just someone that we think can hang at this level. This is someone we know can hang at this level, right? So again, no shade to Ryan Garcia. He has got a wonderful fast hands, beautiful left hook. He's got the ability to shut people down with his body shots. He's got the ability to get in and work from distance really well, and really make sure that he can control the fight. He's got so much about him that I like. But there are definitely a few things that you can point at and go, oh, I wish he was just a little better there. Wish he was a little better there. But you can make the same argument with Tank as well. You can say the exact same thing for Tank. Oh, I wish he was, I've said several times tonight, when someone throws a jab at Tank, throws a right hand, and he blocks it like that, gets his hand up, blocks it, he leaves this side of his head completely exposed. Completely exposed. You can watch tape on it. Again and again and again, fight after fight after fight. It's a trait that he's got, right? He blocks like that, leaving this exposed. One of Garcia's best shots is his hook. If he comes in with a big swinging left hook, this whole side of the face, completely exposed. And we also know that Ryan Garcia has got some good, serious power in both of his hands. So he brings in this big hook shot and catches Tank. I can't see him knocking Tank out, right? Anyone can get knocked out if you hit the right spot, right? If you hit the sweet spot, hit him on the button. But it's I'm struggling maybe to see him knocking out Tank, but definitely he can cause some problems. Definitely he can rock him. Definitely he can give him something to think about. But the only thing I would say is that Tank has said during press conferences that that literally Garcia's a one-dimensional fighter. You're a one-trick pony. You've got a great hook shot. That's it. That's it. That's all you've got. So Tank knows. Tank knows like what Ryan's. Everyone knows. If you watch Ryan, you know that's one thing you know. Great hand speeds, beautiful left hook. That's what you know about Garcia, and I'm sure many of you know many other things as well. But he that's kind of like Ryan Garcia 1.0. That's what stands out from his fights. So Tank knows that. Tank will have prepared for that. But that will be something to keep an eye on. Definitely, that is definitely something I'm keeping an eye on in the early stages. When Garcia throws that right hand, that right jab, how does Tank respond? Is the opening there? And if it is, does Garcia exploit it? And he will. He absolutely will. And if that's shut down, what about the body? Because we know going to the body has been very effective for Garcia in the past. So again, can he target that in the early stages? Again, how does Tank defend that? The other thing as well, though, is the whole distance. I mean, Ryan Garcia has got no inside game whatsoever. There's nothing in close range that he does well. There's nothing at close range he does, to be honest, right? He's always working from the same sort of distance, not getting inside. You know, we don't see these lovely little inch cut uppercuts or anything along that. When he gets in close, he's always just that, you know, he's always working from that certain range, just that outside range. Be very interested to see if this is going to be a fight that Tank takes to Garcia, how Garcia responds. I can see Garcia moving back a lot. I can see him moving back a lot, throwing a lot of counters. I think the counters for Garcia are going to be key. And again, plenty of opportunity to land those counters, because the other thing that Tank doesn't do very well is, as we've said, lunge. He lunges. He leaves himself open. So as he's lunging and reaching, he is destabilizing his base. He is breaking his base. He is leaving himself momentarily off balance. And it just takes only a few seconds, not even that, to correct. But, I mean, listen, when you're talking about two highly skilled fighters and you're talking about milliseconds of needing that time to make the corrections, right? This can be the key to the fight. This can be what makes the difference. And the counter shots and the opportunities that Garcia will have with those counter shots are going to be there for him all night long. So, yeah, I hope people don't read it the wrong way. I have picked Tank. I think that you do have to say, this is what I think. And that's what I've done. But I do think that Garcia is going to have opportunity tonight. There is definitely a path to victory for Garcia. If Tank comes in and has a bad night at the office and is maybe even forced into having a bad night at the office, this could be Garcia's night. It really could. And that would be such a win for him. That would be such a victory. That would be such a big result. Right, I can tell you that this fight has concluded. It's gone all the way through to the judges. I haven't seen what the unofficial scorecards are saying, but the numbers are saying that Salgado has landed 85 body shots to Garcia's 44. So Salgado certainly working the body better, but of course he did have that point deducted because of going too low to the body. At that point, it was very even in the fight. I believe that was in round 7. I think they were looking at being 3 rounds each on the unofficial scorecards. It'll be interesting to see which way the judges go. I am expecting Elijah Garcia, though, to be given the victory in this first fight. And as we said, coming up after this, then we've got the rematch between Meli Kuziev and Rosado. That is a rematch of the 2021 Knockout of the Year. Then we go to David Morrell Jr. taking on Falcao. That is for a title, the WBA regular super middleweight title. And then we get to Tank against Garcia, our main event. So we are getting closer. We are probably less than 2 hours away now. Less than 2 hours away. I know that people are going to be like, 2 hours. But as we've said, you know, it will soon go by. It will soon, before you know it, you know, we'll be at the co-main. I don't think the co-main's going to last that long. As we said, the co-main has got David Morrell Jr. 8-0. Of those 8 wins, 7 are knockouts and 6 are in the first round. So David Morrell is serious in that division, a serious fighter. 95, 94, it's close. 97, 92, not so close on those. Still undefeated, so it goes to Elijah Garcia. So it's gone the way that we thought it would go. Elijah Garcia winning by unanimous decision. One judge had it by a single point. And two of the other judges had it much wider than that. I think a couple of the other judges had it by about 5 points or so. But either way, Elijah Garcia still undefeated, only 19, picks up the win there against Kevin Salgado. Garcia is a boss for fighting twice in one night. Stunning and brave. Hasib, shout out to you, buds. Goods. The Bellator event with Pitbull and Roanoke. Are you interested in that? No, sadly not. When it comes to, I like Bellator. I think they're a good brand, a good promotion. But no, I think if we start doing like certain Bellator cards and like not others and all that kind of stuff, I think we're just sort of messing around then, to be honest. I like to try and be as consistent as possible. Like, I don't like the fact that we're not doing UFC tonight, because I think if you're gonna do UFC, you should do UFC. You know, if you've got a UFC community, which we have, I feel like, you know, we are disrespecting that community in a way, but I don't think anyone's going to be too upset at the fact that we've chosen this over that this week. I mean, I think people can see why. I think people can understand that this is one of the biggest boxing fights that we've certainly going to get this year, and one of the biggest boxing fights, arguably, of this generation. I mean, you know, when you look at this division, it's such a stacked division, and we really are chucking two of the best in this division against each other right at the start. You know, you could easily tease this match for a few more years down the road and have these two collide, and who knows, maybe they'll meet again. Obviously, nothing's stopping us doing this further down the road again. I think if, saying that, talking of rematches, I think if Tank wins, then I think we just move on. I don't think there's a rematch clause applied for Garcia. I could be wrong. But I was just listening to someone break down some of the terms of the contracts. And I think if Tank wins, that's it. We just move on with our lives. If Garcia wins, I think there is a contract clause, a rematch contract clause. So I think that if Garcia wins, then there is the potential for Tank to turn around and say, nah, I want the rematch. And so then we get the rematch. I mean, to be honest, I don't think there will be, but I hope there's nothing that goes on here from a money point of view where, you know, because this is big. So this is huge. I mean, this is going to be a big pay-per-view number tonight. You can just tell from the interest. I mean, you know, it's not that often that with still a couple of hours to go before the main event, we've got a poll that's at nearly 17,000 votes. Like, that's not normal. So that is definitely an indication as to how much interest there is tonight. And, you know, that's of no surprise, is it, whatsoever? But yeah, this is definitely one of the biggest fights that you could do in this division. Arguably the biggest, certainly outside of the belts. So yeah, it's going to be good, man. So excited. We are done with our first fight, and we are just watching Elijah Garcia making his way locker room, picking up that victory, and making his way back. He's looking very cool, calm. It's certainly not fired up or anything. He's very chilled as he heads back to that dressing room. We're just seeing a lovely shot of the T-Mobile Arena. Of course, we are in Las Vegas, and we're seeing plenty of people outside making their way inside. Obviously, they've missed out on that first fight, but many people, I think, are only interested in the main event tonight, of course. Jew Shiesty said, my brain says Tank, but my heart says Garcia. Yeah, well, listen, I think it's really interesting. I think there's definitely path to victory for both. I think that this is what's so great about this fight. I don't know where we will have a look at the poll in a second, but the poll that we've had running all night has been very, very close. Up until around about, I would say, an hour ago, it was 50-50. And then we just started to see Tank pulling ahead, just going to 51-49. But we've had many, many more votes in now. Many, many more votes in. We are now at just coming up to 17,500. And it's gone back to 50-50 again. It's gone back to 50-50 again. We have had nearly 17,500 votes. And right now, we are staring at a 50-50 split in our poll right now. So people just don't know. People just don't know. Or people do know, but certainly there doesn't seem to be much of a consensus at the moment, which is mental. Because as we said on Tapology, 71% of people have gone with Tank on Tapology. I also did a poll that I put up onto the YouTube channel. That got a good response. I don't think it got the sort of numbers that we're seeing live on the stream, though. But at the moment, that poll, 56% of people went with Ryan. So, yeah, on Tapology, people went Tank. On a poll that I did on the channel yesterday, people went Ryan. And right now, it's 50-50 in our poll here. So that shows, doesn't it? Just shows how close it is. Can you tell me what time in Ireland the fight starts, says Dave Chip. Yeah, same everywhere, bud. So it's going to be about an hour and 50 minutes. What channel can I watch this on, says Lee Swaggo. So here in the UK, it's on DAZN. In America, I believe it's on Showtime. I genuinely don't know what the cost is in America. Here in the UK, I know that if you pay the $9.99 membership fee, then there's no extra cost. There's no pay-per-view cost, which I think surprises a lot of people when they hear that. I mean, I must admit, for this fight, it surprised me as well. But the fact of the matter is, here in the UK, right now, it's 2:10 in the morning. So by the time the fight starts, it'll be 4 in the morning. And people have really got to stay up and kind of, purposefully want to watch this fight. There ain't no one that's accidentally stumbling across this fight in the UK. If you're watching it, it's because you're interested and you want to watch it. And so there's no pay-per-view charge because you've stayed up till 4 to watch it anyway. So do get asked quite a bit, doesn't it suck watching these fights in the UK because of it being at 4 o'clock in the morning? It's just awful. But it's great, but because I think that as a result, we don't have to pay those kinds of pay-per-view prices that you do in America. And also, I mean, look, it's a Saturday night. What's anyone doing on a Sunday? I mean, many people that ain't no one going to an office job on a Sunday. It might be some people that have to go to work in retail or something like that. So, but I don't know, because it's on so late, maybe you can just plan sleeping before or something, get up, watch the fight, and then I'll have some breakfast and go straight off to work. I have no idea. But it works out really well, actually. Pavlovich is going to knock out Blades in round 1. Oh, knocks out Blades round 1. Noah, shout out to you. Ryan has won this already, said Carlos. I just learned boxing 3 years ago. My brain says Tank, but I think Ryan has a chance, says Hakimi. Yes, I can agree with that. I think Tank, but absolutely Ryan has got a chance. 6 of his last 7 wins have come by knockout for Ryan Garcia, and we are seeing him backstage right now. So Ryan Garcia has arrived. This fight, of course, at 136-pound catch weight. So Garcia looking cool, calm, collected. He's looked very confident all throughout this process. He really has. I mean, he has just been very collected. He has wanted this fight as well, as we've said quite a few times tonight. And I always think that's a good sign. He called for this fight. He wanted this fight. He accepted the rehydration clause, which has been a big talking point. The fact that this is at 136, can't rehydrate. I think the rehydration limit is £10 above that. So can't rehydrate more than 146. They weighed in earlier. I think it was like 144, 145. It's about £1 difference. And that's been a big talking point because, of course, Oscar De La Hoya saying that that's a sign that Tank's camp are worried, because why would you put in a rehydration clause if you wasn't worried? But, you know, we know that Ryan has got a big frame. I honestly don't know what he could rehydrate to if that clause hadn't have been put in. So, I don't know. I mean, it's all just talking it. I don't think that's a sign of anything other than it's just good business, really. Why give Ryan any sort of edge? Why allow him to go up to 150 or whatever and rehydrate to that type of a level? He could be in the 150s. It might be above 150. But why allow him to do that if you don't have to and you can put that rehydration clause in? Listen, Ryan signed it. It was a term that he was happy to agree to, and it's something that we've seen other people do as well. This isn't an exception. This isn't an anomaly. This isn't something weird. It's something that does happen in boxing. So, but it has been a big talking point. I've listened to quite a few podcasts where people have been talking and speculating about, you know, what kind of a sign is that? Is that a concern? Here's the knockout of the year. This is a lovely shot. He had him down and then he gets backed up and then bang, look at that. Oh, man. It's a beautiful overhand right. Right on the button. So we are moving on to our second fight on the main cards. As we said, this is Meli Kuziev taking on Rosado. Both fighters are already inside the ring. There's no ring walks or anything like that. Well, there have been, but we haven't seen them. And this is a rematch of the 2021 knockout of the year. Meli Kuziev is 11-1. His only loss came to Rosado back in 2021. And that's his only loss. He is 11 wins, 9 knockouts. He's had 4 knockouts since he lost. Southpaw works the body well. He's coming in as a heavy favorite. It was a beautiful shot, though, by Rosado. Absolutely on the button. Turned off Meli Kuziev's lights. And, this is definitely one to not miss. This is one to keep an eye on. And obviously, we don't know if Lightning is going to be able to strike twice here, but we're going to keep our eye on this. This is one of the more intriguing matchups on this undercard because the only fight left after this, in between this and Davis and Garcia, is that co-main, which, as we said, I think is designed to get David Morale Jr. In front of as many eyes as possible. So co-main after this, and then we get to Tank versus Garcia. Jay says, everyone is beatable, especially Tank. Main event should start in about 1 hour, 40 minutes. Yes. Naima said, where can we watch the fight? So Showtime have got it in America. DAZN have got it here in the UK. I mean, listen, illegal streams are going to be getting ripped down left, right, and Buffalo. So, I mean, there could be some out there, but I honestly don't think they will survive very long because, these companies are on it these days. I know UFC have really cracked down on illegal stream. I'm sure there's still some that manage to squeeze through somewhere, but a lot of those just get ripped down straight away, get hit with copyright strikes and done. Black Wolf said Tanker's got this. I think he has diabetes. That's why hydration is necessary, said Defcon Eric. You missed Pavlovich's TKO. Yeah. I'm watching on the Zone, said Brian, but I can't stay up till 5. I'm going to see Newcastle Spurs tomorrow. Days is up every night watching wrestling, says Brian. Yeah, I mean, it is true. My body clock is adjusted. I mean, this to me is like lunchtime. So, to me, this is no chore whatsoever, no problem. But for a lot of people in the UK, I'd imagine this is, a bit of an exception, a bit weird to be up at this time. We are about to get underway with this next fight. As we said, we are about to get underway with Melikuziev and Rosado. Definitely want to be keeping an eye on this one. If you are watching, leave a like. We normally try to get to 1,000. We haven't actually been asking for likes, but we are over 3,000 people joining us right now. So a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We do a lot of UFC, pro wrestling, boxing. We will be looking to do Devin Haney against Lomachenko, that fight coming up. Always got our eyes on the big boxing events. The only problem that we have is obviously a Saturday is so busy. There's so many big events like UFC normally have big pay-per-views. There's normally a lot that's going on. So it's one of those where we try to do like the big events, whatever the big event is. If you are new to the channel, big shout out to you. We've been doing this a lot. This is not our first rodeo. This isn't our first Tank fight by any means, or Ryan Garcia fight. We've done a fair few of their previous outings, so very much looking forward to this one. But we have got this fight coming up first. Melikuziev against Rosado. I can see that we are at 6:15. I think there's a good chance that we could get to that 1,000 mark tonight. We should be able to, with so many people joining us. I can tell you as well, over 20,000 votes. Over 20,000 votes. And it is now 50-50 in regards to Tank and King Ryan. Who's going to get the win? So far, people are unsure. 50-50. And we are underway with Rosado against Melikuziev. And this is 10 rounds, super middleweight. And as we said, it is a rematch from the knockout of the 2021. And Melikuziev, who is the more decorated fighter, doesn't have the same level of experience by any means. But he is definitely the fighter that is seen to be the more skillful. He was the one that suffered that knockout. And I would imagine, losing by knockout is going to hurt. But when it turns out that knockout was a knockout of the year as well, that's gonna sting just that little bit more, isn't it? So, yeah, he is coming in. He is looking for revenge here. He wants to make sure that he doesn't get caught or clipped with anything again, though. And this is going to be an interesting little fight, this one. As we said, this is definitely one to keep an eye on. So Melikuziev is in green and black shorts. Rosado is in blue and white. And Melikuziev is very good. He's a southpaw at working the body. He's from Uzbekistan. And he is... He's staying back a little bit here, standing his ground. He's being very cautious, as you could probably imagine. And Rosado, we're keeping a bit of distance as well. He's not allowing Rosado to get in too close. Rosado, I believe, is on 3 straight losses. So, this is definitely one that Melikuziev should be able to get a win in. But at the moment, it is quite cagey in this early exchange. Nice body shot there by Melikuziev. He doesn't rush in, though. He lands it. He drives Rosado back. And he's keeping a watchful eye at the moment, Melikuziev. Goes for a shot. And Rosado ducks underneath that shot as Melikuziev is edging forwards. Rosado backing up a little bit as Melikuziev is putting the pressure on a little bit more now. We've only got about 30-odd seconds left in this first round. This can only go 10 rounds. It's not a 12-round fight. And then, as we said, after this, our co-main event coming up for the WBA regular super middleweight title. Nice body shot coming in there by Rosado. Rosado, lots of experience for him. 26 wins, 16 defeats, 1 draw. This is a guy that's coming in with over 40 fights to his name. Body shot there by Melikuziev. Lovely footwork there as he gets back and out the way, constantly making sure that he's keeping that distance. That's the end of round 1. And quite cautious, but good, clean work there by Melikuziev. When does the fight start? Fight will start in about an hour and a half-ish, around about that kind of time. So we are looking about an hour and a half, and then we will be going over to our main event. But who's winning? In regards to this fight, we've only had 1 round, and I would say that Melikuziev looked like he was landing and causing more problems than Rosado, but not much in it, to be honest. Not much in it. But how many fights left till the main event? We've got 1 more after this. David Morrell taking on Falcao for the WBA regular super middleweight title, and then we go to the main event. Hour and a half will be at the main event. Stay motivated. Shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the kind words as we are underway with round number 2. And as we said, we're very much just keeping an eye on these fights. I'm very aware that I don't think people are necessarily coming here for the undercards. It's all about that main event. We've broken it down quite a few times. I am aware that people are joining us all the time, though, so I'm sure we will break it down a few more times again. But look, Garcia to me is definitely someone that has got abilities. He's someone that's going to need to take his opportunities. I think there will be opportunities. He's going to need to create a few opportunities. I think he can do that, and I think he can easily do that as well. I don't think creating openings against Tank's going to be a problem, because Tank, both were actually going off at each other about each other's defense, when I think the truth is that both have got gaps in their defense. So I think both are right. I think both have identified areas that they can land and that they can exploit, because I think both do have gaps in their defense. So I think both are going in with confidence that they can exploit those gaps. I think what's going to be interesting is, has either of them identified their own skill gaps? Have they identified their own openings? And I think that could be a real key here, because Garcia is going to look better in the early rounds. Counter shots are going to be there for him all night. We've said before that Tank throws up his left hand to block those shots, leaving the right side of his face exposed. And so he is going to be susceptible and open to hook shots all night long. And unless he's made some changes, then, he could find himself getting caught quite a bit. I do expect him to be able to weather that storm, though. And I think by the time we get into round 7, 8, 9, then I do think we're going to be seeing Tank going up through the gears and really asking some questions of his own. Right now, I'm just keeping an eye on this, because we are seeing Melikuziev backing up Rosado up against the ropes. Lovely hook shot coming in there by Melikuziev. And Rosado backing up against the ropes. Melikuziev standing in front of him right now, having a little lovely head movement by Melikuziev, just making sure he's not staying on that center line. Lovely left-hand jab straight down the middle. He's got Rosado backed up. And look, Rosado has got that right hand ready. And it's right there. Melikuziev knows that if that right hand is detonated, if that right hand is thrown, that's what resulted in the 2021 knockout of the year. So we're done with round 2. It is Melikuziev that's putting that pressure on. And but it's one of those, isn't it? Rosado has got that ability to throw that shot and cause big problems. They're just talking right now about Davis Garcia as we're waiting to go to round number 3. They're saying that the over-under of this going to round 8, I believe, was even. So right now, the bookies don't know if this is going to end before round 8 or if it's going to go past round 8. But the over-unders there, I'm sure just said minus 115, minus 115. So, yeah, I mean, I must admit that is an interesting one. I think if I was to pick a sides, that is an interesting one. Does this go past round 8? I would say it probably ends before. I think I'd say Tank 7 is what I'm leaning to. But I mean, I feel good for Tank winning. As I said, I don't want to sit on the fence. So I'm going to say what I see, and I think Tank wins. But trying to pick a round, I mean, it could be 8, could be 9, could be 10, could be 11. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. What time is the fight in Chicago? The fight is going to be at the same time everywhere around the world. It is going to be, hopefully, in about an hour and a half. So wherever you are in the world, add an hour and a half, and you should be looking at fight time then. Here we go. N35. Let's go. Tank wins after landing several power shots at the end of the 8th. Garcia told his corner he couldn't see after taking those punches. Stays on the stool for the 9th round. Ooh, love it. Love it. T. Doyle, shout out to you. Said, how can I watch this in the UK? It's on DAZN, bud. So it's on DAZN. You do have to pay for DAZN. It's only $9.99 though, so it's not going to break the bank. Certainly, I was expecting. I didn't actually know, before this morning how much it was, but I really expected it to be about. I was probably expecting about $19.99, about £20, which probably works out about $25. Our pay-per-view prices here in the UK are not bad at all, man. Even if we get Fury, Usyk. I heard them talking on the radio that could come in at about $29.99, which would be about $35. And that's one of the biggest fights you could make for the UK market because, it's the heavyweight champion of the world, Tyson Fury taking on the other heavyweight champion of the world in Usyk. So that was on TalkSport. They were speculating that price might come in at around about $29.99. I mean, we are seeing those prices creep up, but nothing like America, where you lots consistently, certainly for UFC, paying like $70, maybe more. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. You have to really pick and choose what you want to watch, but this is definitely one to not miss tonight. We're talking about two of the hottest names in boxing going up against each other. And even though there's no titles on the line, there's no belt at stake here, and it's actually a catchweight, a weird 136, even though that's like not the case, there's no belt, there's no championships or anything, it doesn't matter. It couldn't matter any less if it tried. Such a big fight this is, and big repercussions for the division. And there is Tank Davies, big smile on his face. We saw that Garcia had arrived earlier. Tank Davies is backstage. WBA lightweight champion, Gervonta Tank Davis. And again, looking focused, got a smile on his face, looking cool, confident. Garcia looked good earlier as well when he arrived. And 136-pound catchweight main event coming up. As we said, we are just watching Melikuziev against Rosado at the moment. Then we've got our co-main. Then we've got this one in about an hour and a half. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. The fight should start around about 11 Eastern, says Chalmers. Chalmers, how you doing, buds? Shout out to you. Ryan Garcia by a special round 3, said Oscar. Yeah, I mean, it's true. There's a lot of Garcia fans that are joining us, and everyone is welcome. I keep saying, I really like both fighters. I think Garcia absolutely can win this. Absolutely, he can win this. I think I see it being a decision for Garcia, though. And I have said that if it goes to the judges, I'd much rather have a ticket that says Garcia, as I'm waiting for the judges to give their scores, than a ticket that says Tank Davis, because we know that Tank Davis is going to give up the first 3 rounds. And then, of course, Garcia is going to be competitive. And he's, throughout the whole fight, going to have the better output. He's going to have the more volume. Tank is one of the lowest output fighters there is, but he's also one of the most accurate. And when he does land, like what he actually lands with is very, very significant. So, yeah, I'm very interested in the main event, of course. I'm also interested in this one at the moment, though, because we are in round number 4. We got 1:30 odd left on the clock. And once again, Rosado just getting backed up a little bit. Such a good game plan by Melikuziev, who is just pressuring Rosado, just backing up Rosado, not getting close enough, though, whereby any shots that Rosado's throwing can cause any kind of significant problems. So what we're seeing here by Melikuziev is just a really good, disciplined fight plan where he is not getting close enough where that overhand right that knocked him out last time can cause the same damage, can connect. So both fighters in the center at the moment. Melikuziev getting in a bit close there. Just as I was praising him for his discipline, just seeing maybe a brief moment where that just went out the window, but he's using his head movement a little bit more now. Trying to come in and land some more significant strikes. 35 seconds left on the clock. And both guys in the center at the moment. Hook shot coming in there by Melikuziev. Jab straight down the middle. Couple of strikes straight down the middle. Driving Rosado back. And he's getting real joy with those left hands. Those straight lefts. Straight down the middle. Looking really good by Melikuziev. And we got Rosado in there looking for a body shot. Again, throwing out some... he threw the right hands. So he threw the overhand right by Rosado, but Melikuziev was able to just get over to the sides. They're just showing a replay of it right near the end. That big overhand right coming in. It's the one that knocked him out last time. And Melikuziev was just able to avoid it, get out of the way. Fun way to end that round, but he was getting some real joy. Melikuziev, the bully, with those left straights, and just showing that he is definitely, for me, up in this fight at the moment. Someone tell me, has it started yet? No. If it was underway, we would definitely, I promise you, we would be calling the action. No, it hasn't started yet. It'll be in about an hour and 25. What was that, Tim? $85, did you say, for 4 fights? Is that how much it is tonight? $85 for 4 fights. That's expensive, man, isn't it? That is expensive. $85 for 4 fights. See, it really worries me because, like, you know, we talk a lot about fighters getting paid and fighters pay. And, you know, there's a big conversation around it in the UFC. And the UFC and the fighters in the UFC, they're always comparing what they do to boxing. And they should, because, you know, they put their bodies on the line and they deserve to be paid. You know, the money, I think if you're in the fight game, the money that you make in your career, however long it is, should, certainly if you reach the top end of your division, whatever, should see you through for the rest of your life. Like you're putting your body on the line, serious, and there could be serious repercussions when you're older as well. You know, certainly in boxing where you're getting smashed in the head, God knows how many times every time you have a fight, right? Who knows what effects that's going to have on people when they're older. So, you know, make your money. I've got no problem with that. But where's the people having the conversation about the pay-per-view prices? Like, where are them people? There's plenty of people running around talking about fighter pay, but where's the people talking about pay-per-view prices? Because I'm sat in the UK, I'm blessed, right? I've said that, I'm lucky, but I properly feel for you lot in America. I really do. And I'm sat here worried that, you know, normally what happens in America, we get it over here not long after. So, you know, you lot in America having to pay those kind of prices makes me think that they're going to force them prices on us here in the UK at some point anyway. If they can get away with it in America, they'll get away with it here in the UK. It just hasn't quite reached us yet, that's all. Melikuziev is definitely getting the better here. I mean, I think it comes down to the fact that where do you draw the line? When do you say, like, you know, that amount of money is fair? At what point do you say that's an acceptable amount of money for the fighters? And, you know, anything above that starts to become, you're really taking the mick out of the paying customers then, you know? No, literally no one is having that conversation, or no one I've heard. Everyone's all about fighter pay, but where do you think that money's coming from? Where do you think that fighter pay money's coming from? It's coming from your pocket, one way or another. Melikuziev edging forward. Rosado getting back. There's some big shots that were coming through there by Melikuziev. Jab coming in again there by Melikuziev. Rosado edging forwards. Both guys in the center right now. Rosado just trying to hang in with this fight because he was getting hit with some big shots earlier in this round. And we're about to go to round number 6. So round number 6 coming up in this one. It can only go 10 rounds. And then we'll have our co-main. I reckon our co-main will start in about 20-odd minutes. I can see the co-main starting in 20 minutes. I don't think the co-main's going to go the distance. I think David Morrell, 8 wins, 7 knockouts, 6 in the first round. This is a last-minute replacement as well. I think that should be a finish quite early. And then I think we'll have plenty of time to get our teeth stuck into that main event. I think we've done a good job anyway. I think we've definitely ticked that box of talking about the main event. But we'll continue to do that as people jump in and join us for the first time as we continue to get closer. I can see we're still got over 3,000 people joining us. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. If you are enjoying sharing your thoughts in the chat, and I would hope you are, you know, I encourage that. I want people to share their thoughts. If you think Garcia's winning, let me know. Put it in the chat. Tell us why. Why is Garcia winning? If you think Tank's winning, let us know why. Why is Tank winning? What have you seen that tells you it's Tank? Of course it's Tank. Or it's Garcia. Of course it's Garcia, right? Let us know in the chat which way you're going with that, because like that's what it's all about. I want you guys sharing your thoughts, and you know, we've got the poll up and running. We've had over 26,000 votes right now, which is mental. Over 26,000 votes, and King Ryan 51%, Tank 49% now. So it's been 50-50 pretty much all night. There was a moment earlier where Tank just started to take the leads. Then it went back to 50-50. And now we're starting to see Ryan take the leads. So, and now it's just gone back to 50-50. So right now it is still 50-50 in our poll. Ryan just edging it momentarily. But now it's gone right back down to 50-50. So keep your votes coming in. Keep your likes coming in, because it'd be great to get to 1,000. We're at 785. Should be able to do that. We really should be able to do that. So 785, keep your likes coming in. It's really appreciated, as we said. And yeah, keep your votes coming in as well. If you enjoy the channel, hit the subscribe as well. It is just worth mentioning that. I know we were really close, and I'm not going to get a chance to look right now, but I know we were really close. We were about 50 subs away from getting to the next 1,000, whatever it was. So, yeah, if you are joining us for the first time, hit that subscribe. I think we were close to 275. I think we were close to 275. So that would feel like quite an achievement. But yeah, really appreciate it. Put in your thoughts. I want to know what people are saying. James says, I think Garcia is the most well-rounded in and out of the cage. Casuals aren't watching Tank fights, but they are watching Garcia fights. This might be the most pressure that Tank has felt before a fight. That's interesting. That's a good point. X Music said, I want Tank to win, but I see Garcia versus Haney since they're 3-3 in amateurs. Toby said King Ryan because I've bet on him by decision. I think, honestly, if you're going Ryan, I think the decision is... I like that bet. Hopefully, a dub either way makes me money. Okay. Hi, I'm going to pick Ryan, says Reynaldo. Reynaldo, shout out to you. Because of his power punch and reach advantage. I like that. I like these comments, you know. I like these comments. What I like about these comments is it's not I want Ryan to win because I like his pictures. You know, it's I want Ryan to win because I think he's got good power in both hands, or I think he's got the reach advantage, or do you know what I mean? Like, this is good. This is good stuff. Philanam Records, we'll get there, says Tank has more strength, but Ryan is faster. Both have got high qualities in ring control, but have polar opposite methods of doing so. Yeah, I agree. I mean, they really are. They're coming from different walks of life, and they've got different fighting styles. They approach fight in a different way. It's just it's really interesting, isn't it? Really interesting. I think the Morning Combat guys, you know, the podcast, they did a little sit-down interview with both guys, and one of the fun questions they asked was, if you could go to a desert island and take a movie with you, what movie would you take? And again, they were just saying, you know, the answers just show how different these two are, because Ryan Garcia said he would take Lion King, and I think Tank said he would take Menace to Society. So again, you know, just so different. But again, it's these differences, it's these opposites that make for such interesting dynamics, and, you know, just makes for such an interesting matchup. So yeah, I agree. Well said. Matthew said it's crazy how the pay-per-view for this event in Australia is $28. UFC pay-per-view is $60, but boxers still get paid way more than UFC fighters. That is true. That is very true. The only thing I would say to like counter that, though, would be that I think the number, and I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong, the number of people that are going to buy this around the world, I think, is going to be bigger than most UFC events. So UFC has to make its money from a smaller number of people that have bought the event, whereas in boxing, there's going to be more people that are buying this. So maybe you can afford to have a lower price point. Plus also, thanks to America, most of the money is getting generated there, isn't it? I mean, if they're having to pay $80 for this, then I think the rest of the world can sit back and put its feet up. Because as you said, here in the UK, there's no cost. It's $9.99 on DAZN. In America, you're saying it's $28 compared to UFC that's $60. I think it is like America that bears the brunt on this one, and is so often the case. As I said, this isn't me gloating. This is me saying I feel really sorry for America. I feel really sorry for you guys that you have to pay those kinds of prices. I can't fathom it. I can't get my head around it. I don't know how people afford it. I have no idea how people can afford to watch the big boxing events, the big UFC shows, and be like churning out like $70 each time. Because right now it feels like there's a big thing on each weekend. I mean, as we said, we're only a month away from Devon Haney against Lomachenko. How much is that going to cost you? And then, of course, you've got like the UFC shows as well. So I mean, it's ridiculous. It really is. No, but no one's shining a light on that. No one's having a conversation about that. Who's winning? Right now, scrappy little affair, but this fight has kind of been the same all throughout. We've seen Rosado getting backed up a lot. We've seen Melikuziev really putting the pressure on. They're just showing him teeing off on Rosado in the corner. And body shots. There's another right hand that misses there, but a beautiful overhand left that connected by Melikuziev. So for me, this is Melikuziev comfortably winning in this one. As we said, this can go 10 rounds. We are approaching round number 8. There is a co-main event after this. Then we get to our main event in about an hour and 10 minutes. I mean, it wasn't long ago we were saying it was just over 2 hours, and now it's like just over an hour away, and then we'll be at the main event. So, yeah, and I can see there's more people joining us all the time. We're about 140 likes away from getting to 1,000 likes. So leave a like if you haven't already. I don't know where we are in regards to the subs. I know, as we said, we were really close to getting to 275. So if you are watching and you've not subscribed to the channel, we are here for UFC on a Saturday. We do the big boxing events as well. So that is, if that's something you're interested in, then we do live watch-alongs for those on a regular basis. Right now, we're in round 8. And we have got unofficial scoring has got Melikuziev 69-64. So apart from 1 round, the unofficial numbers have given every round to Melikuziev. So that means that Rosado is going to have to find another knockout in order to pick up a victory here. Obviously, we don't know how the judges are seeing it, but certainly I had Melikuziev winning this as well. But some nice shots coming in there by Rosado, teeing off on Melikuziev. And he just did get a combo through there. A couple of shots coming back, though, by Melikuziev. He's got Rosado back in the corner. Rosado just letting his hands go. And big body shot coming in there by Melikuziev. And again, that's a lovely left hand straight down the middle by Melikuziev as Rosado continues to move forwards. So Rosado putting the pressure on as Melikuziev is backing up a little bit. Lovely hook shot coming in by Melikuziev. Body shot coming in there by Rosado. Melikuziev trying to find a way forwards. And nice work at the moment as Rosado is backing up a little bit. A couple of jabs coming in there by Rosado. This is round number 8. We're just keeping an eye on if we could get a finish here. We are approaching the final couple of rounds. Bingo, shout out to you. Bingo says, Days, what do you think about Tank? For me, he's unique as his punches are less, but he lands them clean. Yeah, well said. I really like Tank. I mean, he is one of my favorite fighters to watch. I think that he doesn't necessarily get the credit that he deserves for how calculating he can be. I think a lot of people just see him as like losing the starts of fights and then just finding a shot later on. But there's so much more that goes into it than that, you know. I think a lot of what he does by design. I think his low output is by design. I think he puts a big value on his accuracy. I think that's something that I think he knows that he has got power, serious power. And I think he knows that if you can, rather than just like working and like throwing jabs and like, you know, just picking up rounds and whatever, if you can find that kill shot, if you can work out your opponent, I mean, there's something. I mean, I really admire boxers for this, because when you're in the middle of like a fight and you're standing opposite your opponent, to not every boxer can do this, or there's varying degrees of being able to do this. But if you can work out your opponent, stand there and logically in that moment think things through, work things out. You know, it'd be like trying to do, I don't know, a Sudoku in the middle of a fire, right? It's like you've got loads of things to think about. There's loads of stuff going on. I mean, the adrenaline has got to be pumping, right? You've got to deal with all of that. And you need to work out some stuff here. Like, you know what I mean? You've got this Rubik's Cube in front of you that you've got to try and solve, whilst also worrying about getting knocked out yourself, where your opponent is, or what your footwork's like. You know, you're trying to work all this stuff out. Like, I don't think Tank gets given the credit, or enough credit, for his ability to do that. I think he is very good at that. I think he is very good at working out his opponents, finding openings, in the early stages, which he then exploits later on. And so I think that his low output, he's not worried about jabbing away and doing all this in the early stages. He's doing other work. His other work is looking and identifying those openings, looking for those opportunities so that later in the fight, he can exploit them. He can go for them and, he can capitalize and win the fights. And we've seen him do that time and time again. And this is what I expect to see tonight. I expect to see tonight a case of him, low output. Garcia's going to look good in the first few rounds, at least. And then I expect Tank to start coming through. I expect to see him exploiting and capitalizing on those opportunities. And eventually, I think he will put Garcia away in the round 7, round 8, that kind of stage. But as I said, if Garcia can weather that storm, if he is going to be able to survive that, and who knows, maybe even throw some counters and cause some problems of his own at that point. If we can get through and get to the judges, I would much rather my ticket say Ryan Garcia than Tank Davis, because Tank Davis's low output will come back to bite him if we get to the judges. So Garcia by decision, I really like. I think if anyone's got that as a little gamble, a little bet, I like it. I like the look of it. It's just, can he get there? Can he survive the storm that I'm certain we're going to see at some point? If he can, I like that bet. And as I said, Teddy Atlas, well-respected trainer, of course, boxing trainer, legend of the sport. He is going with Garcia. The reason why is because he said it's such a close fight and you can see past a victory for both, that why not go with the underdog? Why not just have a little sprinkle? He said he's not going to put anything big on. It's just a little sprinkle, just a little summit on the underdogs. He really likes Ryan. He likes him as a person. He said he's not using that as a way of like colouring his judgment or anything. But he is, he's leaning in that direction. He's leaning that way. And he loves the plus money. So, yeah, fair play. I can see that making sense. I can tell you that this fight is going to go to round number 10. So we are going to round number 10. And looks like we might be going the distance here. Rosado not able at the moment to find a repeat of that knockdown and that they got in the first fight. And so right now it looks like this is going to go the distance, and it looks like a win for Melikuziev. After this, we got our co-main event of David Morale Jr. taking on Falcao. That is for the WBA regular super middleweight title. And then, of course, we go to Tank Davis against Ryan Garcia. Elite GB said, if Tank hurts Ryan early, it's going to be a long, long night for the young king. Tank style is literally meant for going to head-to-head bigger fighters. Garcia can't even eat, said N35. Garcia must intercept Davis on throw, them fast long jabs, dangerous threatening with that straight right to the face of Davis, says Wrestle Lesson. Let's go down. Where can we watch? So in America, it's on Showtime. In the US, in the UK, it's on DAZN. As I said, I genuinely don't know if there are illegal streams that are doing the rounds. I would imagine there are illegal streams doing the rounds, but I assure you they are going to be getting ripped down because these guys they've got teams of people that look for those. So I don't know, maybe there could be the odd one that slips through the cracks, but normally we get people coming back during the main event saying that they looked for those kinds of streams and they might have found some, but they ended up getting pulled or whatever. So, but I've no doubt that there'll be some out there at the moment. Whether it's there by the time it gets to the main event, though, I honestly don't know. K Black, shout out to you, buds. Asia is not showing, it says, entertaining channels. That's interesting. Did you see Gibb versus Austin? I didn't, but no. Was it good? Random guy said, I ain't paying $85 for this card tonight. Yeah, it's shocking. The price is shocking, but I mean, it's such a big fight. It's got such interest that you can understand why they'd be asking for such a high cost, such a high number. Because to be honest, I mean, they get away with like $70 on a regular basis. I think UFC shows come in at about 70. And this is one of the biggest fights that boxing can give you. So, yeah. Can you replay the rounds for us, says Carrie. What do you mean? I can go through it, absolutely. Days, who are your top 5 boxers? That's a good question. I really like that. To be honest, I mean, for me, I would love to be sitting here and going through the legends, you know, talking about Sugar Ray, talking about Muhammad Ali, people like that. But to be perfectly truthful, I mean, yeah, you can go back and watch them and appreciate what they did. But I don't think, if I'm being brutally honest, it hits the same or feels the same. You can go back and admire the skill and the technique and the ability and everything, but I don't think it quite hits the same as when you're watching fights that haven't yet happened. You know, for example, if someone goes back and watches this fight in the future, maybe already knows the results, they ain't going to get the same feeling that we're getting now as we're waiting. You know, the anticipation, that excitement, that adds to the fights. You know, you don't get that so much when you go back and watch the old fights. I think it's not a cop-out answer. It's my honest answer. I really feel different watching the fights live than when I do and go back and watch the legends. So for me, if you're asking me about my personal favorites, I mean, I'd have to say Lennox Lewis for what he did for the UK and the UK boxing scene. Definitely have to include him. Probably my favorite as I was growing up was Prince Nassim. I think people loved Prince Nassim. Not only did he have fast hands and, you know, incredible skill, but such a showman as well. Such a showman. Incredible records that he had. And whenever you bought a Prince Nassim kind of fight card, you always knew that you was going to be seeing something like that was worth watching. It was always worth your money, always worth your time. So Prince Nassim, definitely. I'd have to go with Floyd's. I mean, Floyd's Mayweather's got to be, I think, on a lot of people's lists. I mean, if we're going to talk, he wasn't the most exciting of fighters. I honestly used to watch Floyd's, I suppose, in a similar way to how I watch Jake Paul, in the sense of, I'm just waiting for him to lose. Just waiting for him to lose. I'm just waiting to find out. Not that I hated Floyd by any means, but he wasn't the most exciting of fighters. Very technical. But, you know, when you're younger, I don't know that the sweet science side of this is that appealing or appeals as much. You want excitement. Hence why I loved Prince Nassim. So, Floyd would definitely be on that list. I think he is someone that I really enjoyed watching, because I enjoyed watching to see if someone was going to be able to beat him or not. And he would definitely be up there. I'm trying to think if there's any other American fighters that would make my list. I mean, you know, it's hard to not say Mike Tyson, because I caught the end of Mike Tyson's career. I wasn't watching, obviously, in like that kind of late 80s, early 90s. I mean, I did watch him and Holyfield live when he bites I wasn't there, but I mean, I bought the pay-per-view. We had it on in the house. And, you know, it's one of those where when he bites the ear and it's just, you can't believe it's happening, and it's such a big talking point, and then it's like main event news the next day, and it was such a big thing. And I remember him going on and facing Lennox Lewis, and I mean, he's always been just regarded as the baddest man. You know, I mean, even for the weigh-in of this, Mike Tyson was on stage, and like they had to acknowledge him, of course, and he waves out to the crowd. He gets one of the biggest reactions, you know. So yeah, those are a few that would come to mind. I mean, I think they're pretty standard names. I wish I could give you more exciting picks, but to be honest, when I was young, as we said, you know, I mean, you'd watch probably the British fighters when you're young. And then, like, the big names, to be honest. It's only been like more recently that I have, probably past 10 years or so, where I've like dug a bit deeper, kind of gone into like really trying to learn more about like the upcoming fighters and whatever. So I don't know. To be honest, if I was young, would I watch this fight? I mean, I think I would. I think this has got enough about it that I would tune in for this when I'm young. I mean, now it's unmissable at my age. But I'm trying to think, if I was young, I would always look for the British fighters because, you just do, You look for the fighters that are representing your country and you're cheering them on, That was a big appeal when I was young. So two Americans going up against each other. I mean, I did watch Tyson Holyfield. So just based on that, I think this would definitely get my attention. Keep getting your thoughts in. I can tell you that the poll right now, we've got over 4,000 people. We're only 20 likes away as well from getting to 1,000. I think we're still on the 274. I cannot see the number that is. I've got a feeling that's close, If you are watching and you've not hit the subscribe, hit the subscribe. We've got over 4,000 people joining us right now. We've got a poll that has got nearly 33,000 votes in it. 51% of people have gone with Ryan Garcia. I can tell you that this fight has ended. It's gone the distance. It is Melikuziev that has picked up the victory. There was no doubt about that. But I think we got to the point where it was going to be Melikuziev unless there was a stoppage. There was no stoppage. We went the distance, and Melikuziev has got revenge for that knockout of the from 2021. We have got our next fight, our co-main event coming up next. This is going to be David Morrell taking on Falcao. And David Morrell against Falcao. That match coming up next. I don't think we're going to have to wait too long for that match, because this one going the distance means I think we'll get to that one pretty quickly. And as we said, this is our co-main event. Colton, shout out to you, said, are we seeing the fight? And hi. Hello. Colton Jr. to 2022. Shout out to you. We can't show it because of copyright. If I was to show it, just like if anyone was to show it on YouTube, you'd just be automatically taken down. Like there's software that would just identify it and rip it down. So I don't think you'll find it on YouTube, to be perfectly truthful. If it's there, I don't think it's there for long, unless it's really well disguised with some filters on top and like they've blown the picture up and they've put some filter on and you can sort of see what's happening. But, I don't think you're going to be seeing like, even then I'd expect that to get reported and ripped down. Twitch, I don't know about, to be honest. I really don't know. Twitch is a bit of a weird land for me. I don't really ever venture over there. Normally when I hear about illegal streams, it's normally Twitch, sometimes Facebook, where I hear of some, but I gotta be honest, man. I mean, even those, they get ripped down. So, we have this quite often for like the big fights where obviously people are looking for the action. But it's just, the companies know that, they're aware of that. And there's software, algorithms, and I think actually people that are employed as well that are out there just ripping these streams down. So if you do find it, good luck. When does it start, says Random Guy. It should be in about an hour, maybe even less. We got one fight to go, one fight left. That is it. And then we will be going over to that main event. We've been talking about it all night. We have been live for 4 hours. And it is. It's a big fight. This one, big fight. You don't need me to tell you that. Who won? Said Ismail. That last fight was won by Melikuziev. He managed to get a decision victory over Rosado. Coming up next is going to be David Morrell Jr. taking on Falcao. David Morrell Jr. 8-0, 7 knockouts, 6 of those coming in the first 4 rounds. He is someone that is a finisher. He's got great power. He's got great ability. He is the WBA regular super middleweight champion. This is for a belt. We haven't seen any belts, serious belts, so far tonight, but this one is going to be up for grabs. He is taking on a late replacement, though. Falcao is a late replacement for Agbeko. He's not a big puncher. He is a bronze medalist from the 2012 Olympics. He is southpaw. He is technical and slick, but he doesn't have much in the way of power. He is ranked 6th by the WBA for the super middleweight division, though. So, I mean, he is coming in with some ability, but I just think David Morrell is going to have too much here, and he is minus 2,000 favorite. People made a good point, actually. I can't remember who it was, but there was some show that basically said Mayweather-McGregor, the co-main for that was Tank Davis. They wanted you to see Tank Davis. This fight, you can definitely say is not as big as that, but it's definitely got an energy about it that feels similar. Like the amount of people that were there for the weigh-in for this was amazing. And so they're saying, you know, it's similar that here the co-main is David Morrell. They really want you to see David Morrell. And so that you go away going, he looked good. Definitely want to see more of that guy. So David Morrell against Falcao is going to be our co-main. Don't expect it to go the distance. I really think there'll be a finish in that. I think David Morrell will pick up the win. And then in about an hour, maybe less, we should go over to Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia. I can see that we are over 1,000 likes as well. So a big, big thank you to everyone that's left a like. It really is appreciated. It does make a difference. Again, if you are watching and you've not subscribed, if that's something you'd be interested in doing, hit that subscribe, because we are, I've got I mean, I keep saying it, but I really was under the impression we was about 80 subs away from 275. Don't know. Perhaps my pleas are not working, so I will shut up about it. But a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. PLV2 said predictions. So my prediction is David Morrell is going to win by finish. I think that it should come within the first 6 rounds. I think that Tank Davis will win by finish. I think that will be round 7, maybe round 8. I think Garcia is going to look good in the early stages. I think he's going to land some shots. I think he's going to easily outstrike Garcia. But, you know, Tank Davis, 28 wins, 26 knockouts. He has got a 93%, I think they just said, percentage for knockout, right? I mean, that is amazing, right? He is taking on Ryan Garcia, whose percentage himself is not bad. 23 wins, 19 knockouts. So 23 wins, 19 knockouts. So not going to be quite as high as Tank's like 93% or whatever. But yeah, he is devastating when he does start to put the foot on the gas. At some point in this fight, he will put the foot on the gas. And I keep saying it, but when Garcia is pressuring Tank, I can't see Tank buckling. I think he will absorb that punishment. I think that he will then come through in the later rounds. Other way round, though, when Tank is putting the pressure on Garcia, I don't know that Garcia is going to be able to take that pressure. I don't know that Garcia will have ever faced that kind of pressure. This is the biggest test for both guys, and there's a lot of unknowns. Both guys have got gaps in their defense. Garcia can absolutely use that hook and get some joy. He can go upstairs, go to the body. There's going to be options for him. There's going to be some big options for him. So absolutely, there is path to victory for Ryan Garcia. I really like him by decision. If he survives that storm, if he does survive that storm and gets it to the judges, he will have the volume. The numbers will definitely be on his side. Definitely. So, yeah, I think that he stands a great chance if he can get it to the judges. I'm just not convinced he can get it to the judges. I'm not convinced that Tank doesn't get him out before then. So then, if you start to then go down that road and go, okay, so he needs to stop him early. Can he stop him early? Can Garcia, whilst Tank is still getting into the fight and downloading the information, can Garcia stop him in those early rounds? My gut reaction to that is no. I don't think he can. I mean, we don't see Garcia with early round stoppages. So I don't have anything I can base it on. It's not like we see Garcia. If I'll tell you now, if Garcia was coming into this fight with loads of good, credible first, second, third round knockouts, then we're talking. Because Tank's really slow at the start. And so if you take a slow Tank and add in a Garcia that's got the ability to get first, second, third round knockouts, then I think we've got a very interesting conversation to have. But I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing Garcia get those early knockouts. And this is going to be one of his toughest opponents. So how is he going to get that early knockout now against Tank? I don't see it. So then all of a sudden you go, well, okay, now we're going into round 7, 8, 9. Well, that's Tank territory. So it's got to be, for me, it's got to be Garcia. It's got to be Garcia by decision or Tank by finish. Those are the two options for me. Which way is it going to go? Is it going to be a stoppage by Tank, or is it going to be decision win for Garcia? So, I mean, listen, we're just using the past fights as a template to predict the most likely, probable outcome. But as we know in sports, the probable outcome isn't always the outcome. So if you are sat there with a ticket that says, I think Ryan Garcia is going to win, I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't be like, oh, I've made a mistake. Because I can tell you, Teddy Atlas has got a ticket that said he thinks Ryan Garcia is going to win, because this is a close fight. I think that there is an ability for Garcia to weather that storm and get to the judges. And I think if he does, I think he wins. And he's got a lovely hook shot. I mean, who knows if he lands a liver shot? I mean, he could drop Tank with a liver shot, a body shot to the liver. The thing about like your liver, as we've said a few times tonight, you can't work out your liver. You can't train your liver to like be stronger. If it gets hit, you are going to know about it. And, a big liver shot will shut anyone down. So if Garcia can find that liver shot, hit the sweet spot with and he's got beautiful hook shot. It's, absolutely beautiful left hook shot. If he can find it and target it and bang and shut it down, maybe that's a path to victory for him. And maybe that's something we're not talking about enough or exploring enough. So, paths to victory for both guys. A closer fight than maybe verbally I'm presenting, but I keep saying it. I don't sit here and just sit on the fence. And there is absolutely no point doing that. No one wants to see join a stream where people are like, "Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm not sure. I think it could go this way, but or could go that way, or I don't know. We'll have to wait and see." No, we ain't doing that. I've got Tank winning by round 7, round 8. Live and die by the swords. We'll see. Could be completely wrong. Garcia might smack him up in round 1 and will shock the world. Mightn't he? You just never know with boxing. Feel free to get in your thoughts, though, as we're now over 5,000 people joining us, which is pretty mental. I can see that we've smashed that 1,000 on the likes as well, which is really appreciated. Tank round 2 says Taco Fall. Look at the poll. Who said that? TD, shout out to you, mate. So the poll, over 38,000 votes. It's 51% to Ryan Garcia now. Tank Davis, 49%. So we do actually have a lead now. This thing has been going back and forth all night. Only by 1%, though. I mean, I would imagine the next step will probably be 50-50. I don't think we've seen anyone get to 52%. So it's been 50%. Someone's got the odds, slight advantage here and there. But right now, it seems like, I mean, that's a big sample size as well, by the way. To have like over 38,000 people voting is a big, big sample size. And yeah, right now, 51-49 in favor of Ryan Garcia. With that being said, we are going over to the co-main event. As we said, we don't think this is going to last long. We don't expect this to be around for long. I do think that we should get a finish in this one. This one's going to be pretty hyped and pretty fired up because obviously we'll be even closer towards the fight that people care about. Yeah, we've got our co-main, David Morrell Jr. His record in world title fights is 4-0 with 4 knockouts. This is going to be his 5th title fight that's coming up now. 5th title fight for David Morrell Jr. defending the WBA regular super middleweight title. He is got a big smile on his face. He is 25 years old. He's been calling out for Benavidez, David Benavidez. It's the fight that he wants. And obviously he needs to get the victory here to move on to David Benavidez. I expect him to. Falcao coming in as a last-minute replacement. And I do expect him to get the win here. And I expect the stoppage as well. TD said, have you got any bets on this tonight? I haven't actually. No, I was having a look to see where I could put some bets, but to be honest, the undercards, pretty much the whole undercards, is very one-sided. So the fighters that I like the look of were all the firm favorites, and it's all gone that way. So I like the look of Melnicki Jr. He picked up the win. Shakeshan, he picked up the win. Elijah Garcia, he picked up the win. Melikuziev just picked up the win. I really like David Morrell Jr. here. I expect him to win. But I mean, David Morrell's like minus 2,000. You've got to bet $2,000 to win $100. Like, that's what minus 2,000 means. You got to bet $2,000 just to win 100. That's how firm a favorite David Morrell Jr. is in this fight. So it's just no point, is there? I mean, you're not going to get anything back. So I don't know. I mean, this is where you have to start like going, I think it's going to be this person by knockout in this round. You start to get so specific just to get better odds that, you know, obviously there's a lot more variables then. And so you can pretty much guarantee kissing your money goodbye. I do like Tank in the main event. He's minus 270. That means you got to bet $270 to win 100, which isn't as bad. But, I mean, look, Garcia's got a great chance. And I think having a little sprinkle on Tank by knockout would probably be my play. But to be honest, I didn't get round to it. No, I didn't get round to it. Falcao fighting out of Brazil, 24 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw, 1 no contest, 10 knockouts. He is, as we said, a last-minute replacement. He is a 2012 Olympic bronze medalist, southpaw, very technical. He's got plenty of experience, but this is actually his first world title fight. As we keep saying, this is for the WBA regular super middleweight title. So this is his first world title fight. If you are joining us looking for Tank Davis against Ryan Garcia, then that fight is next. This is our co-main event. And Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia coming up after this. So we are getting closer. I expect by the time this fight is done and we start building towards that main event, that's when things, I think, are going to get real crazy. That's when I think things are going to go to a different level. I think a lot of people might know that the main event's not due for another half an hour. But as we said, we've got to get through this co-main event first. PLV2 said the smart money is Garcia by decision at 6-1. I've gone with Tank, though. Let's go. I like that. The smart money is this. But I didn't do that. I went the other way. So PLV2, shout out to you. Bro is the world champ at 8-0. That's good, said X Music. He's an incredible amateur career. 135 wins to 2 defeats in the amateurs. He's only been pro for 4 years. He's got a lot of confidence, man. As you said, he's 25. He's not waiting around. He wants David Benavidez. And, he's got to get past Falcao, who he should be able to get past. Falcao's first world title attempt, ranked number 6 in the WBA. And good record. 24 wins, only 1 loss. I mean, it's a good, credible opponent. So, this, I think, that's why I don't think this is going to be like an early finish. But 8 wins, 7 knockouts, 6 of those come in within the first 4 rounds. He is a very, very skillful fighter. Morrell Jr. and going to the body there and into a clinch in the early stages. We are underway. So this can go 12 rounds, this co-main. I think all the fights up till this point have been a maximum of 10. But we're seeing a lovely shot coming into the side of the head there by Morrell. Falcao getting rocked. And we've got Falcao standing in the center. A couple of body shots coming in there by Morrell. We'll just keep an eye on it. Big fight, skillful fighter, but I'm very aware that people are largely here for one reason only. Plus also, I feel really good about Morrell getting the win. He's already thrown some big shots. There's an uppercut coming in there as Falcao is covering up already. There's a straight right by Morrell. He's got a smile on his face, Falcao, trying to throw some shots back in response. I said I wasn't going to watch it, but some of these shots by Morrell are so powerful. He's already got Falcao backing up a little bit. Lovely head movement there by David Morrell. Oh, big uppercut. Big uppercut by David Morrell. I don't know what just went flying. Oh, he's stumbling. Falcao stumbling already. Referee is coming in. Wow. Wow. David Morrell already. We've got a count here for Falcao. We could be seeing an early finish. Look, Morrell races over. Couple of jabs coming in. Falcao backing up in the corner. David Morrell teeing off on him. It's an absolute masterclass. This is what they wanted. They wanted you to see David Morrell, to be excited by David Morrell. Oh my God! Down he goes. It's done. It is done. It's cold. Wow. David Morrell, round 1. Falcao, 24 wins, 1 defeat. Olympic bronze medalist has just been battered. Absolutely. He's still down. He's still down. I mean, look, there was no doubt. There was little doubt that David Morrell was going to get the win here. But a first round demolition. I mean, Falcao was rocked. He's still down. I hope he's all right. He's still down. The doctor's checking on him. The doctor's got his head. Falcao has just been smashed. He has just been absolutely smashed. I'll tell you what. I don't know how he does against Benavidez, but he is now 9-0 with 8 knockouts, 7 in the first 4 rounds. That's a first round knockout. 96% of people on Tapology thought that he would pick up the win. 4% thought that it was going to be Falcao. I don't think there was no doubt for me that this was going to be David Morrell Jr., but no way did I think that was going to be first round. I mean, he has come out and he has showed out, man. And that is exactly what they wanted because we keep saying it, but for those that have just joined, when there was McGregor-Mayweather, the co-main of that was Tank Davis. They wanted you to see Tank Davis. They put him in the co-main of one of the biggest boxing fights of all time. They wanted you to see Tank Davis. Now, this might not be that same level. This might not be the biggest boxing fight of all time, but it's one of the biggest boxing fights of the, if not this generation. This is a big night tonight. It's a special night tonight. And in the co-main, they've put David Morrell Jr. They wanted you to see that guy. And I think now you can appreciate why. First round knockout. Falcao is in a seated position at the moment. So they've got a stall. And he is in a seated position. He's just been smashed, man. He's been absolutely smashed. I mean, he'll probably be disappointed with the... the way that it's gone, of course, but there can't be much of an argument there. I mean, he just was never in that fight. And Morrell is going over to check on him. He's just asking if everything's all right. I think it is. So, Tank and Ryan, I mean, this is going to please a lot of people because it means that our main event might be starting a bit earlier. I don't think it will. I think we're still going to be looking at about half an hour. But, I mean, what it means is there isn't anything that's going to necessarily delay it from starting. So, Tank versus Ryan Garcia, we're looking at about half an hour. And then we should be underway. This one ending in the first rounds. Tank's going to knock him out 100%, says Benjamin. Main event is at 8. Benavidez would smoke him, said Nick. Morrell would struggle against Plant, let alone Benavidez. Well, funny you should say that because Plant was actually in attendance. They showed a few people that were in attendance here. And I tell you, after watching that, I'll be totally down for Morrell against Plant. I think that might have been, was that the last fight we did, Plant Benavidez? Can't remember. I know we did the Tank Davis one, obviously, at the start of the year in January. I don't think the heavyweights have the heavyweights fought? No, we couldn't do the Joshua one because that was on at the same time as UFC, wasn't it? So, but as I said, if you are new to the channel, we do try to cover the big boxing fights, well, really as much as we can. Sometimes it's tricky, what with being on at the same time as big UFC events, but yeah, definitely got our eyes on Lomachenko, Devin Haney on May 20th. Definitely looking at that. So, yeah, if you are new to the channel, hit the subscribe. We are, I think, close to 275 subscribers-wise, which would be awesome to get to that. So, I think we're about 100 away. I don't know. I can't see. One fight, main event to go. That's all that's left now. We've been talking a lot about this undercards. It's been all right. I mean, some of it's been a little bit more going to a decision than I thought it would. But wow, that last one just woke us up. And that's a great way to take us to the main event. Put in your thoughts as to which way you're going to go. I can tell you that the poll now is coming up to 44,000 votes. And right now, King Ryan, 52%, Tank, 48%. So seems like a lot of you here are really behind Ryan Garcia. The majority, actually, just slightly edging it now. And that is, you know, we're talking a serious number of votes there. That is a good sample size of nearly 44,000 people. So 50, that's, you know, King Ryan Garcia, 52%. Tank Davis, 48%. Keep your votes coming in. I can see we're over 6,000 viewers as well. Big shout out to everyone joining us. I hope you are enjoying the action wherever you are around the world. And they're just showing George Foreman trailer. That's in theaters on Thursday. Haven't seen any early reviews of this, but I would love to watch this film. So, big George Foreman. Just seeing a trailer of his movie that's coming up, which should be good. I mean, it looks good, but as I said, I haven't seen any early reviews of it. Garcia has got this, as far as I can see, said Jetstar. When does it start? Probably talking about half an hour-ish. About half an hour. Does it start at 11? It is meant to. 2,000 likes for Garcia, said Lexi. Saw Amir Khan in the airport, said Lobster Boy. Made his wife walk in front of him with his bags. True story. Fair play. Right, David Morale is just getting announced as the winner. Should be, this will be interesting to hear him talk, actually. I'll be interested to hear if he does call out David Benavidez. I am expecting him to call out David Benavidez. Okay, so they're in there. They're just going to interview him. He said he's excited. It was a big moment for him. To beat someone like that in the first round is incredible. And they're asking him what his expectation was. I just want to see, you know, what's next. That's what everyone's interested in. What's next? This is a big name in this division now. It was a big name anyway. It was the WBA regular champion. I mean, he's there or thereabouts, but that's a statement that he has sent tonight. Asking him, what's your assessment of where you are? He says, this is my best moment tonight. If you are joining us, Tank Garcia, we are looking at that being in about 25 minutes. They're just showing him a replay of that finish. But how much till it starts? About 25 minutes or so. About 25 minutes. I can see people just asking, when does it start? When that's like the conversation at the moment, isn't it? I think we've reached that point where everyone just wants to know when's it starting. And as we said, it will start in about 25 minutes. That's the scheduled time. You know what it's like with these main events, though. They can sometimes make you wait. So it might not be a case that in 25 minutes, boom, you know, we're straight to the ring walks. But, yeah, it's going to be there or thereabouts. There's certainly nothing to delay it. The co-main has just finished. We are done with the co-main. And really, to be honest, I mean, we've broken the fight down quite a few times. We spoke about both guys' strengths and weaknesses. We've spoken about where we can see the fight going and the different phases of the fight, what we expect in the early phase, the middle phase. I do think, though, the one phase I don't have an answer for is, what does the fight look like in round 11 and 12? I genuinely don't know. You know, are we going to... He says, where is he? Where he's asking where he is. He says, I want to fight Benavidez next. So there we go. David Morale Jr., we thought he would call out Benavidez. He has called out Benavidez. He wanted to know where he is in the building. And so he's made his intentions very, very clear there. David Benavidez next. So, yeah, in regards to that main event, as we were saying, I feel like early stages is going to be Garcia. Later stages is going to be Tank. But rounds 11 and 12, when Tank has maybe had his output, his best phase, which for me tends to be around 6, 7, 8, 9, that kind of phase, you know, I don't know that Tank's going to be able to maintain that and look like the better fighter and look the more dangerous fighter from like round 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know that he's going to be able to maintain that. I mean, I think that there's going to be a storm around 6, 7, 8, maybe 9. And then once we get into the home straight, then, you know, we could see Garcia picking up some rounds. I keep saying it. I know there's people joining us for the first time all the time. I would much rather have a ticket that says Ryan Garcia if we get to the judges than a ticket that says Tank Davis. So the big question for me is, can Garcia get to the judges? Because I think if he's going to win it, I just can't see it being by finish. I can't see it being by finish. I think it's going to be decision. I think that is a very viable way of him winning. I think that is a very, very viable way. It is absolutely something that I can picture and I can see. But is it the most likely outcome? I don't know if a Tank finish, a Tank stoppage is maybe just that little more likely. We're talking about someone that's had 28 fights, 26 stoppages. And even, you know, he has been decision twice and he won both of those as well. One not that long ago, actually. So, but the thing with Ryan is his hand speed is so good. His output is so good. He will win the early rounds as well. So I feel like we're starting this fight with Ryan Garcia already being gifted like the first 2-3 rounds. So, you know, he's just got to find a few more rounds. And then if we get to the judges, I think he would win it. So it's so interesting. It's perfectly balanced, perfectly poised. Big fight coming up next, about 20 odd minutes away. We are going to be going over to Tank and Garcia. They are just showing some footage of the weigh-in. Continue to put your thoughts in. It's great to know what people are thinking. Right now, Jay said, Tio dreamed only of beating Loma. Same way Ryan beats Tank. King Rye will win. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. I mean, Teofimo Lopez getting the win over Lomachenko. Didn't see that coming. Genuinely didn't see that coming. So, you know, absolutely. I would say that Ryan has got a better chance against Tank than Teofimo had against Lomachenko. And Teofimo won that. So I think that's a great point. Lobster Boy said, will the rehydration clause play a role in this match? Well, I think the rehydration clause is as much a mental thing as it is a physical thing, because I think that the rehydration clause, you know, look, Ryan is used to this weight division and he is used to having to cut down to this kind of a weight. The rehydration means that he can't get back up to something that would be maybe a bit more comfortable. But I think that 145, 146 is still going to be fine. I mean, I don't know what he weighs now. I mean, obviously they can't weigh him right now, can they? So, I mean, he's probably been able to get a bit above that as well. But certainly, I think, was it this morning they weighed him? And he came in at, I think it was 145. It was around that. I mean, both made the weight. There's no issue there. I think Ryan was around about a pound heavier. I think he was about a pound heavier than Tank Davis was. I think, though, I don't think physically that's going to be a problem. I don't think there's going to be a physical issue there. I do think mentally, though, it's an interesting one because it is a limitation that has been applied to Ryan Garcia, who ideally wouldn't want that limitation applied. And, you know, it could work both ways because I know that Oscar De La Hoya has flipped it and said, well, you know, if I was a fighter and my team insisted on a rehydration clause, that's not really giving me much confidence that they believe in my abilities. If they're that worried, there has to be a rehydration clause. So Oscar De La Hoya flipped it and was making out, it's like, that's not a good look by Team Tank, is it? That they've asked for this clause because it doesn't show much confidence in their fighter. So, you know, he's tried to find a way of spinning it. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's going to phase Tank at all, right? I don't think Tank cares. Ryan, I don't think it'll phase him either, to be honest. But mentally, it could have been a barrier because, you know, that's just another restriction that's being applied to you. It's another weigh-in that you know, didn't need, you know, ideally could have done without. So it's just a little inconvenience more than anything else. It's an annoyance. It's something that you've just got to, you know, you got to watch that weight. You know, you had to make sure that you hit the scales on that second one, which is done now. So I think that it may have played a little part in the build-up. It may have been an inconvenience, an annoyance in the build. I don't think that plays any part in the fight, though, personally. These are two guys. I mean, Ryan's got a big frame. I'm sure that ideally he would like to be coming in a bit heavier, but it has been pointed out he doesn't look bad at this weight. He doesn't look like really thin or anything like that. It doesn't look uncomfortable for him, or it doesn't look like he's too thin. Like there was real concern for Devin Haney when he had his fight against Kambosos Jr. that he was looking really thin, and that the weight cut was, you can have some really bad weight cuts. It looks like this one's gone all right for Ryan. Looks like this is okay. So I don't think that'll be. I would be shocked if either person blamed that as a factor. I mean, Tank can't, but I'd be shocked if Ryan loses and he says it was an issue. So, but as we said, if Tank wins, my understanding is he can go on potentially to face the winner of Lomachenko, Devin Haney, which would, oh God, that'd be such a good fight. Either of them fights, absolutely mouth-watering. People love Tank Davis anyway, but throw in a title fight where he can now crown himself the king of the division for all the belts. That's tasty stuff, man. So if Tank wins, that would be a big fight if we can get it over the line. If Garcia wins, I believe there's a rematch clause. I believe there's a rematch clause. Not 100% on that. I believe there's a rematch clause. So we may get the rematch first. I don't think there's a rematch if Tank wins. If Garcia wins, I think there's a rematch clause. So again, just something to, that could throw another spanner in the works. We may be getting this fight more than once. Right now, we have just looked at a movie trailer for the Foreman movie. Now we've got a movie trailer for Fast 10. So I don't know if this is the last Fast movie, but we are seeing Fast 10 movie trailer, which I haven't seen before, actually. I don't know if this is doing the rounds. This is my first time of seeing it. To be honest, I am not someone that watches the Fast movies, so I don't think I'm the target audience for this, but certainly looks like a good night out. Certainly looks like a pretty exciting, as you would imagine, from the Fast franchise. So Fast 10 hitting cinemas very soon. Legend Killer says, shout out to you, Wrestling Days. Hello, and let's go Tank. So Legend Killer is firmly behind Tank on this one. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's people sharing their thoughts about Moboleki. Shout out to you. Good morning to boxing fans. I am with Tank Davis here, big time. Can't wait to see the competition. I've been waiting since day one of the announcements. Watching from ZA. What's ZA? Is that ZA? In my head is Zambia. I would say ZA is Zambia, but I could be wrong. But Mobaleki, shout out to you, my friends. Let's go down. I've got 1K on Ryan, says Matteo. Who do you want and who do you think? Said Team Godzilla. Yeah, we've covered it quite a few times, but I'm quite happy to, I apologize for anyone that's getting tired of hearing me break it down, but I can see that we're at 6,500 people joining us, so we're just getting people joining us all the time. But I don't really want anyone, to be honest. That's a really good question, because I think you can have some bias sometimes if you really rooting for someone. It can cloud your judgment. I actually genuinely like both fighters. I mean, I've watched Ryan fights, I've watched Tank fights, I've watched both, I've enjoyed both. I like both, so I can't say. I mean, if anything, Tank makes it hard to root for him sometimes with, all the stuff that's going on outside of the ring. I mean, he's going to have his sentencing done very soon, isn't he? Early May, I believe, for the hit and run thing. So, if anything, he can make it tricky for you to root for him. But so wanting, I think, is a difficult one. I don't think I have a side in the fight. It'd be different if one of them was English. because sat here in the UK, then I would obviously I'd support my fellow countrymen, but both are American, and you know, may the best man win. In regards to who I think, I'm leaning towards Tank. Broke it down. I can't see Ryan getting the early finish. I think we go into those dangerous later rounds. And then for me, the question becomes very simply, does Garcia survive? Does he survive against a Tank onslaught in round 6, 7, 8, where Tank is not getting the volume, but just landing those big blows, those nasty shots, those kind of shots that drop people, you know? Does Garcia, I believe, is going to have to weather that. I believe he's going to have to weather that in round 6, round 7, round 8, maybe round 9. Does he get through that? If he does, he could go on to pick up the win, because if we're sat here and it's round 11, ask me then who I think's winning, because honestly, at that point, that means that he has survived that storm. He has managed to get through those rounds, and we are now getting very close to the judges. And I keep saying it, I'd much rather a ticket that says Ryan Garcia if we're going to go to the judges than a ticket that says Tank Davis. For me, Tank wins by knockout or Garcia wins by decision. And if I have to pick between those two, I think Tank by knockout is probably the more likely. I mean, don't forget, Tank is coming in as a minus 270 favorite. So the betting world has got Tank Davis as favorite. Over on Tapology, they've got 71% for Tank, and they've got 29% for Ryan Garcia. So they've just got a list of points. Not too many giveaways by Tank Davis. And he can land the overhand left, and he can throw some hook shots. So they're just talking about his keys to victory. To be honest, his key to victory is that when he does get going, he needs to get into the pocket, which is going to be tricky to do because we know that Garcia works well on the outsides. And Tank's going to get onto the inside at times, and then he needs to just do his work. What he does. I mean, he's got beautiful combinations. He's got fast hands himself. When he does get on the insides, he can cause real problems. They're saying Garcia's keys to victory: don't overcommit. Use his physical advantages, which is obviously going to be that reach. Land the left hook. That's what they're saying. And that left hook, we keep saying it should be there for Garcia, because Tank, when he defends the jab, he covers up the one side, leaving the other side open. That other side is exposed and is going to be there. And the hand speed of Ryan Garcia, there's no argument, there's no conversation that needs to be had when it comes to who is going to land more shots. That's not even a consideration. It's not a conversation. Who lands more shots is absolutely Ryan Garcia. He will land the volume, but who is going to land those devastating shots? Who's going to land those shots that's really going to give their opponents something to really, really think about? So right now we're just seeing Ryan Garcia backstage going through the motions as he continues to do a little bit of pad work. So Ryan Garcia backstage looking ready. Has got a white vest top on, says King Ryan on it. And he's just pacing around in the dressing room. He's got his gloves on, of course. We are potentially about 10 minutes away from the ring walks. And we haven't seen Tank Davis yet. We're still waiting to see Tank Davis. So he's just pacing around at the moment, just getting into that headspace that he needs to get into. And as we said, we haven't seen Tank Davis yet. We should be going over to his locker room. We should be in there and be able to see what he's doing. Here we go. Bit of pad work for him as well. He's got his gloves on, and he's throwing in some shots on the pads. So both guys doing very similar work as we're very close to the ring walks. And we're just seeing that Tank's got purple and green shorts. Green shorts with purple down the sides, purple and green gloves. He's doing a little bit more pad work, actually, than what we saw from Ryan Garcia. Lots of different angles. We know that his footwork is very good. That's something that we've spoken about as being critical tonight. I do think that Tank Davis uses his lateral movement really well. He's got a lot more escape exits than Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is a lot more lineal with his movement, just moves in straight lines, just goes back and forth a lot. And we don't see that side-to-side movement, but we do see it from Tank Davis. And actually, that could be very interesting. If he steps out to the side and throws some stuff at angles, be very interesting to see how Ryan deals with that. Gamer209 said, I bought it for 85 on DAZN and it's not working. What? DAZN's not working? Gamer209, you're not missing anything at the moment, bud. So, I don't know, try and log back off, log back on again. Certainly if people are having difficulty with it, then that's going to be a massive issue. But right now here in the UK, we've got pictures coming in from backstage, from behind the scenes. So definitely you're not missing anything. We've still got around about 10 minutes till the fight gets underway. People paying and it not showing. That's funny, says Ty Jackson. That sucks, man. I've said it so many times tonight. I feel so sorry for people in America that have paid that kind of a price. It is ridiculous, the pay-per-view pricing now. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. How much time? I am in a different country, said Prince. Listen, mate, we're all in the same boat. I mean, we are expecting ring walks in around about 5 minutes time. About 5 minutes time, we've seen both fighters backstage. Both fighters doing some pad work. We're just waiting now to get to the ring walks. Scheduled ring walk time is in 5-6 minutes. Then we'll get the ring walks. Then we'll get the intros. Then we'll get underway. We are seeing sweeping camera shots from inside the T-Mobile Arena. Of course, this all coming tonight. All coming tonight from Las Vegas. We got Manny Pacquiao in attendance. Justin said, peace from Justin and Jasmine. Let's go, Ryan. Screaming from Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to everyone that's joining us, especially Justin and Jasmine from Portland, Oregon. Can I just say, I love Portlandia. That is such a great show. I was a big fan of that. So if ever I think Portland, I think that, which might not have been the best advert for Portland, but shout out to Portland. Right there, just talking to Manny Pacquiao at the moment, who is looking really sharp this evening. Just talking about which way they think this is going to go. But again, I want to see what you lot are saying. Keep putting in your thoughts. Got over 7,000 people joining us. We now have over 55,000 votes. I actually don't know what the all-time record is when it comes to votes. I genuinely don't know. We might be breaking that this evening. I have no idea. I do remember us getting 50,000 on a UFC stream before. I don't know if I can remember us doing over 55,000. So over 55,000 may be the channel's biggest ever poll. And it's 53% for King Ryan right now. 53% for King Ryan. 47% for Tank Davis. It's really interesting to me because, as I said, Tank Davis, minus 270 favorite. Every poll that I've seen has had Tank Davis slightly edging it. But it just seems like you lot and this community and this sample size of over 55,000 people, right? Which is not a small sample size at all, right? That's going to be way more than how many are inside the actual arena for this fight. 53% have gone with King Ryan. 53% have gone with Garcia here. So people think that he's either going to find that finish or find something that's going to put Tank down. But more likely, I think people are thinking he'll take it to a decision. And he will weather that storm. So, wow. Ryan Garcia all day. What's up, England from LA? Alessandro, shout out to you. Shout out to LA. I hope things are going well over there. I can tell you that here in England, it is coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. And then we should be looking at getting ring walks. It's going to be around that kind of time. But guys, when is it starting? As we said, in around about 5 minutes or so. Harvey said it's so 50-50 fight between Garcia and Tank. Tough fight, but I hope Garcia takes it, says A. Villa. Kevin said we need another Fury fight. Well, they are trying to make one, aren't they? They're trying to do Fury against Usyk in December. And they are hoping to put Joshua Wilder on the same card, which is mental. But then, you know, a lot of stuff that's coming out of Saudi and like the big kind of money and big sporting events coming out of there is pretty crazy at the moment. So, yeah, I mean, they're just going big on that. If, you know, Saudi are trying to really make themselves the home of boxing. I know that, wasn't it Jake and Tommy that fought over there? And I just remember Big John Fury constantly going on about how he loves Saudi Arabia. Someone said to Big John, oh, they love it when you praise Saudi. Can you just make sure you do that? Just say how much you love it here. Because literally every 2 minutes, like, oh, I love Saudi. Oh, I love Saudi. Have I mentioned going to bring the kids and the family over? Oh, I love Saudi. I love Saudi. One thing I know about Big John Fury, he loves Saudi. Oh, he loves it. So, yeah, they're really trying to make themselves the home of boxing. I'm surprised they haven't picked this fight up, actually, to be honest. I'm really surprised they haven't picked this up. But, yeah, it looks like they're trying to do a mega card with Fury, Usyk, and then Joshua Wilder. I would imagine Joshua Wilder being the co-main. All on the same card. Absolutely mental. Jake Paul said, let's go, fight day. I've got Ryan Garcia, 3rd round knockout. Okay. I honestly don't see that, but, you know, I'm quite happy being on the opposite side to Jake Paul. Ice Cube said, you know who I'm going for. Right, they're just showing some tweets at the moment. The time for talking should be done. We are literally getting shots of the arena. We're with Mauro Ranallo right now, who is the commentator, of course, for Showtime. These pictures coming over to DAZN as well. So maybe just a little bit of fill in here as they're just getting those last-minute buys, those last-minute stragglers. Anyone that wants to watch this now, you need to be in place because we are very, very close to the ring walks. JB said, I want to hear your best play-by-play for this one. JB, shout out to you. We are going to be crystal clear. We are going to be all over this. And I can't wait. I absolutely can't wait. Make sure that you guys as well are putting your thoughts in the comments as the fight progresses. Which way are you scoring it? Which way are you seeing it? That is something that I think works so well when it comes to these types of watch-alongs. You know, what are you seeing? How are you scoring? Which way do you think the fight has gone or is going? If we do get to the judges, I fully expect there to be plenty of robbery calls, as is usually the case. But, yeah, I think we're pretty good at scoring this. Obviously, I really like Showtime. They're constantly putting up stats as well. Unofficial, but just gives you a good idea if what you're seeing is what is being picked up by those unofficial numbers. So, yeah, you should have a good idea by the time we get to the judges, if it does go that far, as to which way this one has gone. At the moment, we are just still getting people talking. We're just going up to the pundits, and we've moved away from ringside. As we said, they are just making people wait at the moment. It's a pretty standard affair. If you tell people the ring walks and the show's going to start at 4, you just delay it a little bit to pick up those people that have and ahed, and then decide that this is one that can't be missed. So we should be getting underway with this very soon. We're also sneaking up to 60,000 votes as well. We're sneaking our way up to 60,000 votes. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your comments coming in. If you haven't subscribed to the channel as well, if you do join us on a regular basis, semi-regular basis, or you fancy joining us on a regular basis, hit that subscribe. We're at 274, and as I said, I got a feeling we were really close to 275. So, if you haven't hit the subscribe, we're here for the big fights. We're looking to do Devin Haney against Lomachenko May 20th. That is huge for this division. The winner of this will likely face the winner of Haney, the guy with all the belts, the guy with all the golds, taking on the former pound-for-pound number 1, Lomachenko, who used to have all the belts, of course. This division is going to go through a really wild couple of years, at least, as we really try to sort out who the king of this division is. And this is a big night tonight. If you are a hardcore Tank fan, if you are a hardcore Ryan fan, which I must admit, I'm not either. I really don't mind who picks up the win here. But if you are ride or die for one of your guys, this is big. It doesn't mean that they're like completely out the running by any means. Certainly someone like Ryan Garcia, I mean, he's 24, right? So he's going to have opportunity again, and even Tank at 28, I mean, it's not a problem. It's just this division is so stacked. If you lose here, I can see you being out in the wilderness for a little while, because there's just so many names. There's so many people that are competing in this division that are going to get a shot before you do. Again, the other names out there are not easy. If you lose this, I have no idea who you could go on to face. It could be someone like Shakur Stevenson. It might be that you go against Teofimo Lopez, Cambosis Jr. Like, they're still tricky fights. So, the winner here takes a big step forwards, does put some distance between them and their opponent that they've just beaten. The person that loses might just find themselves on the outskirts for a while. So even though there's no titles here, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And I don't think it's affected the buy rate at all. I don't think there's a single person that's going to skip this fight because there's no belts involved. This is a massive fight, one of the biggest of this generation, and certainly one of the biggest of the year. And so many dream fights keep falling off, We didn't get Fury Usyk. We didn't get Fury Joshua. We didn't get Crawford Spence. But this is one that's come through, and we are mere minutes away from the ring walks. We are just backstage at the moment. TD said, "Did you see Nate Diaz choke that dude out?" I did, yeah. We touched on it. We were talking about it. It was obviously pretty crazy stuff. I'm told that it's all legit. I will admit, the first time I saw it, I did wonder if it was legit or not, because, I don't know, it just seems a bit strange to me. It seems a little strange. It seems a little weird. The guy didn't seem to be fighting back, which I can sort of understand, but equally, he didn't make much effort to get away either. So, I don't know. And he looked like Logan. He looked like Logan Paul, which, when I first saw it, I was like, is this a setup? Because we know that Nate is facing Jake soon. So, I don't know. Something about it just didn't feel right, but I'm told it's legit, and the dude's not in a great way, so I hope he's all right. Caleb said, Tank's going to get it done with a cheeky left. out. Cheers, mates. Caleb, shout out to you, dudes. Hope you enjoy the action. We have got the announcements being made. So we should be looking at the ring walks. We are just getting a view of a video package. We're just seeing Tank and Garcia calling each other out. We're seeing footage from the press conference. The video package to get going on this one is playing right now. We are going to be underway very, very soon. Very, very soon. Right now, the eyes of the world are on Las Vegas as we are approaching the ring walks for Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia. Let's go. Let's go. He says, left hook, done, says Ryan Garcia. But Tank Davis knows about that left hook. That left hook is not going to be a surprise. It's been a lot of trash talk in between these two. They don't like each other. They're very different people. And as we said, you know, that just really adds to the intrigue of this fight. So some training footage. We're just in the gyms with both guys at the moment. Again, it's just a real good hype video. And we should be going over to the ring walk. I'm guessing Garcia comes out first. Garcia tends to, or has been kind of accepting like the hydration clauses and things along those lines. So, okay, here we go. Tank's got this, said Hawk is not an L. Ryan Garcia getting his introduction. We're about to get underway. Ryan Garcia is coming out first. We are seeing him and his entourage, and it looks a healthy entourage. There's around about 20-odd people behind Ryan Garcia. King Ryan, no crown. But, yeah, plenty of people is standing in the entranceway. Black robe, red gloves, saying a prayer. Music hits, and Garcia is stepping out into the arena. This is such a big fight. The pressure on that young man's shoulders at the age of 24 years old. But he was bred to do this. He was born to do this. He's been doing this for a long, long time. And, you know, he's got an incredible amateur record. 215 wins, 15 losses. Very confident. Wanted this fight. Wanted Tank. When so many people have seemingly avoided Tank, this person stood there and called him out. You don't have to like Ryan Garcia, but you have to respect Ryan Garcia as he gets to the ring. And plenty of people love Ryan Garcia. He is very, very popular. And again, if we do just have a look at our poll, he is edging it right now. So 53 to 47. Ryan Garcia over 62,000 votes. Coming up to 63,000 votes. Ryan Garcia is inside the ring. And his last fight was in July of 2022. That was a knockout round 6. It is a massive moment in his career, of course. But he looks so comfortable. He looks so comfortable on this stage. He looks good. He looks cool, calm, collected. I think he genuinely believes that he is going to get the win here. He wanted this fight. He wanted this moment. He's got a smile on his face. I would imagine right now he just wants to get going. He's standing in the ring. He's bouncing around. I wonder how long Tank will make him wait. Sometimes we see these mind games where they leave their opponents in the ring for a while. Of course, you know, all of those feelings, the adrenaline, the emotion. Certainly for someone his age as well. you know, dealing with that, standing in there, waiting. Right, Tank getting his intro. So Ryan Garcia inside the ring. Tank getting his intro as well. As we said, we are... Is there? I wondered if we might be going to the locker room. But no messing around, in all fairness. We go to the entranceway. And Tank is making his way down there, standing in the entranceway. Tank, as we said, wearing green. He's got purple highlights in his robe, on his gloves as well. Gamer209 said, DAZN, I've tried everything and it's not working. You should be able to get a refund on that, buds. Definitely. I don't know. You'll have to let us know. Is anyone else suffering issues with DAZN? I'd be interested to know that, because obviously if DAZN has gone down in America, I mean, I feel like more people would be commenting about it. So I don't know if that's an isolated incident, but all I can tell you is you still haven't missed anything. We've got both guys making their way down. Obviously, Ryan Garcia already in the ring. Here's Tank Davis. He's got a big entourage around him as well. Capacity crowd here in T-Mobile Arena. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We've got over 10,000 people joining us live right now. Feel free to put your thoughts in the chat. It's obviously moving so quick though. But I think you can understand this is a very popular event. This is one of the biggest boxing fights, not only of the year, but of this generation. It means so much. These two are two of the most popular boxers, fighters in the world. Tank Davis coming in off a win in January. Of course, we, as we said, we did that fight. Yeah, he is coming in quite fresh. I mean, he's coming in off a win back in January. We haven't seen Ryan Garcia since the middle of last year. It's not a problem. I wouldn't say that was like inactive or anything along those lines. But Tank has been active more recently, has tested himself in there more recently. But this is the biggest fight for both guys. And right now, both fighters inside the ring. We're about to get the final announcements. Then we'll be underway with the first round. Tank Davis minus 270. Ryan Garcia plus 180. I'm not expecting this to be a short fight. I think we could be going into those later rounds. Do expect Ryan Garcia to look good in the early stages. I do expect Tank Davis to come through. The question is Garcia going to make it to the judges? I can't see a Garcia stoppage. That's what I can't see that, but who knows? He's got that 2.5 inch reach advantage, which is going to be key for Garcia. And the thing with Garcia as well is you do see a lot of fighters that have that reach advantage. They just don't really know how to utilize that reach advantage. But Ryan Garcia is very good at using that reach advantage. He's the taller fighter. He's got that 2.5 inches as well over Tank. No 3 knockdown rule. Only the ref can stop the fight. Fighters cannot be saved by the bell in any rounds. Fight is official after round 4. So those are the rules for this one. We are going to get the announcements. We are going to be underway. Keep putting in your final thoughts. Keep putting in your votes as we are getting closer towards 70,000 votes. We are getting closer towards 70,000. I think that would make it the most popular poll that we have ever had, which is incredible. So, right, we are just getting the intros. But it's over. Garcia is going to get knocked out. Right, we've got Garcia in the one corner. He's just getting his intro at the moment. We've got Tank Davis over in the other. And both guys looking very comfortable, as we said. There's no signs of nerves. Tank Davis has got a big smile on his face at the moment. And he's just pacing around. Actually, Garcia giving a little wink there momentarily. He's looking cool, calm, collected. He's just taken a little stroll. He's just walked over to the other side of the ring and headed back. We've got Tank Davis as well, just taking a little stroll over his side. Both of these guys just want to get underway. You can tell they just want to get into it now. But both guys looking very confident. I can tell you that the three judges, one from Nevada, two from Nevada, and the other from New Jersey. So three judges just been named. Referee for this one, Thomas Taylor, the referee for this. Right. Big Tanks, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joining us right now. As we said, we continue to head towards the start of this one. Both guys in the ring should probably be underway in about 5 minutes, if that. I'm going for the guy that doesn't wear a purse. 3 rounds, Tank down. Doing intros now. Yeah, they're doing intros now. Right, we've got Garcia back in his corner. Red corner for Garcia. Just trying to listen to the reaction here. Yeah, it's pretty positive, you know. It's pretty good. Pretty positive reaction for Ryan Garcia. It's going to be interesting, actually, to see how this crowd are split, because there's going to be fans of both guys in here. Both guys definitely bring in eyes to this. That's what makes it so interesting. It's both guys massively popular, both undefeated, of course, as well. Over 9 million Instagram followers for Ryan Garcia. Puts his hand in the air. Big cheers for him. I feel like there's probably the majority of female support for Ryan Garcia. A lot of them cheers were quite high-pitched voices. The cheers for Gervonta Davis seem to be a little bit lower in tone. So 28 wins, 26 knockouts. So Ryan Garcia out of Inglewood, I believe. Gervonta Davis out of Baltimore. He is. He really is. He's ferocious. He is electrifying. Bouncing around. Mayweather in there. Shouting some advice. Firing up Gervonta. Tank Davis getting his intro. So Mayweather was in there. Mayweather keeps stepping over. Mayweather knows how big this is for Tank Davis. For both guys. And we're starting to get people out of the ring now. We are moments away. Moments away. Over 73,000 votes. Let's go. Let's go. When's the fight starting? Literally seconds. The time for talking intros done. Mauro Ranallo jumps onto commentary, and we are about to get underway. Their moment of truth, says Mauro. Both fighters back. And the bell sounds, and we are underway with the action as Garcia steps into the middle. So Garcia in the center ground, and Tank is just on the outsides. So we are seeing jabs coming into the head, coming into the body by Ryan Garcia. And we are seeing Tank obviously backing up a little bit. He's trying to maintain that distance. He's trying to stay out of the punching range. So Tank is actually quite a distance away from Garcia, but he is backed up against the ropes a little bit here, Tank. Garcia putting that pressure on early, and we are seeing Tank backing up a little bit. He's standing his ground, though. We know that he's got good lateral movement, and we're seeing that on display at the moment as he just moves from side to side over by the ropes. He has been backed up, though. Garcia's done a really good job. Goes for a hook to the body and shake of the head there. Fast left hand by Garcia. Garcia is just edging this first round, but we haven't really seen much land at the moment. Seeing a couple of jabs just falling short. Tank is backed up against the ropes. Again, tries to throw a shot to the body there, Tank Garcia. So fascinating at the moment. Really exactly what we thought that we would see with Garcia taking the fight to Tank. Not really being overly aggressive, though. I mean, that is key to not overcommit. So we're not seeing him overcommitting, but he is getting the fight where he wants the fight, Garcia. Garcia has got Tank just backed up a little. Tank trying to find a way of getting into range. I think it looked like he was looking to slip the jab there momentarily. He really wants to throw that left to the body. It looks like Tank is targeting countering to the body with a left hand. So he must have seen an opening. It's a couple of times now where he's thrown that shot, that left to the body, that left hook to the body. And I don't think he's landed it, to be honest. Couple of jabs coming in. Beautiful hook. The hand speed, absolutely exceptional from Ryan Garcia. Double jabs with a hook shot. But again, not sure how much of that actually got through. Really, really close round. This is not a round that Ryan Garcia has stamped his authority on. I really think Garcia needed to do a bit more here than what he's done in this first round. We've said all night that we expect Garcia to take these early rounds. He is, I would say, looking just that little bit more aggressive. He's certainly getting the fight where he wants the fight. How much of that actually landed, though? Hard to say. Hard to say, but I would say there was a couple of moments there. Certainly that double jab into a hook from Garcia that looked nice. So I am saying that that is a Garcia round, but not much in it. Not much in it. Not as much as what we thought, actually. Thought we would see more from Garcia in that first round. It was quite good. It was quite comfortable for both guys. Neither guy was really put under that much pressure. I think Tank was backed up against the ropes a little bit. As I said, I like the double jab and the hook shot from Garcia. But I think that was a good first round, probably for both. I think that Garcia would just get the nod on it. It's nothing more than a nod. But here we go, about to get underway with round number 2. Tank again immediately backed up against the ropes as Garcia gets the fight where he wants it, puts that pressure onto Tank. I would want to see Garcia doing a bit more here. Jab coming in there by Garcia. Smile on the face of Tank. Tank is getting backed up. Garcia's got... Oh, and that's better. That's better by Garcia. Explodes forwards into the clinch. A lot more aggression from Garcia. This is better. So it looks like Garcia is up in the aggression, swinging away, and Tank grabs a hold of Garcia. Garcia, when they're in that clinch, the shots coming in by Garcia as they're in the clinch. This fight has gone, man. We have gone. We have exploded. Garcia has woken up. That first round was quiet, but we're not quiet now. We're seeing big explosive movements here by Garcia. Tank on the outside using that lateral movement. He is cutting off the ring so well. And all Tank can do is come in and clinch at the moment. And referee just having a word with both guys. Referee not happy with the clinch work by Tank as Garcia comes in again. Garcia putting that pressure on, cutting off the ring. He's got Tank backed up against the ropes. Garcia is looking to capitalize on these early rounds. Probably gets the nod in round 1, but not much in it. Much better performance from Garcia in round 2. Really upping the aggression. And I'll tell you where he's getting the key shots. Oh, I tell you what, in the clinch, some of Garcia's best work is being done in the clinch. He's going for big hook shots and Tank. Garcia down! Garcia down! Garcia goes down! Big left hand by Tank! Big left hand by Tank! Oh, Garcia's getting aggressive. Getting overly committed by Tank Davis. Tank Davis puts Garcia down. Garcia's back up. We are back underway. Round number 2. What? Big left hand by Tank Davis. Big left hand. And what is that going to do for this round? Because Garcia was winning it. But a knockdown, a big moment for Tank Davis. It's got to give him the round. It's got to give him the round. So that has given Garcia something to think about as well. As Garcia ended up going down, he turned up the aggression. You know, it's been said so many times, you can't commit. You can't overcommit. Wow. Tank getting that big moment. Big moment. It's got to be a Tank round. So Garcia swinging away, comes forward, goes into the body. We're just, I think, seeing the replay. Ducks underneath, cracks him, and down goes Garcia. He's certainly not out, though. I mean, when he goes down, he gets knocked down. He's not knocked out. Just seeing a replay, I mean, it's a big, powerful shot. It's a beautiful left hand by Tank Davis. Garcia down in the second. If you are joining us, this fight is living up to the billing. This fight is living up to the hype. Garcia down in the second. And we're about to go into round number 3. Round number 3. I've got it 1-1. But as I said, that first round, there was not much in it at all. But the aggression of Garcia, and I think he might have just landed a little bit more. But that knockdown, you know, Ryan was winning that second round for me. But that knockdown is absolutely critical. So we've got Garcia again trying to drive Tank Davis back. This is going to be fast, said John. So Garcia in the center. We've got Tank Davis just circling around on the outsides. The thing is, we're not seeing Garcia showing that same level of aggression at the moment because, I mean, I think it's so weird because in that first round, he was showing aggression, but not to the level that we saw in round 2. He sort of went from 0 to 100. Like, I think I'd like to see him operate at like 40% aggression. You know, we really went from him just pressuring in round 1 to really wailing away and presenting some openings. And, well, Tank Davis took one of them openings. I think live odds right now have got Tank Davis at about minus 600 after that knockdown. So live odds right now, I think, I mean, now that you've seen Garcia go down, I think people are probably thinking there's a chance that we could be seeing it again. It's very cagey. Both guys in the center at the moment. Jab coming in there by Tank. And he's just putting out a finder there, a bit of a feeler, and then bang, straight to the body. Liver shot coming in there by Garcia. Lovely hook to the body. We're seeing some really good work here by Tank. Again, just using that right hand, putting out that right hand and a feint to the body there as well. Again, still downloading this information, but I wonder if the aggression of Ryan has just meant that Tank is starting to work a little earlier than usual. Hook shot, fast, man. So fast. Didn't land it, though. Goes to the body. That's a lovely shot there by Tank Davis. Beautiful left hand. And I think Tank's body shots are having an effect. We are seeing Garcia being a little bit cautious as Tank continues to edge forwards. He's putting out that right hand, that's rangefinder. And again, a couple of jabs coming in by Garcia. A couple of shots just falling short. Smile on the face of Tank. I feel like that's a Tank round, you know. I'm waiting to see Garcia do some respond from that knockdown. He has responded by going back to being quite cautious. So I've got it 2-1 Tank Davis at the moment. Let me know in the chat, how are you seeing it? This is a fight that could go to the judges. So these rounds, they are rounds that could matter in the long run. First round, very close. Third round, going back to being quite close. Second round, Garcia turns up the aggression and is made to pay for it. So, yeah, right now we're about to go into round number 4. And I think Tank has got into a bit of a groove here. Garcia, though, is still in this fight. Absolutely is still in this fight. Some of his hooks, which haven't landed, have still looked very, very ferocious. So, and he's very good at closing the ring down. He's very good at taking space away. That's definitely something we're seeing here from Ryan. Jab coming in. I tell you what, Tank didn't like that. Tank was just saying something to the referee there. There was something that just went down that he wasn't a fan of, but he's covering up. He's back against the ropes. He's trying to come forwards, trying to find a way of going to the body. Jab coming in there by Ryan, but just falls short. Both fighters in the center right now. Nice head movement there by Davis. Body shot coming in there by Garcia. Davis, oh, that's a lovely left to the body again. He's used that left to the body a few times so far. And lovely shots. Jab coming in by Garcia. Again, might have just fallen short. Tank just having a little look as Garcia keeping his hands up. And jab there by Tank, falling short. Nice head movement there by Tank. Garcia standing in the center. Really feels like Garcia isn't quite sure what to do. He isn't quite sure. He needs to get his jab working, to be honest. I'd like to see Garcia using that jab a little bit more. He's got that 2.5-inch reach advantage. He normally uses it quite well, but we are seeing Tank Davis lunging him, which could provide some openings. Hook shot there by Garcia, and Tank just shakes his head. Nice left to the body again. This left to the body all night long for Tank Davis is getting joy. Driving Garcia back. It's Garcia that's trying to throw out some jabs. And again, Tank with a smile on his face. Left to the body again. And then a right upstairs as well. Garcia hitting his gloves together, trying to get himself into some kind of rhythm. And there, boom, left to the body. These lefts to the body, they remind me a lot of like leg kicks in UFC. So in UFC, when there's not like any big action going, you'll see people throw in leg kicks just so that they've got some volume, just so that they've got some activity. And even though these shots, I don't know that they're necessarily doing anything in the way of damage. I'm sure they're adding up, but they're landing, and that's really important. Oh, that was a lovely left upstairs. I think Tank did land with that as well, you know. Both fighters in the center, and there was an ooh from the crowd. Couldn't quite see it. Wasn't the best camera angle, but as to whether it actually landed. But that was a nice moment, seemingly from Tank. But for me, at the moment, the story of this fight is the body work by Tank Davis. Tank Davis coming in with the clinch, and that ends the round. I've got this 3-1 to Tank. I've got it 3-1 to Tank at the moment. Let me know if I'm right. Let me know if I'm wrong. Let me know if you're seeing something different. Put it in the chat right now. How are you seeing the fights? I've got it 3-1 Tank at the moment. 3-1 Tank said Musab. Ryan down, man. That was big, wasn't it? That second round. Anthony's got it 3-1 Tank at the moment also. Let's go. King Ryan said Nelson. Right, we're about to get over to round number 5. I mean, I must admit, this has not quite gone the way that I anticipated. My expectation was that Garcia would win the second and the thirds. I don't have it going that way at the moment, which maybe makes me question how the later stages of the fight are going to go as well. So, very interesting. And again, you know, how I'm seeing it may not be how the judges are seeing it. You never quite know. We are seeing Garcia definitely cutting the ring down. The start of these rounds, Garcia always taking that center ground, going for a shot to the body. I love the left hands from Tank to the body, though. I think they've been key up until this point. Right now, we've got Garcia trying to jab away. Again, it's hard to know how many of those jabs are actually getting through. But both guys, again, we're not seeing like loads of output here. It's very calculated by both guys. If you are just joining us, there's that left to the body again by Tank. Definitely, they have identified that as an opportunity in this fight. Those lefts to the body by Tank. He's been doing it all night long and tries to go upstairs with that left this time. Throws out a jab and circling round. Garcia is right there with him. We are in round number 5. And again, he's putting out that rangefinder, putting out that right hand, circling round on the outsides as Garcia is moving with him. Tank Davis again backing up a little bit. That's a lovely, lovely left. And just not seeing these land quite as clean now by Tank by the looks of it. Garcia is right there, putting that pressure on wherever Tank goes. Garcia goes with him. And right now, we're seeing Garcia trying to find a way of landing that hook shot. I mean, it looks like it's there to land. It looks like he's just got to find a way of setting it up, to be honest. I mean, we have not seen that hook shot. Oh, that left hook shot gets thrown. And Tank ducks underneath it. So, again, we're seeing Tank go to the body. So, Garcia did throw that hook shot, which I haven't seen enough of. He's gone for it a few times. Tank was able to get underneath it. Garcia, again, trying to find a way of getting going in this. Jab coming in there by Garcia. It's very close. Very, very close. It'd be good to see the unofficial scores from Showtime. Body shot there again by Tank. And we saw Garcia covering up. They spin around a little bit as the referee comes in, separates them apart. Tank Davis again on the outside. Garcia putting that pressure right back on again. We got about 12 seconds or so to go in the round. Jab coming in there by Garcia. And hook shot again just misses by both guys. Body shot there by Garcia. Close, that one. Close. I think I'm going to have to go with Tank again, but I mean, it could. So close. I don't feel like there's as much between them here. Yeah, I'm going to go 4-1 Tank. If anyone's got it 3-2, or you ain't getting an argument out of me. I'll go 4-1 Tank. If you're 3-2 Tank, yep, I can absolutely vibe with that. Right, so we are going into round number 6. Any kind of big significant moments we just haven't seen yet, to be honest, apart from that knockdown in round 2. Round 2 is the round of this fight so far. Round 2 is when all the drama was coming through. It'll be a draw. It's so scripted. Some people saying 4-1. Some people are saying 3-2. Again, we haven't seen any unofficial numbers at the moment. We got Tank circling round on the outsides. Garcia putting that pressure on. And Tank again circling round. Garcia, jab to the body. And Tank trying to come in. This is where Tank should really be in control. This is the part of the fight where he tends to shine, to be honest. He's setting some traps at the moment, though. I mean, he's right back against the ropes. And it feels like he's trying to invite Garcia, who throws that hook shot, misses with the hook shot, doesn't miss with that one, though, Garcia. This is good by Garcia. Garcia getting through with a few shots. Good by Garcia. There was definitely a right hook that got through by Garcia. And there was a couple of moments there, so definitely I've been watching, waiting for Garcia to land something that's really going to swing this in his favor. He's done it. This is a Garcia round at the moment. And a couple of shots coming back, though, by Tank. We've still got 140. Goes to that left to the body there by Tank, and he gets it. Slight green screen just appeared as it seems like the commentary has dipped out. Doesn't matter, though. We've got the pictures. 1 minute 20 odds. We got jabs coming in, right-hand jabs coming in there by Tank. But again, they're just rangefinders, just falling purposefully short as he again goes for that left to the body. This is fascinating. This is one of the more interesting rounds. Garcia has landed some big stuff in this round. Volume-wise, very close. Both guys toe-to-toe in the middle of the ring. This is two great fighters in their prime going toe-to-toe. And again, we've got a couple of jabs. Oh, that right hand again by Garcia. Garcia just seems to be in a good place in this round at the moment. Left to the body, though, there by Davis. Jab coming up by Davis. Garcia, again, just seems to have kind of, maybe he's worked out Tank. Oh, another big body shot there by Garcia. I like this round for Garcia. I really like this round. Tank putting in some shots again. Going to the body again. I don't know that it's enough, though. Certainly not as eye-catching as some of the stuff that Ryan Garcia has been doing. Garcia, again, edging forward. Tank backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Garcia. And end of the round, I've got that as a Garcia round. So 4-2 for me at the moment to Tank. Still nothing to match what we saw in round number 2 where we got that knockdown. I think for Tank, his strategy is going to the body. Oh, there it is. Right in the side of the head. They're showing a replay of that Garcia shot. And it is a substantial shot. It's a beautiful shot. And yeah, there was another one that came later in that round as well. I don't think there can be many arguments, to be honest, about that being a Garcia round. I've got it 4-2 to Tank Davis at the moment. But as we said, you know, that was the start of the rounds that I really expected Tank Davis to really shine. And just by chance, he's lost it. So, in my opinion. So we have got a really, really interesting fight in our hands here. There isn't much between them. Tank Davis was just saying something to the ref. I think there's something that was hanging off Garcia's glove there. Garcia putting the pressure on Tank. Tank backing up a little bit. Garcia putting that pressure on, going to the body. Good work by Garcia. He's got Tank back in the corner and going for the body. This is actually Garcia's best that he's looked in this fight outside of the early stages of round 2. Tank needs to find a way of landing something significant again. It feels like he landed something in round 2. Right now, I can tell you 58 to 55. I've got Tank up by 2, and the unofficial scoring has got Tank up by 3. So they've just shown the numbers on screen. They've got Tank up by 3. I've got Tank up by 2. The reason why there's a slight difference is they're doing it like 10-8, 10-9. Oh, a couple of shots there by Garcia. I'm just doing it round by round. So they've actually got a 10-8 for that knockdown, of course. So pretty much me and Showtime are... Garcia goes down to a knee. Where did that come from? Garcia takes a knee. Is that a body shot? He seems to be grimacing here. I think he's going to answer it. No, he's not answering it. Oh, my God. Wow. Wow. Garcia was looking... Tank wins round 7, baby. A bet on it? No. Tank wins. Davis wins in round 7. Tank Davis lands, didn't see the shot, think it was a body shot, to be honest, because the way that Garcia went down is very reminiscent of like a liver shot. You know, when the body just shuts down. And yeah, I mean, he went onto one knee. He just went down. It's one of those delayed reactions again. Very much like what Garcia did to Campbell when he landed that body shot and Campbell was like ready to continue. And then all of a sudden just like, got shut down. So I'm desperate to see the replay here. Desperate to see the replay. You can see, look, Floyd is in there with Tank Davis. It's amazing. Look, Mayweather shouting at Tank, walks away from Mayweather, goes over. There's an embrace between Garcia and Tank Davis. Amazing. Amazing. Had round 8. He said, the commentator said, I didn't see it. It was really fast. It was like a ghost punch. Yeah, we're just waiting for the replay on this one. Tank wins. Tank wins. I got to tell you, it's a close. Here we see in the replay. So they're actually quite close. It is. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It is amazing. It's amazing. Wow. Wow. It is so they're really close in the clinch. And Tank just like hits the liver just as they're separating. Then you've got Ryan Garcia, who's just getting ready, is in position. And then literally, I mean, we're talking a good 2-3 seconds have gone by. Out of nowhere, he takes a knee. He goes down to a knee. I mean, I don't know. I'd love to know what was going through his head in this moment. I mean, look, he's jabbing it and he's backing up. And then he just goes down to a knee. And then he just grimaces. I mean, it's... Wow. That shot must have been right on the liver. We spoke a lot about liver shots, but not Tank doing it to Ryan. Ryan doing it to Tank. I mean, it's right there. It's a hook to the body as they're separating. There's then, as we said, you know, a good few seconds, couple of jabs that don't land. Ryan backs away and then boom, goes down, takes the knee. The way that he was grimacing, but the referee started counting. Ryan was on that knee. I really thought Ryan was going to get back up to his feet here. I really thought he was getting back up to his feet. But referee starts counting, and then referee calls it off. There's actually no protests from Garcia. Garcia is not making out like that's an early stoppage or anything along those lines. No protests there by Ryan Garcia. A very close fight, a very interesting fight. And Tank Davis in round 7 getting the stoppage. I must admit that fight did not go 100% the way that I pictured. But round 7, stoppage, around that kind of ballpark. I think that's probably where a lot of people that had Tank winning would have had. I'll tell you what, there's going to be a few bets that have just won there. Stoppage for Tank Davis in round 7. There'll be a few bets that do win there. Gamer 209, shout out to you. I couldn't see your comment, buds. I hope you managed to get things sorted though. If not, I would imagine that you should be able to. Oh, this is where this is interesting. So Tank landed 18 body shots to Garcia's 7. 18 body shots to 7. 5 were jabs. 30 were power shots, making the 35 total. 18 body shots. Oh, hang on. That's just in general. So he seemingly was outstriking him. I had him winning 4-2 going into that 7th, as we said. It's going to be really interesting to see what both guys have got to say about this. Ray said, this means that Garcia is just too big for this weight. You could be right. Could be right. I mean, I'm going to be interested to see what gets said. King Ryan picks up the loss here. It's a body shot. Let's see. We're going to have an interview with Tank. Your defining moment in this sport. I was excited to be a part of this event. Everything was exciting. So Tank said he saw Rihanna at the Super Bowl and he said, that'll be me one day. And here we are. Job's not done till I retire, says Tank. Going to continue to work. Yeah, Tank himself predicted 7th round. It was me just trying to get into his head, says Tank. We don't actually know how it'll go until we get in there, but he did predict the 7th. It did end in the 7th. They're just going to show the replay of that body shot. Ryan is waiting to talk as well. It's going to be really interesting to see what Ryan's got to say. So they're showing a replay of that knockdown from the 2nd round. It's a lovely shot. Congratulations to Tank. That was too easy, said TP. They'll love you today but hate you tomorrow. I need to end that poll, don't I? Did you think the... wow, that is incredible. That is incredible. That is, without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest poll we have ever done. Over 112,000 votes. There's no point voting anymore as to which way you think it's going to go. The fight has ended. Over 112,000 votes. 52% of people with Ryan, 47% of people with Tank. The fight has concluded. It's ended with Tank picking up the win. Round 7. Are you the face of boxing? And Tank, with a big smile on his face, says, I'm definitely the face of boxing. And honestly, right now, can you argue with that? Is Tank the face of boxing right now? He's asking Ryan. Right, we've moved on to Ryan. How are you? And he said he's good. Ryan said it's all love at the end of the day. I respect him a lot. You're a good man. So lots of respect being shown between these two. So they're talking about the liver shot. He hit me with a good shot. No excuses. I couldn't recover. Yeah, I mean, do you know what? You win like a champion. You lose like a champion. I love this response by Ryan Garcia. That's a king's response right there. No excuses. Hit me with a good shot. I love that response. Real dignity from Ryan Garcia. Class. Said he couldn't get back up. You know, fought you. He says, yeah, no excuses. We didn't ask Tank about what's next, though. That's a bit of a shame. I was giving him a bit too much respect, says Ryan. He says, even if I lose, I want to thank Jesus. And they just say, you know, nothing but respect. Class act. Really a class act there, Ryan Garcia. As I said, I really like both guys. I think Ryan Garcia's comes across as a real great guy. Tank just too much. His power is just too much. He's going to catch you at some point. And when he does, it's probably going to be devastating. If boxing fans can handle a loss on a guy's record, we could have both these guys around for a long time, said Eric. That's a really good point. That's a really good point because I don't think that people should be down on boxers losing. I mean, in the UFC, if you lose, it's a blow. You know, to lose your undefeated record, it's definitely a blow. But you can easily bounce back from it. It's not the end of the world. It's not the be all and end all. And actually, I don't think it's the be all or end all in boxing. It really comes down to how the fighters take that loss. You know, undefeated records are so prized in boxing. I mean, in all fairness, even here, we've got two undefeated fighters, or we did have, going up against each other. And you've got to say that massively helps the buy rate, doesn't it? You know, someone's always going to go is one of the easiest marketing techniques that you can have. So it does make sense. Judges' scorecards, by the way, 58-56, Tank. 59-56, Tank. 59-55, Tank. So two judges had him winning by 3. One judge had him winning by 4. So, yeah, I think all the comments I was seeing, you lot had Tank winning as well. So, yeah, I mean, just amazing. Brilliant, brilliant performance. I think the knockdown is a big turning point. I think that knockdown meant that Ryan started to hang back a little bit more, show some too much respect. And that was his words. And I think because he showed all of that respect, it just meant that them body shots, that left to the body, I think that is key here for Tank, because that has allowed him to win those rounds. I think Garcia then ends up getting caught in the 7th. And as you said, you know, body shot. That's it. Right. Lomachenko against Tank, said Nathan. Well, I keep saying it, you know, a big thank you to everyone that's joined us for this stream. And we do boxing on a regular basis. We are going to be doing Devin Haney against Lomachenko. We've definitely got our eyes all over the likes of, you know, whatever Terence Crawford is doing, whatever Spence is doing, whatever Fury is doing, Usyk is doing, Joshua Wilder. We did Wilder's fight last year, of course, against Hellenius. which had a hilarious knockout. It was horrific. Ice cold, man. Ice cold. So, yeah, you know, we definitely keep our eyes on boxing and UFC as well. So if you are watching, if you are new to the channel and you are looking to join us again, then hit that subscribe, as it's really appreciated, as is everyone that's joined us this evening. We'll spend just a few more moments. Obviously, the fight is done. There will be a full breakdown and fallout of all of this. But it's pretty simple stuff, isn't it, really? It's pretty straightforward stuff. I think that Ryan Garcia, it's a shame that he couldn't. Do you know, it's weird because, like, I don't know, was the game plan slightly wrong? There's such fine margins. It's interesting because I think a lot of people would have given Garcia that first round. So it does just make you question, like, what if he'd have just done that first round in the second and the third, built the pressure up on Tank, you know? Could the fight have gone a different way if he'd have done that and, like, banked those early rounds? Because I reckon he banked round 1, but then that knockdown in round 2, that immediately puts Tank in the ascendancy. It immediately means that Ryan starts showing respect. And that knockdown in round 2, I mean, it changes everything in the fight. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we still could have ended up getting to a round 7 finish anyway. But there's no denying that knockdown in the second round was pivotal. Caleb said, Tank's cheeky left got it done. Tick. Caleb, shout out to you, dude. Shout out to you. Yeah, his left hand did get it done. It's a big, big night in Las Vegas as people are making their way to the exits. It's a big night for Tank Davis. Big disappointment, of course, for Ryan Garcia. But definitely you can still hold his head up high. He's still a fantastic fighter. And who knows? I mean, look, he's what, 24? He's definitely got opportunity, and there's definitely a chance that he can continue to evolve, continue to improve. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where Ryan is over the next few years. Don't forget, Tank was 28 here. Ryan was 24. So, you know, we could see Ryan Garcia continuing to improve. And there's maybe a good chance that these two, their paths will cross again in the future. Saying that, maybe this weight cut is just a bit too much for Ryan, and we see Ryan moving away from Tank and go into a different division. So next steps are going to be interesting. I think we know what's going to happen with Tank. He's going to surely be looking for the winner out of Lomachenko and Devin Haney. And as we said, that fight is May 20th. Tank Davis is 5'5" there. There's a big difference in height between these two. You could see it as well. Jax said maybe he'll look back on fights in 80s and 90s. Ryan said he's quitting and he's going to make underwear commercials. He's had enough. Zach said it was a dive. Fights are so fake. They're like WWE, said Eric. Y'all thought Ryan was going to win. Theodore said, from a body shot. Are you serious? It does. Run it back in 5 years, said Slevin. It does happen. Again, if anyone watched Ryan against Campbell, Luke Campbell, you would have seen the same. It does happen. We actually spoke about it, about how you can hit the liver and there is that delayed reaction. It's like your body just shuts down. Doesn't shut down immediately. It just goes bop, 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 bop. And before you know it, you're like, you're done. It's such a weird thing. I can understand anyone that's, you know, maybe doesn't watch that much boxing, seeing a finish like that going, what? He just took the knee, what? But I promise you, like, his body was shutting down internally. We've seen Olympic gold medalists go down to one knee and, like, you know, not be able to get back up after receiving a liver shot. You strike the body in the right place. Done. And that's exactly what happened here tonight. So, but I do understand that people will look at that and there will be questions. But I think if you've seen a bit of boxing and you've watched a few other fights, you chances are you've seen that before. Certainly, if you're a fan of Ryan, you will have seen Ryan do that, as we said to Campbell not that long ago. Did they bet the purse? Said Cyrus. No. That actually got a load of attention. But I don't believe it was something that got followed through with in the end. But yeah, I mean, that definitely got a lot of attention, a lot of hype. It did look staged, said Slick. I've never seen someone go down that much after a body shot. Then Jim asked Tank, how did you know you would win in the 7th? It's like you had a crystal ball. It's because he knew it was a fix, said Slick. Triller are real. These weirdos saying boxing is boring and UFC is better. Why are you here then? Said Frank. Fights are so fake, said Eric. Ryan can punch but doesn't know how to fight, says Coconut Raw. He will really evaluate if he really wants to be in the sport now, said Snugzilla. I think that's the closest he has gotten to a serious injury. Let's go down. You can't pressure someone if you feel the body shots. All that anticipation for what? Seems like people haven't, or some people haven't enjoyed this evening, unfortunately. I mean, like, I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was interesting from a game plan point of view. Like, what would Tank's strategy be coming in? You know, what would he look to do? But because he's the smaller guy as well, so how is he going to get on that inside? I thought the left hand to the body was very interesting. Just kept going to that all night and getting real joy from it as well. I wonder if those left hands to the body did any sort of weakening of that area, because we were seeing him going to that all night. We kept calling it, and I'm sure you saw it. He kept going for that left to the body, left to the body, left to the body. And then it is a big left to the body that just shuts him down. So, you know, all those little shots to the body, they could have been just, you know, getting added up. And maybe that big one was just the cherry on top. And that was just what sent everything home. So glad I watched this for free, says Ryan. The body shut down. Dylan said people don't understand boxing and how the body shots work. Don't you think that wasn't even a very strong liver shot to go down and stand up with the 10 and walk around, said Zach. Honestly, when it comes to like liver shots like that, I mean, I've seen a few fights where it doesn't have to be like a crunching blow. It's one of those. It's a little bit like a knockout in the sense of, you know, you can catch someone with just like a jab. I've seen people knocked out with jabs. But if you catch it in that sweet spot, if you catch it in that right place, then it can, you know, do the damage. And I think with a liver shot, it's really hard to know, like, how hard do you have to hit the liver? I don't know the answer to that. How hard you have to hit the liver in order to shut it down. I mean, on the replays, did it look the strongest of shots? I would say no, but I would say, like everything with Tank, it looks super accurate. I mean, it looked like it was right on the money. And after the abuse that part of the body had been getting throughout the fight anyway, it might have just been susceptible. So I know there's going to be loads of people saying it's fake, it's a load of rubbish, or this kind of stuff. Everyone's, you know, welcome to their own opinions. I have seen that before. And I mean, we know that boxing's a dirty game, but I honestly, I'll tell you the truth. I'm not thinking that's staged. I really don't think that's staged. I don't think that's fake. They were both giving a good account of themselves. They were both working hard. I think that's a genuine body shot. And I think that Ryan's, you know, just not been able to answer the call. And as we said, we've seen that before. This isn't like the first time it's happened. But I think for the casuals, this is going to be something that's going to be a bit of a head scratcher, because it is a very, very unusual finish. I mean, it was weird for me because we were I can't remember what we were talking about. I think we was talking about the Showtime scorecards, and I was like talking about that, and then all of a sudden I'm watching the fight. He takes a few steps back, he takes a knee, and I'm like, I think he'll answer this. And then he doesn't. So even for me, it was like very strange. I didn't see the actual shot that landed because it is like this little tight thing as they're coming out of a clinch. And then you see the replay. And as you said, it's not the most ferocious of shots. It's not like finish him. It's not like this big, like, bang or anything like that. Like it is just this little dig, seemingly. But as we said, the foundations might have been laid well before that. Aubrey Edwards, shout out to you, said, anyone an organ donor? Because Ryan Garcia needs a new liver. Dark End said, a shot to the liver happened to me. It is the worst shot to take. I can believe that. But as I said, look, if there's people out there that are adamant that this is fixed, more power to you, my friends. More power to you. Right. Fight is done. We are done. Really appreciate people stopping by. I can see we're actually only 22 likes away from getting to 3,000. So before we run away, if anyone can leave a like that hasn't, if we could reach the 3,000 mark, that'd be pretty sweet. So we're 22 likes away from 3,000. Don't forget, we do UFC, we do boxing on a regular basis. Really appreciate everyone that stopped by tonight. I hope you enjoyed the action. I hope you enjoyed the commentary if you weren't able to watch. That was the breakdown of it. Went the way that we thought. Nothing but respect to Ryan Garcia. I think, I honestly, like, to say what he said after and just go, he hit me with a great shot. Nothing but respect. There's maybe not enough of that in boxing, and I think that's a real good look for him. And he's a likable guy, and I think that he's it's easy to win like a champion. It's harder to lose like a champion. And nothing but props for how he takes that loss today. So, oh, wow. We just jumped to 3,100, which is mental. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Have a great evening wherever you are in the world. I know there's people all over the world that joined us tonight. Really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for joining us. And hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.